Mr. Speaker. Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen. I understand that Benjamin Cody Doyle is present and wishes to make the affirmation of allegiance. Would Benjamin Cody Doyle please come forward to the chair on my right?
Ko ahau, ko Benjamin Cody Doyle, e eki ana I runga I te pono, I te tika, I te ngākau tapatahi, me te whakau anō. Ka noho pirihonga, ka noho pūmau ki te kingi tiare, te tuatoru, me tōna kāhui whakaheke, e ai ki te ture.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Three petitions have been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Galen McCreath requesting that the House make English an official language of New Zealand. Petition of Robin Kane requesting that the House urge the government to remove all court and legal costs for New Zealanders. Petition of Raina Vermani requesting that the House urge the government to select applications from the expressions of interest for the parent resident visa ballot whose ballots expire in October 2024. Those
petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 27 papers for presentation.
2023-24 annual reports for the Broadcasting Standards Authority, Callaghan Innovation, Creative New Zealand, Criminal Cases Review Commission, Electricity Authority, Health and Disability Commissioner, Law Commission, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, New Zealand On Air, Public Service Commission, Racing Integrity Board and Waka Kotahi and National Land Transport Fund. Statements of performance expectations for the Broadcasting Standards Authority, Creative New Zealand, Māori Language Commission, New Zealand On Air and Waka Kotahi. Statement of intent for Waka Kotahi. Updated statements of intent and performance expectations for Health and Disability Commissioner. Strategic intentions for the Ministry for Primary Industries in Oranga Tamariki. Reports in relation to selected non-departmental appropriations for the year ended 30 June 2024 for the following portfolios within Vote Business, Science and Innovation, Auckland and Energy. Government responses to the report of the Environment Committee on the petition of Royal Forest and Bird Protection Society and referral of petition of Ali Cook and referral of petition of Fabio Rees. Financial statements for the year ended 31 March 2024 for Māori Purposes Fund Board.
I present the report of the Controller and Auditor General entitled How Well 4 Councils Are Responding to a Changing Climate. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 9 select committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill. Reports of the Health Committee on the Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill No. 2 and the Therapeutic Products Act Repeal Bill. Reports of the Justice Committee on the Privacy Amendment Bill and the review briefing on the 2022-23 Annual Review of the Parliamentary Council Office. Reports of the Māori Affairs Committee on the review briefing on the 2022-23 Annual Review of Ngā Puhi Investment Fund Limited, trading as Tupu Tonu. Review briefing on the 2022-23 Annual Review of Te Taura Whiri I Te Reo Māori, Māori Language Commission. Report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Jennifer Bolton, please contact mental health services for advice when a person is suicidal. And the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee on the Earthquake-Prone Building Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill.
The bills are set down for second reading and the review briefings are set down for consideration. The clerk has been informed of the introduction of a bill.
Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill, introduction.
That bill is set down for first reading.
Okay, Te Pika. Mr Speaker, I seek leave. Kia ora. Mr Speaker, I seek leave to move a motion without notice and without debate that this House commemorate the anniversary of the invasion of Parihaka that took place on the 5th of November 1881, known as Te Rā o Pāhuatanga.
Leave is sought for that. Is there any objection? There appears to be none.
Kia ora. E honori he kororia, he maungaronga ki runga I te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. I move that this House commemorate the anniversary of the invasion of Parihaka that took place on the 5th of November 1881, known as Te Rā o Pāhuatanga, on which 1,600 men, women and children were brutally attacked, abducted and imprisoned by colonial troops for peacefully resisting the theft of their whenua. That this dark moment in Aotearoa history caused more than the destruction of physical property, it caused extreme personal, emotional and physical harm that is still felt today. That the legacy of Parihaka is not just history, it is alive and well today, and that we honour our tūpuna's commitment to peace and aroha, which they understood cannot be achieved without justice.
The House comes now to oral... Oh, I'm sorry. Was there... Are you... Yeah. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary? Carried. Thank you very much for your intervention there. And so am I. So you can have a question now. First one up.
Yeah. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
Yes, and in particular I stand by this government's action to conclude negotiations on a trade agreement with the Gulf Cooperation Council, which will deliver duty-free access for 99% of New Zealand's exports over 10 years. Growing trade relationships across the world is a key part of our plan to grow the economy, to lift incomes and to create jobs for Kiwis. Can I just acknowledge the fantastic work of Trade Minister Todd McLeay in getting this deal over the line and setting our exporters up for more success so that we can grow our economy and earn the money that we need to invest in the world-class health and education that Kiwis deserve.
Supplementary question. Does he stand by his statements, we've got very good processes for managing conflict of interest, and that ministers need to understand and internalise the responsibility that they have? If so, is he confident that all of his ministers are managing their conflicts of interest appropriately?
Yes, I'm confident real or perceived conflicts were managed, declared and are being managed appropriately.
Can he confirm if any conflicts of interest were declared and managed by any cabinet ministers regarding their association with the tobacco industry when the government made changes to New Zealand's smoke-free laws and the taxation of tobacco products?
What I can confirm is that any real or perceived conflicts are raised. We've assiduously followed Cabinet Office advice from day one of this government, and we take that very seriously.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, Honourable Chris.
I asked the Prime Minister whether any conflicts of interest were declared and managed regarding a specific issue that Cabinet has considered, and he did not address that question.
The Prime Minister might like to consider his answer.
As per the previous government, the policy of the Cabinet Office is not to publish conflicts, as per the previous, has been the policy for successive governments.
Supplementary question. Did any ministers leave the room when the Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill or the $216 million tax break for heated tobacco products were discussed by Cabinet?
Again, Cabinet conflicts, perceived or real, are managed appropriately and assiduously through the Cabinet Office guidelines. We have taken that very seriously. We operate very differently from the previous administration. We don't need 16 reminders from the Cabinet Office to manage conflicts.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, Honourable Chris Hipkins.
If the Cabinet does indeed take their responsibilities very seriously, then the Prime Minister should have no difficulty answering the question.
I answered
That's
previously.
true. There will always be aspects of Cabinet government that aren't in the public arena at the time that the question might be asked. Prime Minister has answered, I think, quite reasonably, given the nature of the question.
Who provided the advice to government that nicotine is as harmful as coffee?
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
Who provided advice to the government that the nicotine is as harmful as caffeine?
That would be a question that would be best directed to the Associate Minister of Health.
Supplementary question. Who provided, quote, independent, end quote, advice to Casey Costello justifying the $216 million tax break on heated tobacco products his government agreed to?
Well, I'd say to that member, what we are doing is this country has had tremendous success at lowering daily smoking rates. We're down at 6.8%, heading to 5% to deliver on smoke-free 2025. We are now in a place where we actually have really hard, stubborn smokers that we're trying to get off cigarettes into alternatives. We're prepared on this side to try something different. When he represents the $216 million, I think, as a tax break, it's not a tax break. What it is a difference of moving from cigarettes into an alternative product at a lower excise duty, and we are good, prudent economic managers on this side of the House, and we're making sure that we are allowing for that in an accounting sense for the most conservative transition.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. Despite the very long answer the Prime Minister gave, he didn't actually address the question of who provided the supposedly independent advice to Casey Costello justifying the decision to remove the tax on heated tobacco products.
Yes, I know, but he did say that the government doesn't consider it to be a tax break, which would kind of nullify the rest of the answer. But take another question without penalty.
Who provided independent advice to Casey Costello justifying the tax changes when it comes to heated tobacco products?
Again, ministers receive a lot of advice from a lot of different sources all of the time. They don't always take it, they do, but I just asked the member to direct the question directly to the Associate Minister of Health.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. If he doesn't know who's providing advice to the Minister, how can he be confident that conflicts of interest are being appropriately managed?
Because I know that minister is determined to lower smoking rates across this country and is doing so incredibly passionately and is determined to do it. And I just say to that member, if he cares a lot about conflicts, I wouldn't call a sister-in-law a distant relative.
Order, Mr Speaker.
Points of order are heard in silence. Hon CHRIS HIPKINS.
Mr Speaker, last year the Prime Minister objected to the fact that he himself brought a member of his own family into the debate, and you required me to withdraw and apologise for the Prime Minister doing that. We've now got a situation where repeatedly the government have named a public servant who happens to be related to a member of the opposition in the House, a public servant who cannot speak back, a public servant who is part of a politically neutral public service, a public servant who declared their conflict of interest and has done absolutely nothing wrong. The Prime Minister should be, as you required me to, the Prime Minister should be required to withdraw and apologise for that. We had a situation in the House before the recess where the point of order process and personal explanation process was abused by the Deputy Prime Minister. I don't think you should allow the Prime Minister to continue with that.
The Prime Minister might like to consider whether he withdraws that particular remark.
Consider I named anybody.
No, but the inference.
I withdraw and apologise.
Rauri Waititi.
Does he agree with the Minister for Children that allowing providers to use force against children may be seen as, quote, increasing the potential risk of abuse in custody, unquote, and if so, why is he allowing boot camp providers to use force on children, especially when it perpetuates the abuse in state care detailed in the Whanaketia report?
What we want to see across government, across the delivery of social services, is enhanced child safeguarding and protection. We want to see advocacy available for those young people in those facilities. But we're also acknowledging that these are some of our most serious young offenders, and if there are issues around absconding or if there are issues around harm to each other or to themselves, then restraint is appropriate, but it's got to be used under strict guidelines.
Question number 2, David MacLeod.
Tēnā koe te māngai. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, I've seen the latest ANZ monthly business outlook survey. Primarily, this measures how firms are thinking about the future, but also has some indicators of how they are feeling about the here and now. In terms of the here and now, firms on the whole think their business activity has declined compared to 12 months ago. This measure has improved compared to the previous survey, but is still weak, reflecting where the economy is at the moment.
Supplementary. How are firms feeling about the future?
Mr Speaker, firms are feeling much better about the future. The ANZ Business Outlook includes a measure of firms' outlook for their own activity, looking 12 months into the future. This is very strong. In fact, the strongest it has been since 2014. Investment intentions and employment intentions are also rising, again looking a year into the future. The survey also measures overall business confidence. A net 66% of businesses think that general business conditions will be better in 12 months' time. This measure of business confidence continues to rise and is at a new 10-year high.
Supplementary. How does she interpret these results?
Well, Mr Speaker, the results of the Business Outlook survey indicate that firms feel the end of the recession has been reached and they see better times ahead. Businesses have been doing it tough for a long time, but they are increasingly optimistic about the future. This is consistent with economic forecasts. The Reserve Bank, for example, is expecting a negative GDP result in the previous quarter, the September quarter, but a positive result in the current quarter and a steadily growing economy in 2025 and beyond. Inflation is back within the target band and the Reserve Bank has begun reducing interest rates.
Supplementary. What are the key economic releases before Christmas?
Well, Mr Speaker, tomorrow's Statistics New Zealand will release labour market stats for the September quarter. Typically, unemployment lags economic activity, meaning that the unemployment rate will rise for a time, even as the economy picks up. That will not continue forever, however, and unemployment is expected to come down next year. GDP for the September quarter will be announced on December 19, and both the Reserve Bank and Treasury will issue new forecasts before the end of the year.
Question 3, Tamatha Paul.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Children. Will private for-profit organisations be able to run military-style academies and use force against young people?
Mr
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Karen Chua.
I want to make 2 points. Firstly, the member is referring to the development of a bill which is still subject to Cabinet consideration. Secondly, as is already publicly available, Cabinet has agreed that a military-style academy provider and their staff, whether Oranga Tamariki or another agency, would have the power to use minimum force as reasonably required. This would be to prevent a young person from being harmed, harming themselves, or harming others, or to stop them from absconding from any location. These are our most serious offenders who must have committed at least 2 serious crimes with convictions of at least 10 years or more, which could be a range of things, including sexual violence, aggravated robbery, injury with intent to cause grievous bodily harm. And we need to make sure that anyone working with them has the ability to keep themselves safe, keep the community safe, and keep other young people safe.
Supplementary. Will she, in this House, promise that for-profit organisations will never run these military-style academies?
Mr Speaker, I would have thought that the member on the other side would have wanted to create any ability for iwi and hapu to have some involvement in self-determination for what happens to their young people. This will give them the ability to be able to run a program in the future.
True.
Just wait for the House to calm down.
If it was her intention to allow iwi and other community organisations to run these academies, then why didn't she or her officials consult with them?
Mr Speaker, there is a process to go through when decisions are being made. No decisions have been made yet, and when those decisions can be spoken about, we will.
How can she make the recommendation to Cabinet that third-party providers should be able to use force on young people without speaking to the Children's Commissioner when there are very obvious children's rights implications and risks from her proposal?
Mr Speaker, the Children's Commissioner and I meet regularly, face to face, and I'm always say to her, if there's any concerns that she would like to speak about, I'm open to speaking about them. If she raises this issue with me, I will speak to her about it.
Supplementary. Does she support for-profit organisations being able to run military-style academies and use force against young people?
Mr Speaker, I would just like to reiterate again that it is the power to use minimum force as reasonably required. There are situations where young people may absconder, put themselves in danger, put the community in danger, and put a whole lot of people in circumstances that they shouldn't be put in. So we need to make sure that staff have the ability to deal with that.
True. Does she understand how disingenuous it looks to label something as a pilot and then seek Cabinet agreement to cement it in legislation before it's even finished and before it's even been evaluated?
Look, Mr Speaker, I'm proud of what we've achieved this year. I'm proud of the fact we've managed to step up a pilot, have 10 young people, have a chance to turn their lives around and invest in making sure they have every opportunity to be the best that they can be. I'm proud of that, and I'm looking forward to seeing many more children have that opportunity.
Question 4, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Malole Swefua Manuia, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. Does she stand by her statement that Family Boost, quote, will make a difference to more than 100,000 Kiwi families, unquote? If so, why have fewer than half of that number actually received it so far?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, yes. Inland Revenue estimates that in the next year alone, that is the year from 1 October to 1 October next year, 100,000 families will be eligible for the Family Boost payment. However, I would stress the fact that the Family Boost payment is intended to exist into future years and not just this year. I'd also stress that families may be eligible for payments in some but not all quarters as they come and go from early childhood education during the year or as their household income changes as parents shift in and out of work. They may also submit all their claims at the end of the tax year. And, Mr Speaker, people have a full 4 years to put in a claim. Clearly, it is early days, but in just 4 weeks, There have been already 36,514 payments made into the bank accounts of New Zealand parents. I would say this is very good progress, and I would also say this. If there are any parents in New Zealand whose children have been in early childhood education for which they have been paying fees, go onto the IRD website today and make your claim. I want to see as many eligible families as possible get the payment that they deserve, and I would welcome this question being asked again tomorrow and the next day so we can get that message out to Kiwi parents.
It's your job, not mine. Supplementary. Isn't it the case that most of those that have received Family Boost to date got less than $30 a week?
Mr. Speaker, I would put to the member this. $30 a week is around $1,500 a year. And if that member thinks that amount of money is not material to a New Zealand family with young children, I'd invite her to go and meet a family with young children who will confirm for her that that is a meaningful sum of money. Mr. Speaker, we've always been clear that the Family Boost payment is paid in proportion to two things. One, the fees that a family pays, so up to $75 a week of refunded fees, up to 25% of total fees, and two, the income that a family receives. So there have been a range of payments made depending on the personal circumstances of families.
Supplementary. Would suggest that rare and reasonable is not being exercised when it comes to interjections on questions.
Supplementary. Was it fair to promise up to $150 a fortnight when, as of yesterday, only 3% of those who have received the payment got $150?
Mr. Speaker, yes, because the policy that we advertised is the policy that we've delivered, whereby families are eligible for up to $975 in payment over the period. As some, Mr. Speaker, that more than 1,200 families have received, 1,243. There is a range of other payments that have been made, many in excess of $500. Hundreds of dollars have been put into the bank accounts of New Zealand parents, and members on the opposite side of the House think that's a bad thing. They oppose a policy which directly provides cost of living relief to New Zealand families, and I'd invite them to reconsider that position.
Supplementary.
Just make a point again that questions are being asked because they are on serious matters. People should at least attempt to listen to the answers. The Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
If only they were given.
Well, sorry. No comment. This
Supplementary. Isn't it the case that Family Boost is so hard for parents to navigate and get it right that inland revenue has declined 7,700 claims, or 16% of total claims?
No, Mr. Speaker, that is incorrect. In fact, I'm advised by Inland Revenue that they have had feedback that the application process for the payment is straightforward. In fact, one person has gone so far as to say, I feel like I've done something wrong because it was too easy to fill out. And Mr. Speaker, to members opposite, I just remind you of your responsibility here. There are people in your electorate who deserve this money. And the feedback that we have had is that when they go onto the website, they find it straightforward. The member has continued to repeat a claim, Mr. Speaker, that National wants to make it difficult for people to get this money. That claim is false. The member should stop making it. She should also stop mixing her metaphors and saying that my face is both blue and that my pudding is severely lacking.
Supplementary.
Both sides need to exercise a bit of calm, and I'll just make the point that it's not the government's responsibility to inform the opposition of what their responsibilities are.
Supplementary. Why is she doing nothing to make it easier for families to access support when a month in there is only a 33% uptake and 7,700 applications have been declined?
Mr. Speaker, we have made it easy for 35,000 families to get money put directly into their bank accounts, and I stand by that. In addition, 3.5 million New Zealanders have had tax relief go directly into their bank accounts. And Mr. Speaker, what I would put to the member once again is this. Any family who has children in early childhood education, who is paying fees, I would encourage strongly to go onto the IRD website and to make a claim for the payment they are due. And when they do that, to remember that the payment that member wanted to put into their bank account was zero.
Question number 5, Mike Patrick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks, what update can she provide about her Make It Count action plan?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr Speaker, this government is continuing to supercharge our plan to lift student achievement. Yesterday I was delighted to announce we're introducing a targeted maths acceleration program to give more Kiwi kids confidence in mathematics. From Term 1 and 2 next year, around 2,000 Year 7 and 8 students who need the most help will take part in an intensive support program to support them progress towards the required curriculum levels in mathematics. The trial will use a small group of tutoring, it will be small groups that will have tutoring and supervised online tuition as well, so a hybrid approach for 30 minutes up to 4 times a week for each student.
Supplementary. Which schools will be eligible?
Mr Speaker, intermediate age children have been specifically chosen for this as they will have the least time to benefit from our curriculum changes and our resourcing changes before starting high school. The trial will be held in a cross-section of schools and kura across the country teaching maths using the New Zealand curriculum and teaching pangaru using Te Marutanga o Aotearoa. It will run for 12 weeks and cost around $2 million, and we will work with schools to select those students who need the most support. It's my intention that the findings from this trial will inform decisions about scaling it up across the country from Term 3 next year.
Supplementary. How else is the action plan supporting schools?
Mr Speaker, last week we released the new maths curriculum for Year 0 to 8, ready for schools to use from Term 1 a year earlier than planned. Like our structured literacy approach, the maths curriculum is knowledge-rich, sets out a structured, evidence-informed approach based on the science of learning, similar to the best from across the OECD. To support teachers with the curriculum rollout, this government has invested $30 million into high-quality curriculum-aligned workbooks, teacher guides, lesson plans and resources, free of charge. And I'm pleased to share, as of today, 369,966 students will benefit from those resources from Term 1 next year. An increase of over 60,000 students in the last 24 hours and an additional 241 schools who's placed their order since 8:30 a.m. yesterday morning.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received?
Mr Speaker, feedback from schools have been really positive. A number of schools have already contacted me and the Ministry to get involved in the trial. And in relation to the Maths Action Plan, one principal wrote to me to say, I'd like to reiterate my compliments to you and your team for relentlessly focusing on improving the primary school curriculum with an important emphasis on literacy and maths. And another wrote, this is incredibly exciting and I thank you for your commitment to our students, our teachers and our schools. Our work program is one that is defined by pace, clarity and outcomes, Mr Speaker, and we are delivering.
Question 6, the Honourable Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Health and asks, does she stand by all her statements and actions regarding her release of official information?
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr Speaker, yes, in the context they were made. I acknowledge there has been widespread reporting and discussion in the House about the release of documents and handling of official information requests in my office. I don't deny there were challenges during a transitional period very early after receiving my ministerial warrant. Once my office was fully staffed, operational issues regarding management of information was remedied. I am far from the First Minister not to meet some of the obligations imposed by the Official Information Act, and I'm sure I won't be the last.
Supplementary. How did she determine that the statement, nicotine is as harmful as caffeine, was given to her by an official when she made decisions to withhold that statement?
Mr Speaker, there were redactions in a document that was still considered a point of debate, full and frank discussions around advice that I was being given. That information was redacted at the time because it was still part of full and frank discussions.
Point of order, the Honourable Kieran.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The question was very specific and I don't believe that response addressed it. But also, Earlier, when Chris Hipkins asked the Prime Minister a similar question, he suggested that a question be made to the Minister. And surely in doing so, and avoiding addressing the question himself and putting the responsibility onto his Minister, there should be a higher expectation of the House that the Minister would address it.
Well, your point of order raises the issue of the appropriateness of the Prime Minister suggesting another Minister might answer it. The reality is the Minister who is directed, who the questioner is directed towards, would be expected to know more. In this case, the answer was that there were free and frank advice that was redacted. That's not unusual for a government to redact free and frank advice from official information.
Supplementary. How did she determine that it was appropriate to withhold that statement under section 9(2)(g)(I) if she did not know that they were an official?
Mr. Speaker, the statement that she's referring to was part of a broader document. That was a range of advice that was given. The redaction was later rectified and the information is fully available now. The statement in it was an extract from a broader document in which talk discussed nicotine and caffeine.
From an official. Supplementary. When she withheld statements that efforts to reducing smoking constitutes nanny state nonsense, employing a section of the Act that specifically applies to advice tendered by ministers, officers and employees of the public service, how did that conform with the Act if she doesn't know who wrote it?
Mr. Speaker, I think we're traversing a document that was used very early on, as has been discussed repeatedly in this House, which was a range of policy positions and advice, policy positions and previous New Zealand First policy positions and manifesto statements. It did not become part of the Cabinet paper. It was the work that was undertaken in this space was the implementation of the coalition agreement commitments.
Broad background.
There was broad background documentation that was provided that has fully been traversed, and the information has been discussed at length regarding the source of that information.
Supplementary. Is it correct that when she issued a revised information release to Radio New Zealand after having been found to have acted contrary to the law by the Ombudsman, she has continued to unlawfully withhold information?
We're talking about the law now, are we?
Mr. Speaker, I have not withheld any information under the Official Information Act. The documentation that was referred to was referring to the same piece of information that was redacted early on, and through the course of the discussions with the Ombudsman, the full document was then released unredacted, for which I apologised in this House, and I have rectified the situation that the Ombudsman raised, which, as I've said earlier, I am not the first Minister that has had to rectify issues around Official Information Act disclosures.
A point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
So I want you to consider that last question. There are many Speaker's rulings against any imprecation or imputation of legal wrongdoing, and that member has deliberately broken them. I'm surprised you allow that question to go ahead.
Well, I actually listened very carefully to the question, and the question reflected upon I assumed it was a law relating to the Ombudsman and the Ombudsman's office. And that would bring it into an appropriate space. But what I would say is that it's not appropriate for members to use question time to make accusations against ministers in a way that might not be well understood by the public, and that's probably where this question was. We'll now go to... Yeah.
Can you clarify exactly what you mean?
Well, the problem is the question itself wasn't all that clear. So what I'm saying to you is that in referring to the Ombudsman decision about using the law that governs him to say that the Minister needed to release more information is not the same as saying that the minister has broken the law, but it does perhaps suggest that. And I think that's the difficulty that we have here. So while I accept that's not the intention of the questioner, I'm just explaining why I accept that to the minister. Very good point. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, if you'd like to drop by my office later, particularly if you're having trouble sleeping, I'm sure I could give you an explanation that would see you doze off within seconds. Can we go to question? Nor was I halfway through. Kahaurangi Kata, question 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Children. Is she concerned that rangatahi in care and protection residents have not been given access to the basics, like healthcare, education and freedom from violence, as Mana Mokopuna identified happening at Epuni?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Karen Chua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This report was written in April, not long after I became Minister for Children. Prior to becoming Minister, I was shocked at the condition of Epuni. Once I became Minister, I asked Oranga Tamariki what could be done to improve conditions at Epuni because it had been left in such a dire state. Since this report, we have developed and implemented an action plan with an intensive program of work to ensure the safety and well-being of young people at Epuni. This has included returning to a full education program, providing primary healthcare services and access to psychological services on site, and increasing access for advocacy services such as Voice Whakarunga Mai and Mana Mokopuna. In June, I visited Epuni again, and I can confidently say there have been changes made to the way in which the resident operates, which in turn is creating a safer residential environment for our children and young people.
Supplementary. How does she reconcile her comment that Epuni has become, quote, a nicer place for children to be for children, end quote, with Mana Mokopuna's findings that residents couldn't access medication, didn't receive head injury treatment, had only 2 hours of education a day, and experienced over-reliance on punitive measures?
Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that the member listen to the answer to my question. That report was from April. I stated in the original answer that we have made changes since that report happened and that we have addressed the issues that the member has just asked about.
Supplementary. Is she concerned that even after refurbishments, the, quote, overall feel of Epuni was that it was institutional and run down, end quote? And if so, what actions will she take to de-institutionalise the facility?
Mr. Speaker, the refurbishment that the member is speaking to was refurbishment that was done prior to me being Minister. We have put a lot more into the operational site since then, and also into the procedures around how we are educating, how we are giving medical care and psychological care to young people within Epuni.
Supplementary.
Supplementary.
Supplementary. Laura Tusk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What work has been done to ensure staff and young people's safety in youth justice residences and care and protection sites?
Mr. Speaker, there are over 80 standard operating procedures in the process of being implemented across various care and protection and youth justice facilities at the moment. This means staff will now understand what the expectations of them are and what the consequences of them are if they are not followed. An example of this training is provided would be de-escalation training and specific trauma-informed training. And I am happy with the progress that has already occurred and the trajectory of care within these residential facilities. But I can assure you we are doing everything in our power to help these young people turn their lives around and give them the opportunities to make changes in their lives.
Supplementary. How will she ensure employment conditions are improved at Epuni, where vacancies struggle to be filled, staff work double shifts, feel like they can't take leave and don't receive specialist training?
Mr. Speaker, once again, I suspect the member is referring to a report that was written in April. We have had comprehensive comprehensive hiring plan in place. We have looked at the culture around the residential facilities and the care and protection facilities. We are rolling out processes so that the things the member has raised today do not continue and life is better for the young people within those residences.
Supplementary. What action will she take in response to Mana Mokopuna's finding that Ipuni, a site of historic abuse and care, continues to cause trauma to past residents who are whānau of current residents?
Mr. Speaker, I think over the last few questions I have answered that question. We have rolled out 80 new operating practices. We are training people in de-escalation training. We are doing specific trauma-informed training for staff. We are supporting management to make sure that they have the tools they need to do their job and deal with things when they aren't being done properly.
Question 8, Catherine Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Development and Employment. What recent reports has she seen on the time spent by people on welfare?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Speaker, MSD's latest Benefit Systems Insight report contains some very sobering forecasts of how long people on welfare are expected to require benefit support over their lifetimes. Some of the more concerning findings are that people under the age of 25 on main benefits are now forecast to spend an average of about 20 more years on benefit over their lifetimes. Under 25s on job seeker support are forecast to spend on average about 18 more years on a benefit. Those under 20 who are receiving a youth benefit are forecast to spend an average of 23 more years on a benefit. And work-ready job seeker support beneficiaries of all ages are forecast to spend on average about 13 more years on a benefit. These findings highlight how bad welfare dependency has become in recent years and underscore the urgent need for our Welfare That Works reforms to get more people off welfare and into work.
Supplementary. How do these forecasts compare to estimates in 2017?
Mr. Speaker, many of the estimated future years for different population groups of beneficiaries have increased significantly since 2017. For instance, the estimate that young people under 25 on a main benefit are forecast to spend an average of about 20 more years on a benefit is 39% longer than it was in 2017. The forecast for job seeker support beneficiaries under 25 will spend an average of about 18 more years on a benefit is 49% longer than 2017. And these reports also show the blame can't be placed at the feet of COVID, as the trend of people spending longer on benefits set in well before the pandemic, and the 2022 report stated its effects had mostly passed. By the end of 2019, exit rates for job seeker benefits had already fallen to levels not seen since the unemployment benefit exit rates dropped at the peak of the global financial crisis, even though unemployment was relatively low at the time.
Supplementary.
It was, a very long answer. I think answers should be more concise than that. Catherine Webb.
What other insights does this modelling tell us about people on benefits?
We proactively released this report in its entirety, something that I know the previous government didn't do, because we are open with the risk factors that contribute to some people being on benefit. These risk factors include growing up in a benefit-dependent household, low educational achievement, mental health issues, time spent in social housing, and a history of run-ins with the justice system. Addressing these risk factors is critical for the government, and members will recognise that many of them are reflected in the government's targets. Our government will not tread the same path that has denied the opportunity to some of our most vulnerable. We want to make a practical difference in the lives of New Zealanders.
Supplementary.
Ricardo Mendes-March.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why is she bringing work for the dole back from the dead as a punitive sanction when the evidence and official advice is clear that, quote, work for the dole programs do not increase the probability of participants moving off the benefit and into employment, end quote, and instead, quote, participants remain on benefit longer than would otherwise be the case.
Yeah, that was also a very long question. So.
Mr. Speaker, it's completely outside the scope of this particular report, but let me answer the risk factors that the member is so interested that contribute to people being on welfare for longer are why we are introducing measures like the traffic lights to support people into work faster.
You don't need to. That was well and truly in scope of the primary question, with all due respect.
Supplementary. Supplementary. What are the government's plans to support young job seekers?
Point of order. Ricardo Mendes March.
So in the supplementary question, I talked about her policy, which she received advice around the probability of people staying on the benefit and the length of people that will stay on the benefit as a result of that policy. That's very much directly in line with the question in relationship to a report that talks about forecasts of time that people would spend on the benefit.
Yeah.
It may have been a long supplementary question, but that's just the advice that she received that I was quoting.
Yeah, that's right. I already agree with you.
But, do you just jump into the next supplementary question? I would like the Minister to actually address my question rather than say she's going to answer another issue.
Well, with respect, she did. Catherine Webb.
Supplementary. What are the government's plans to support job seekers into work?
Mr. Speaker, the job ahead of us to address this deep-rooted causes of welfare dependency are considerable, but so is our government's commitment to supporting more people into work and a greater life. Some of the things we've introduced already are a new phone-based case management service, 2,100 more places for young people to get community job coaching, more regular work seminars to support people with their job searching, and a traffic light system to help them stay on track with their benefit obligations. We are determined, Mr. Speaker, to reduce the number on job seeker benefit by 50,000 within 6 years, because we know the difference that work makes.
Question 9, Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Children. Does she stand by her statement that this military-style academy has nothing to do with the boot camps of the past, which were absolutely horrendous? If so, does she support giving third-party military-style academy providers the power to use force against young people?
The Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the first part of the question, yes. The boot camps of the past I was referring to were run decades ago with untrained staff, no proper oversight, and in an isolated setting with appalling conditions. In response to the second part of the question, yes. This may mean in the future we can extend the enabling community and partnership arrangements to have Section 396 providers able to be involved in the military-style academies and to be able to work alongside oranga tamariki in the lives of young people. This may be iwi, where they wouldn't have been able to otherwise.
Supplementary. Does she agree with the advice from oranga tamariki officials that the provision of powers to use force may result in harm if not used appropriately, and if not, why not?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's why it must be used appropriately.
Supplementary. Who is correct? The Prime Minister, who said his preference was not to use force, or the Minister who said in a leaked cabinet paper that I consider that clear authority is needed for the use of force?
Mr. Speaker, I won't be referring to a document that I have been unable to verify.
Supplementary. What does she say to the Prime Minister who said, quote, "What I'm interested in is, have we got the layers of child safeguarding?" when her paper had no safeguards?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do agree with the Prime Minister. We do need a proper level of safeguarding. That's why we need to have the discussion when there are risks involved. There are risks involved in everything we do, Mr. Speaker. The whole point is making sure we mitigate those risks. You get in a car, you put on a seatbelt. You get in a boat, you put on a life jacket. This is about us giving the young people the life jacket and the seatbelt they need to better their lives.
Supplementary.
Yep, when the House settles.
Has she learned nothing from the Royal Commission into Abuse in Care that found that the lack of appropriate safeguards was a factor leading to the neglect, abuse and trauma of children in care experience?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're having the discussion around appropriate levels of safeguarding. That's why Mana Mokopuna, the Ombudsman and multiple other agencies have been involved in the process of these military academies. There is oversight, there is proper training, and there are facilities that we've actually invested in instead of letting them rot.
Question 10, Miles Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Trade. What actions has the government taken to support trade with the Middle East?
The Honourable Nicola Craig.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Trade, it is an exciting time to be a New Zealand exporter. Following the conclusion of the UAE trade agreement in September, our exceptional Trade Minister Todd McLeod last week announced the conclusion of yet another deal, this time with the six-nation GCC after almost 20 years of negotiations. Mr. Speaker, about 70% of New Zealand's trade is already covered by arrangements, but until recently, the Gulf region had been a major omission in that coverage. That's why our government has moved very quickly to unblock progress and prioritise a successful and quick conclusion to the negotiations.
Fantastic. Supplementary. Why is this trade deal with the GCC significant?
Mr. Speaker, the GCC is the 9th largest economy in the world and our 7th largest export destination. To date, this is the highest quality deal GCC has ever entered into, and significantly for New Zealand, it's first with a major agricultural exporter. The deal delivers duty-free access for 99% of our exports over 10 years, and when combined with our recently concluded UAE deal, 51% of our exports to the region will enter tariff-free from day one.
Well done.
Supplementary. How will this agreement with the GCC benefit New Zealanders?
Mr. Speaker, the GCC is a growing market for New Zealand goods and exports, with two-way trade between New Zealand and GCC worth over $3 billion in the last year, and dairy alone accounting for $1.8 billion. Products like dairy, industrial products, red meat and horticultural products will have locked-in preferential duty-free access to that market, putting money into the back pockets of New Zealand farmers and manufacturers.
Supplementary. What is new and innovative about this deal?
Mr. Speaker, the agreement promotes sustainable development policies and outcomes, recognising the importance of using labour and environment laws for legitimate purposes, effectively enforcing these laws and not weakening them to solely encourage trade and investment. For example, it affirms the International Labour Organisation's fundamental principles and rights at work. That is a first for the GCC in a trade agreement, and facilitates cooperation on matters relating to labour, including compliance and enforcing mechanisms for labour rights. It also recognises the importance of women's economic empowerment, including commitments to fostering women's entrepreneurship, exchanging best practice related to policies and programs, and includes a commitment to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Finally, Mr. Speaker, New Zealand has also secured our Treaty of Waitangi exception to allow us to meet our treaty obligations.
Now he's happy.
Deliver that speech next week.
Good, that's all the excitement over. Debbie Nauru Paka, question 11.
Tēnā koe te pika. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by his government statements and actions?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, and especially our action to turn around New Zealand's unacceptable level of achievement in maths education. We are not prepared to sit by and accept that 4 out of 5 year 8s are not at the expected curriculum benchmark. So yesterday we announced the latest step in our Make It Count's Maths Action Plan, a pilot program with intensive support for 2,000 intermediate age students who've fallen behind the required curriculum level. We are giving the teachers the tools they need to set students up for success and a future with more opportunities than their parents had.
Supplementary. Why have Māori faced disproportionately high rates of benefit sanctions and cancellations compared to non-Māori?
What I'd say is that we are determined to make sure every New Zealander, Māori or non-Māori, understands that they live in a country filled with rights and responsibilities. They have simple obligations. Get a resume, get a resume, show up to the job interview, check in with your case manager, and your fellow New Zealander will support you on a pathway to work. But you have an obligation to look for work, to participate in work, and if you don't, we'll sanction your benefits.
Supplementary. Why has the government's current housing strategy failed to adequately address the ongoing disparities faced by the 10,000 Māori households still on the waiting list?
Well, what I'm incredibly proud about is the incredible work that Minister Tamapoataka has been doing to actually reduce emergency housing in this country, because that was a shame from the previous administration, and to see over 1,500 kids moved out of motels into proper houses is absolutely fantastic. And I thought if you cared about the kids, you'd back the policy. Thank you very much.
Supplementary.
Where are they?
Why has the government failed to effectively address the disproportionately high rate of suspected suicide amongst tangata Māori, which remains above the national average?
Again, this is a cross-party effort to work on suicide across New Zealand. We have a lot more work to do, as was evidenced in the last few weeks.
Supplementary. How does the government justify the slow processing of taku taimoana applications which directly affect Māori land rights and sovereignty?
Again, as we've talked before, what we're doing is making sure we go back to the legislation before that balance the interests of New Zealanders and also customary title for Māori. This is making sure that we go back to what was intended by this Parliament rather than the lowering of the threshold interpreted by the courts.
Supplementary. Will he meet with the tens of thousands of tangata whenua and tangata moana who are arriving with the hikoi at Parliament 12 o'clock November the 19th?
My schedule hasn't been confirmed, and I haven't heard when they're arriving.
Very busy. Very busy. There's a country to run.
Question 12, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Tēnā koe te mana whakawā. My question is to the Minister of Justice. Does he consider that all of the appointments made or recommended by are suitably qualified and appropriately politically neutral?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Yes. In particular, the recent appointment of the Honourable Justice Simon Moore, KC, as Chair of the Electoral Commission, very well qualified and appointed with a unanimous support from all parties across the House.
Supplementary. Why was he satisfied that Dr Stephen Rainbow had the legal knowledge required by Section 12C of the Human Rights Act to be qualified for the appointment as Chief Human Rights Commissioner?
Because I was, he has a wide-ranging experience in terms of expressing strong views and making a good case for the importance of civil rights and human rights in New Zealand. The expectation has never been that you had to be an academic in human rights law, that the legislation indicates that you have to have an understanding of human rights law, and I think that's appropriate. We've got every confidence that he'll do an excellent job.
Supplementary. Is it politically neutral for Dr Rainbow to have messaged the ACT Chief of Staff on 12 December 2023, the pushback you guys are facing is not unexpected, but it is still incredible. Am keen to help if you're needing any assistance. A gay human rights commissioner, for example?
Well, the gentleman that the member is named is perfectly entitled to communicate with people on a range of issues. What I'm interested in is his ability to clearly stand up for and articulate the importance of human rights in New Zealand, and to do that in a way that is well communicated, and I've got every confidence he can do that.
Supplementary. Why did he appoint Dr Stephen Rainbow as Chief Human Rights Commissioner, given he is not suitably qualified, is not politically neutral, and was in fact assessed by an appointment panel of a retired Supreme Court judge, a former Attorney General, a King's Counsel and an iwi Chair Forum representative as not meeting appointment criteria to be a viable appointment?
Well, to the first part of the question, it is not I who appointed anybody, and he'll do a good job in that area.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Does the Minister consider that the quality of questions he's received in the last few minutes are evidence that maybe a law qualification's not everything?
That was not particularly helpful for the order of the House at all. The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just wait for the House to settle.
Isn't it simply the case that the appointment of Dr. Rainbow as the Chief Human Rights Commissioner is because he is a party stooge who will simply do the government's bidding?
Point of order. Point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
So that question cannot possibly stand. We just had a long presentation from the Leader of the Opposition defending someone who he believes was implicated last week. You cannot let that question stand.
Yeah, and I'm not going to. Thank you. That concludes oral questions. I've ruled on the point of order. Sorry. Yeah. That concludes oral questions. We'll take 30 seconds to exit the House before we move on to the next business. Eh? No.
I have a point of order.
I'd ask members to leave the House quietly without the conversations in the aisles. Point of order. The Honourable Karen McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I attempted to make this point of order before the conclusion of question time, but there was some confusion, so I hope you'll allow me to do it now. Last sitting week, before the recess, you undertook a commitment to the House to report back on a personal statement that was made and whether that met the requirements outlined in MacLEOD. And I was hoping you might be able to tell the House when we can expect that report back.
Look, it will be this week. Just it's something that needs to be properly considered. And there are people whose advice I'm wanting to take who have not been available to this point. The Honourable Simeon Brown.
I move that the sitting of the House today be extended into tomorrow morning for the second readings of the Building Earthquake-Prone Building Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill, the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Agricultural Obligations Amendment Bill, the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill, further consideration in Committee of the Contracts of Insurance Bill, and the interrupted debate on the second reading of the Fisheries, International Fishing and Other Matters Amendment Bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Noes have a party vote. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. Call on Government Orders of the Day, number 1.
Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill, first reading.
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the parliamentary website.
Mr Speaker, I move that the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Social Services and Community Committee to consider the bill, and at the appropriate time I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by the 6th of March 2025. Mr Speaker, the purpose of the bill is to strengthen the independent monitoring of the Oranga Tamariki system, or children's system, and make it crystal clear to children and young people who their advocate is. The Oranga Tamariki system is defined as the system that is responsible for providing services and support to children, young people and their families or whānau under or in connection with the Oranga Tamariki Act or the Children's and Young Persons Wellbeing Act of 1989. The oversight of the children's system was changed significantly in 2022 and 2 acts were introduced. The oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System Act 22 established the Independent Children's Monitor as the independent monitoring agency of the children's system and appointed the Ombudsman to investigate issues in the system as well as handle complaints about the system. At the same time, the Children and Young Persons Commission Act 22 established the Children and Young Persons Commission, equipping it with the functions, duties and powers to protect and advocate for the interests and wellbeing of all children and young people who have interacted with the system. This bill, Mr Speaker, intends to amend the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System Act and Children and Young Persons Commission Act, specifically to transition the monitor from a departmental agency to an independent Crown entity with a small multi-member board, and the Children and Young Persons Commission from an independent Crown entity led by a multi-member board to an independent Crown entity led by a single Children's Commissioner. Feedback on the 22 oversight of Oranga Tamariki System and Children and Young Persons Commission Bill raised concern about the monitor's independence, suggesting that a departmental agency might not be as fully independent of political considerations. This bill responds to those concerns that were raised by many submitters and will change the institutional arrangements of the monitor to an independent Crown entity to further strengthen its independence. This bill requires experience and knowledge from the monitor's board members to ensure that they possess the necessary skills and knowledge such as quality assurance, data governance and a strong understanding of the care system to assume these important roles. Feedback on the 22 oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System and Children and Young Persons Commission Bill also emphasised the idea of having a single individual acting in the role of advocate, in other words, having a clear Children's Commissioner. This bill addresses this concern, again, that was raised by multiple submitters, very strong community views, and so this bill addresses the concern by disestablishing the current 5-member board model of the Commission and returning to a single Children's Commissioner. The value in having 2 distinct roles and voices in the oversight system cannot be overstated. The Independent Children's Monitor plays the role of neutral observer and reporter, and the Children's Commissioner has a separate role in amplifying the concerns and advocating strongly on behalf of children, young people and their whānau. Keeping the monitor separate from the advocate role of the Children's Commissioner will help ensure that their work continues to be impartial, which of course is vital to its role. However, I acknowledge that the Monitor, the Children's Commissioner and the Ombudsman are only part of the oversight of the children's system and need to work collectively to give effect to their separate but complementary functions. For the Monitor to perform its role well and to influence change, it needs to have the trust of communities and to be a trusted advisor to government, independent of any specific policy positions or considerations. Equally, to be an effective advocate, the Children's Commissioner often needs to take and promote a strong position, sometimes publicly. The Children's Commissioner must be able to do this freely and without fear of impacting the work of the Monitor. The Monitor and the Commission, along with the Ombudsman, are also working closely together to ensure the monitoring, advocacy and complaints roles are properly joined up to best support our most vulnerable children and young people. These agencies are taking a no wrong door approach, which means regardless of which agency is approached, either for complaint or for feedback, they will direct people to the right place. The bill also covers consequential and transitional arrangements for the Monitor and the Commission to ensure smooth transition of functions. I'm sure, Mr Speaker, every member of the House will recognise how important the work is both of the Monitor and of the Commission. So to minimise any disruption to both entities' work, The bill provides that the Chief Executive of the Monitor will continue as Chief Executive of the new independent Crown entity from 1 year from commencement date. And similarly, the current Chief Children's Commissioner will also become the Children's Commissioner for 1 year from the commencement date of the bill. Continuing the current Chief Children's Commissioner's role will help to build on the visibility of the position and strengthen their existing relationships with children and young people, which of course is critical to the success of their role. The timing of our changes addresses and complements some of the findings that were provided in the final report of the abuse in care that was the Royal Commission of Inquiry. A key finding of the report is that the state failed to ensure that there was robust independent oversight and monitoring of all care settings that interacted effectively for people at risk, and that robust and independent oversight and monitoring is a critical way of ensuring that care providers fulfil their duties to people in care, including detecting when they are not complying with applicable laws, regulations, policies, or providing safe and quality care. This view was shared by many, including the Human Rights Commission, which in its final report noted, and I quote, "Independence is crucial for the Independent Children's Monitor to achieve its objectives of providing objective and impartial monitoring of the oranga tamariki system. A monitor that is not completely independent of government will struggle to gain the public trust and confidence that is necessary to address the failures of abuse in care," end quote. Mr. Speaker, many people will not be surprised by these two simple but very important changes to the oversight of the oranga tamariki system. There was very clear feedback when the 22 legislation was introduced and open for submissions, so we are resolving two of the issues that were very strongly submitted on at the time. Mr. Speaker, overall this bill strengthens the independent monitoring of the oranga tamariki or children's system and makes it crystal clear to children and young people who their advocate is. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Willa Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to take a call on this bill. Can I start by saying that we support this bill going to select committee, but that is qualified support. I want to address the two main proposals in the legislation. When Labor was in government, we started work on strengthening oversight of the children's system. The BT report highlighted how inadequate our system of oversight was, and Labor acted quickly to make it stronger. We established the Independent Child Monitor, and we enabled the Ombudsman to provide accessible and timely complaint and investigation processes for children and young people, and we boosted the diversity and advocacy powers through the Children and Young People's Commission. At the time, we also reduced the review period to 3 years instead of 5 to enable the review to take into account recommendations from the Royal Commission into abuse and state care. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the work of the Independent Child Monitor and the 5 Children's Commissioners in their tireless advocacy for children and young people and the work of the Ombudsman. But Mr. Speaker, I find it really difficult to be speaking on this proposed changes to legislation to improve the oversight of the children's system when we have just had question time and serious questions being asked about safeguarding in the children's system to ensure when the ability to use force on children in custody is being discussed and debated and decided by Cabinet. I find it difficult to believe what the government is saying in terms of their desire to ensure that we have the best oversight and protection for our most vulnerable children and that we respect their advocate and the voices when the Minister for Children did not even bother to consult the Children's Commissioner on the proposed changes in the youth justice policy space. Mr. Speaker, we support any changes that will build the trust that has been spoken about in terms of the independence of the Independent Children's Monitor. But in terms of the changes to the Children's Commission, we do not support the reduction down to one single commissioner. When we established the Children and Young People's Commission, we put in place a model with 5 commissioners, led by the Chief Children's Commissioner. And we did this to get wider and more diverse representation on the Commission to enable more robust advocacy for children and young people. And because of that, we believe that we need diverse representation for children and young people, and we don't support those proposed changes in this legislation. Stakeholders have now had time to see in action the changes that Labor made, and we believe it is important to hear from stakeholders on this and their views on the current system and what this bill proposes. So we look forward to the Select Committee process, where submitters will be able to give us their views on the increase of children's commissioners to provide that diversity. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, this government has made significant cuts to Oranga Tamariki frontline services. They have introduced boot camps. They are repealing Section 7AA. And we have seen the benefits of having a robust system of oversight for our children, holding the government to account on behalf of children and young people. So, to reiterate, we support this legislation going to Select Committee. We support any enhancements to the independence of the Independent Children's Monitor. We do not support the reduction of commissioners for mana mokopuna. We look forward to the Select Committee process, and we challenge the government in all that it is doing across the children's system to ensure that we have the best safeguards and monitoring in place that is respected, that is sought out, that is consulted at every opportunity, so that we can ensure we are doing everything that we can possibly do to ensure we do not have a repeat of the abuse and care we had in the past. Kia ora, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa in support of the oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. As my former colleagues and the Minister have previously outlined, this omnibus bill amends two key acts. The Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Act 2022 and the Children and Young Persons Commission Act 2022. Specifically, it makes changes to the legislative status of the 2 core agencies in the Children's Oversight and Monitoring System. It changes Te Aotearoa Tamariki from a departmental agency within the Education Review Office to an independent Crown entity. Secondly, it reverts mana mokopuna, Children and Young People's Commission, to a single commissioner model. Mr. Speaker, in supporting this bill, I want to acknowledge its origins. Changes to the Children's Oversight and Monitoring System were introduced in 2022. The Greens previously opposed changes that separated the children's advocacy and monitoring functions for 2 main reasons, as it risked weakening both roles and compromised the independence of the children's oversight system, and having the monitor as a departmental agency within the Education Review Office risked the autonomy of the monitor itself. Mr. Speaker, the Greens are pleased to see the changes in this bill addressing these concerns now. The Children's Monitor will have greater independence by being established as a fully standalone ICE. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the incredible mahi of the Monitor and those working within it. These kai mahi uplift the stories, experience and reality of tamariki across the motu. They do this daily while respecting the mana and dignity of tamariki and the experiences they seek to uplift. I want to acknowledge the integral mahi of the monitor since its inception in 2022. There have been many reports published by the monitor, from tamariki's access to primary health care, to tamariki's experience of returning home after state care. But, Mr. Speaker, the report that sticks with me the most is towards a stronger safety net to prevent abuse of children, which centres on the tragic case of Malachi Schubeck's death and the state's repeated failings. It concluded that tamariki are no safer in New Zealand than they were at the time of Malachi's death. These incident reports are a vital part of our oversight system and make sure we care for our tamariki by holding a mirror to the decision makers within agencies and the government so that we can make evidence-based decisions that reflect the needs of the community and centre the children. As I have said previously, the Greens support the intent of giving the monitor further independence. However, increased independence cannot substitute for adequate funding. The Greens continue to call for sustained funding increases to ensure that the monitor can effectively uphold decision making, continue to keep decision makers accountable. I want to acknowledge this government for listening to those on the front lines of our care system in New Zealand within this bill. Last week, I had the privilege of meeting again with Voice Whakarongo Mai and recognising the incredible mahi they do nationwide to support care experienced tamariki. And I want to share the words of Marilyn Huxford, National Care Experience Youth Participation Advisor, who said, quote, "Reverting to an appointed Children's Commissioner will simplify things for tamariki. With an identifiable and reliable person there for them to turn to, I'm so pleased to finally see a government decision about the care sector being informed by those who are care experienced," end quote. This bill reflects the commitment to centring the voices of those with lived care experience in our care response, which the Greens wholeheartedly support. However, this cannot and must not stop here. The government and Crown have profoundly failed survivors of abuse in care, and next week we have this apology, and we need to make sure that we are advocating for all 138 recommendations to be implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call on the Honourable Karen Chua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an absolute privilege to rise on behalf of ACT in support of the oversight of the Aotearoa Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. When I first came to Parliament, I came out of sheer frustration around, in my community, seeing and hearing issues that I knew about growing up, dealing with care myself. And my mission from day one coming into Parliament is to make a real true difference when it comes to young people in care and making sure that whilst they're in care, they're safe. And so I am grateful to the work of Honourable Louise Upston in this space because while I was in opposition, I was firmly opposed to the changes that were made in 2022, which muddied the waters of how a young person or a person who wanted to find a way to have a voice when things were going wrong didn't know who to turn to or where to go. There cannot be gaps in our system when it comes to responding to reports of kids being in danger or kids being hurt or harmed in care. And we need to make it simple, Mr. Speaker. We need to make it a no wrong door policy so that no matter where a young person or a family member goes, they can be directed to the exact right person who can monitor for them and the exact right person who can advocate for them. I truly understand the importance of a transparent system when it comes to children in care, making sure that they are being provided with absolutely everything that they need and everything that they should have whilst in the care of Oranga Tamariki. Children in state care deserve a truly accountable system, and that means having a truly independent and accountable advocate in their corner. We need to gain back the trust, Mr. Speaker. Things that are coming up now, where we're hearing stories of how children screamed and cried for help, where they approached multiple agencies, multiple people to say they were being hurt and harmed, and nothing was done. This is unacceptable, and it cannot continue. And we will do everything in our power in this government to make sure that we put measures in place through bills like this one, where young people's voices can be heard easier, they will be listened to, and their concerns will be actioned appropriately. And I have every faith that this will bring back some of that trust that has been lost in a system that is meant to protect our young people. There are many changes going on, Mr. Speaker, within not just Oranga Tamariki, but multiple agencies across government who have involvement with children in care. And we must make sure that there are appropriate people who have that independence and that ability to speak up without fear of doing so. So I truly am grateful for this bill. It's been a long time coming, Mr. Speaker. Listening to the submissions when the changes were made in 2022 were heartbreaking. It was like listening to people once again screaming out to be heard and once again being ignored. And so I hope that this legislation being put through Parliament right now shows that we are listening, that we have taken on board the submissions from the changes in 2022 and the concerns from not only young people, but organisations within the community, from multiple different areas, including hapu and iwi, that were concerned about oversight for their young children. And it's just to reinforce, we listened, we heard, and we're keeping our promise as a government to make those changes that not only ACT campaigned on, but alongside Honourable Minister Upson,
the member's time
make a
has
change.
come to an end. Tanya Onkovich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. I'd like to firstly just thank the member prior to me for her heartfelt contribution and the tireless and dedicated work that she is giving to this space in the care of our children and young people. So, as already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, this is an omnibus bill with a single broad policy to enhance the oversight and the monitoring of the Oranga Tamariki system. So many of the technical things have already been mentioned, but one of the things I will speak about is whilst the Children and Young Persons Commission is now in a board model and is now being reduced to a sole position, sole commission, it will also have a deputy in order to be there in the event of any absences and to ensure that there is a steady flow of work and process. The other change is the independent monitoring, the independent child monitor, which is now an independent Crown entity. Now, one of the great things about this is that it will be governed by a board of 3 members, and they will all have expertise in the area of Oranga Tamariki. processes, systems, duty governance, and also just ensuring that, like an audit, everything is done properly, efficiently, and the most important thing is that the intent of the bill is covered, and that is the care of our children and our young people. So in summary, the outcome of the bill is to improve the outcomes for our children and young people. It will ensure independence and also ensure that the processes are not only efficient and effective, but people are accountable, there will be independence, and with the separation between advocacy and monitoring, then it will be the beginning of the rebuilding of trust in organisations where it comes to the care and safety of our children. So I will keep it brief. New Zealand First supports the bill and I commend it to the House. Thank you.
Seeking the call.
Yes.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Tēnā hoki koe. Tēnā koe e te māngai, a tēnā tātou katoa e te whare. It's probably less of a pleasure and more of a duty to stand and bring a particular angle to this discussion and to this bill. To say that Pāti Māori, we'll support it to Select Committee with the conditions which I'm going to express in my kōrero today, Mr. Speaker. And so, having been a social worker and then a care and protection social worker in the time in which the Children and Young Persons and Their Families Act came to be. So, I've got some insight both clinically, culturally and technically in terms of how these bills and pieces of legislation and law come into action and don't always hit the mark, unfortunately, when it's on the ground. So I want to so that's a bit of the backdrop for my discussion. Weighing heavily on our collective Māori consciousness is the well-being of our mokopuna Māori. So it concerns me that 80% of children, all children abused in state care institutions are tamariki Māori. The time for action must be now, yet the actions we see from the coalition government tell a different story. This bill intends to improve oversight and monitoring of oranga tamariki, and we've heard all the technical bits, how that's described, making structural changes to the Independent Children's Monitor. If government is truly committed to structural changes, and it is actually sincere about the care and protection of Vokapuna Māori, this seems to me tinkering at the edges yet again. This bill, this idea, this insight behind it all. And here's part of why I'm talking like this. So there's the tinkering on the edges, but then there's the 7AA deal, which ironically, if this is about monitoring and taking care of and keeping an eye on all New Zealand mokopuna children, right? Yet to take away, to dismantle a cultural paradigm, a clinical paradigm under 7AA, which is now dismissed. It's off the books. We will treat you just like any other children, and any other child, any other New Zealander. You see the difficulty that we have as a party with that is that, again, it does not at all really deal with structural change in any real significant way, Mr. Speaker. And so we want this to go to Select Committee. We want to listen to the stories that are bound to come through. But again, it just feels another piece of tinkering on the edges, and over here dismantling of Section 7AA, tinkering on the edges and reintroducing boot camps, tinkering on the edges and then coming back to the potential abuse in custody with a military-styled model. Why do I know this? Because my memory working in the field tells me this. Despite the reassurances or the comments from the Minister, I'm not confident at all, and many of us are not. And on the 19th, I think we'll get to see that a little bit more closely outside on the grounds. Seeking to improve oversight and monitoring of Oranga Tamariki through the re-establishment of an independent children's monitoring board is a minor structural improvement. The independent authority would see the return of Tamariki and Mokopuna Māori. So, coming to what we would replace it with, or we would ask the House to consider, is our Mokopuna Māori Authority. This independent authority would see the return of Tamariki and Mokopuna Māori from state care back into the rightful care of Te Iwi Māori. And I heard the Minister refer to a Section 396. Again, an attempt back in the 1989, 1990s, I used to approve 396s. I think over the whole time I was in the department, I maybe did 3 or 4. The idea is good, but the implementation and the practice is hopeless. And I'm interested to see whether that's going to be any different this time. I fear it won't. The Mokopuna Authority would both assert and protect the rights of our people promised in Te Hakaputunga and Te Titio Waitangi. It will be the primary national agency that prioritises whakapapa because whānau do know what's best for their own. Whānau order is a perfect expression of that. Whānau order is by Māori, for Māori, and I see I've run out of time. What a shame. Tēnā tātou.
Joseph Mooney.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the government side of the House, Mr Speaker, to speak in support of the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill at its first reading. This does two things essentially, Mr Speaker. It ensures the independence of the Children's Monitor, and secondly, it creates a standalone Children's Commissioner. The objectives that this then delivers, Mr Speaker, well, the overall policy objective is to improve outcomes for children and young people in New Zealand through structural changes which will enhance the visibility of the Children's Commissioner, which will become part of this process, and make a one single person who will be the visible and identifiable face for advocacy in New Zealand, which is one really key point. The second thing, Mr Speaker, that this will do, that is a very important thing, it will strengthen the independence of the Children's Monitor. So this will take this out of where it's currently, which is currently part of the Education Review Office, and will make the Independent Children's Monitor an independent Crown entity, so separate from government. The importance of that, Mr Speaker, is to enhance confidence in people that who wish to raise issues of concern, that this is independent from any government agency or government, and also to ensure that this Commissioner is strictly focused simply on their role, which is to ensure the well-being of New Zealand children is being adequately addressed by other government agencies. And in particular, Mr Speaker, it's the independent monitoring of the Oranga Tamariki system, which we have heard over the last few years, just the number of challenges that that has. So this, Mr Speaker, is a very good piece of legislation that will enhance the system of monitoring that we have of the Oranga Tamariki system, and will enhance confidence that New Zealanders have in this, and I commend it to the House.
Speaker.
Honourable Jenny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call on the oversight of the Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. Labor supports this bill to Select Committee. In general, we support the changes of making the Children's Monitor to become an independent entity, and we recognise the benefits. This bill changes that monitor to be outside of government, and it changes the constitutional arrangements to enable that to sit aside and be independent from government. Having a clear Children's Commissioner is a good thing. Where we have reservations, Mr Speaker, is the disestablishment of the board of 5 members. We believe that having that board provides additional diversity and a range of views if we are truly going to have
children's interests and their well-being at heart. So that particular issue, we look forward to hearing submissions from the public on that. As noted in the initial speech, the Royal Commission has stated that there wasn't robust oversight of our children and young people in New Zealand, and we need to learn from those mistakes in the past. So we look forward to these changes bringing an increased level of transparency. And as the Minister for Children pointed out in her speech, it is really at the heart of the matter about rebuilding trust within our community, about rebuilding that trust in order for communities to be able to report, for children to be protected, and for there to be a more positive relationship going forward. I completely agree with rebuilding trust being at the heart and the necessity of the issues that underpin child welfare and child well-being. My problem is, Mr Speaker, is that many of the actions this government has taken, particularly in this space of protecting the well-being of children, has gone to do the antithesis of that, which is to cause increased mistrust within the public. Cutting critical frontline jobs at Oranga Tamariki means that there are frontline workers who are no longer there doing that good work. Contracts for Oranga Tamariki that enable children to be kept within their whānau, to be kept out of state care. Some of those key contracts right across the country have been cut. So those things, I believe, Mr Speaker, undermine trust in our system and undermine that ability for good reporting to take place. We've also seen the repeal of Section 7AA, which, strangely enough, when you look through the legislative statement here, it states that this bill we're talking about is consistent with the government's Treaty of Waitangi obligations, and the bill retains provisions intended to recognise and respect the Crown's responsibility to give effect to Tiriti o Waitangi. So it's great that that's still in there, Mr Speaker. The other point I would make in relation to the rebuilding of trust and how important that is for this piece of legislation is the fact that a lot of the young people we are talking about, whether they be in state care or within their own families, have been victims of family or sexual violence. I have a deep concern that some of the cost cutting this government has done, whether it be police pulling back from family violence or whether it be no additional funding for Te Ao Rere Kura to build a network of support within our communities for family violence, that again undermines the trust and the ability for reporting to take place. And then finally, we have heard today, Mr Speaker, that the military-style boot camps, that they will potentially now be able to have force used at them. And it is disheartening that the Prime Minister did not know that had happened in Cabinet when questioned about that in the media. That does not go to building trust. So while it is great we have a bill that's having an independent Children's Commissioner, there are a range of actions that have been taken by this government that undermine the trust that we need to build in New Zealand if we are really serious about preventing harm to our children, violence not only within state care but also within our communities. And we have a big job ahead of us to do. I look forward to the submissions, and I encourage submitters, anyone at home who's tuning in, to put their views in and make them heard loud and clear at Select Committee. It's a very important part of our democratic process that your voices are heard as part of the consideration of this legislation.
Paulo Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the Oversight Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill covers two broad areas of change. One is to strengthen independent monitoring of the Oranga Tamariki system, and the second is to strengthen advocacy for children and young people's issues. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to clarify the roles and responsibilities of the government agencies that are charged with overseeing New Zealand's child protection system. And and it includes and must include greater advocacy and independence. Mr. Speaker, the bill will change the Independent Children's Monitor from being a departmental agency under the Education Review Office to an independent Crown entity. This is designed to ensure independent monitoring, particularly as it is separated entirely from government. The bill returns the Children and Young People's Commission into a single commissioner, taking it away from a 5-member board structure. This, in turn, will give children and young people a single and visible advocate. It ensures that those transitioning out of care know who their advocate is, should there be any issues. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, the bill is aimed at improving outcomes for children and all young people in New Zealand. I commend this bill to the House.
Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to listen to the debate this afternoon and to hear that there is seems to be support across the House, although cautious support from us here in Labour. And as I've been listening, there's the old phrase that everyone knows about, it takes a village to raise a child. But I really think sometimes you need to flip that around and consider it takes a child to remind us our responsibility to the village. And I think looking at this legislation, and I was actually a member of the Social Services and Community Committee last term. I was Deputy Chair when we went through this process. And the challenge for me then, and the challenge for me now is again, what is my responsibility to my village and for the sake of our tamariki, of our rangatahi. And I know that it was challenging when we went through the process, and many of my colleagues from previous years and my friends and my own community did question, particularly around the 5-person board. But I came to a place, Mr. Speaker, where I did support it wholeheartedly. And the reason I did was because it was around diversity, and it was around the whole concept of you often have to be able to see yourself to be able to actually reach out and to seek the help you need. And we had people like the Honourable Karen Shaw, we had people like the previous speaker and other members speaking about it's clumsy and it's difficult to, having a 5-person board as opposed to one commissioner. But my challenge back to that is you need to be able to see yourself to actually be in the space or have the ability to actually connect and actually seek out the necessary help. And I look through back from when the first iteration of the Children's Commissioner was established in 1989, and there were 8 Children's Commissioners up until we brought this new piece of legislation in 2022. Of the 8, 2 were female. And of the 2, only 2 are Māori. And of course, funny that the 2 wahine were also Māori. And so of those 8 commissioners, that what it was. And I just think that's where we need to look very carefully about who is stepping up and representing us in this space. So my challenge as we take this and cautiously take it to the Select Committee is for us to listen carefully to the advocates, listen carefully to stakeholders around how it has actually worked in the last 2 years in terms of having the 5-member board. What was good about it, maybe what was challenging about it, but the fact that we need to be able to see ourselves in that space. So the second part I want to briefly talk about is in terms of, I guess, my role in my whole life pretty much, particularly my adult life, in terms of working with young people and their families. And the fact, coming back to that village scenario, it's around how do we in this House always look deeply into legislation that actually the child is at the centre of that. So that's where I have concerns, but I'm willing to commend the bill today, to go to select committee, to look and to listen and to understand where we actually can best do what we can for the sake of our rangatahi, for the sake of our tamariki. And the Minister putting the bill through this afternoon, we sat in the select committee last term and we went through this. And as I said at the start, it was challenging, but I thought we needed to look at a different way of doing it. And so willing to move forward and for us as the Labour Party to support this bill and to really critique it, to pull it apart, but to listen carefully to our stakeholders and those engaged, particularly at the coalface of working with our rangatahi and our tamariki. So, Mr Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Rima Nakale.
Mr Speaker, I too rise in support of this bill that the Honourable Louise Upston has brought to the House, the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill. We're in the first reading, Mr Speaker, and I to tackle what the Speaker before me said in terms of acknowledging that something different was tried, but I'm glad that this bill seeks to go back to having that one voice that's going to be there to advocate for our tamariki, for our children. And that's important, Mr Speaker, because it's such a delicate advocacy, that a balance of advocacy that's taking place in the realm of oranga tamariki, of our tamariki, of our rangatahi. Mr Speaker, this bill, essentially there's two areas of change that this bill seeks to establish. Strengthening the independent monitoring of oranga tamariki, the system there, and strengthening, as we said, the advocacy for our young people's issues generally. And this is going to be done by making the monitoring independent, and that's something that our Minister has stressed. And in August of this year, she said that we want to give our children a greater voice. In May of this year, she said there's going to be stronger oversight for our most vulnerable children. Mr Speaker, this bill, I'm glad that it's got the support of the whole House. It will go to select committee and go through those avenues that it needs to go to. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill be considered by the Social Services and Community Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Honourable Louise Upston.
I move that the Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill be reported to the House by the 6th of March 2025.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Policing, Police Vetting Amendment Bill, first reading.
The Honourable Mark Mitchell.
I present a legislative statement on the Police Vetting Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
I move that the Police Vetting Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. The Police Vetting Service contributes to public safety and national security by providing over 650,000 police vets each year to support approved agencies to make informed decisions about individuals, primarily appointing individuals to roles in contact with children and vulnerable adults. This bill provides a statutory framework for the Police Vetting Service and will provide clear and consistent policy for police and users of the service. It will clarify the information considered and the tests police applies before releasing information. This will assist vetting users to understand what to expect when engaging with the Police Vetting Service. Mr Speaker, I note that the bill implements a key recommendation contained in a 2016 joint review undertaken by the Office of the Privacy Commissioner and the Independent Police Conduct Authority to provide greater clarity around vetting. The bill sets out that the purpose of police vetting is to assist agencies with their decision-making about roles that involve the care and safety of children, young people and vulnerable adults, roles that involve the education of children or young people, roles that involve law enforcement or national security, and immigration or citizenship-related decisions. The bill provides that a vetting request can only be made by an agency that is either required under law to obtain a police vet or that police considers appropriate to make a vetting request. A vetting request may only be made if it is related to the purpose of police vetting, and police do not require any person to be police vetted. Around 14,000 agencies are approved by police to request police vets to assist with their decision-making about individuals and circumstances that meet the purpose of police vetting. A police vet is only provided with the consent of the vetting subject and can only be provided to an approved agency. It is a point-in-time assessment of police-held information. The bill provides that the criminal conviction history must be released subject to the Criminal Records Clean Slate Act 2004. The bill also sets out the categories of non-conviction information police considers for release. These include active or past charges, warrants, infringement offences, demerit points, overseas convictions, if held, family violence incidents, investigations that did not result in charges, and interactions that the vetting subject has had with police. It is important to note that just because non-conviction information may be considered for release does not mean that it will be released. Non-conviction information may only be released if it is relevant to the purpose for which the police vet is sought. Police is also required to take reasonable steps to ensure the information is accurate and not misleading. The bill also recognises that 4 categories of information are particularly sensitive and should be subject to additional disclosure tests before being released. This occurs where the information is subject to a suppression order, is about a person when they were under 18, where it relates to mental health or substance abuse information, or if it relates to involvement in family violence as a witness or a victim. 10% of police vets include only a criminal conviction history, and less than 5% include a summary of relevant non-conviction information. The bill requires police vets for children's workers who are regulated under the Children's Act to be updated when they are charged or convicted of a specified serious offence. This reflects current practice. The bill also enables police, in agreed circumstances and with the consent of the vetting subject, to arrange with an agency to provide updates on a police vet, for example, if a person was charged or convicted of serious offences. Mr Speaker, the bill provides for the service to continue in substantially the same manner as at present. However, it also enables police to deliver future service improvements which would require further investment in systems that could enhance public safety and increase the efficiency of the service. This includes enabling police to specify a class of individuals who can be authorised to request a police vet on themselves, noting that police vets will always be provided directly to approved agencies. This could enable the police vet to be provided to more than one approved agency at once, so long as they all needed it for the same purpose. The bill also provides an indemnity for police from liability for any actions taken in good faith responding to a police vet. This is similar to the approach taken in the Privacy Act and the Official Information Act 1982. Given the public safety interest in providing police vets, I consider it appropriate to provide this indemnity, which will encourage police to err on the side of releasing information. Mr Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Mr Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed. The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Labor supports this piece of legislation. It's been a while in the making, but the improvements this makes seeks to protect vulnerable people from harm, and it's an important system that we believe provides reassurance in places where it's needed. Police initiated the review via the Independent Police Conduct Authority back in 2016, and the review recommended that a statutory framework needed to be developed in order to address a lack of legislative policy direction and uncertainties and legal risks to all parties when police vets are conducted. And so this is a response to that inquiry, to that request from the IPCA. This bill amends the Policing Act from 2008 and seeks to address the recommendations of the IPCA review. The proposed statutory framework will allow police vetting services to operate as it does currently. However, the statutory framework, Mr Speaker, seeks to provide additional clarity around the purpose and the scope of vetting, which is important for people's privacy and rights. It will address who can access police vetting service, what information can and cannot be released to vet, as stipulated by the Minister's speech. This framework will also enable the implementation of significant changes and improvements through provisions coming into force by regulation over the next 2 to 3 years. These additional developments are proposed by the police in the space particularly for information technology, and that will no doubt be dependent on funding to enable police to have that funding for that IT platform to be in place for that to happen. And we know that the storing of data, particularly in consideration to privacy, is critical. So establishing this statutory framework that enables a police vetting service to occur is an important fact, for it sets out the purposes of what are we doing this for when people are being vetted. It sets out who can request a vet, requiring a request for police vet to be made within the consent, and setting out the information that may or may not be disclosed. Enabling an individual who is a member of a specified class of individual to make a vetting request to themselves and specifying the agencies they wish the police to vet is able to be disclosed. An example might be an individual may request that police vet about themselves to be provided by police to a number of prospective employers instead of having each of the prospective employers separately request police vet in respect of the individual. So it would save time in that space, Mr Speaker. Having the statutory framework will provide a clearer legal and policy direction for police, having vetting services, greater clarity on vetting service purposes, and also, Mr Speaker, it will give greater consistency so we can have that framework in place. We want to make sure that particularly if people are in charge of children or people who are vulnerable, that the right checks and balances have been in place, and also that there is a framework in place that people have trust and confidence that it's working well. This bill will require anyone subject to a police vet to consent to the request being made. That's an important point, Mr Speaker. In line with the existing scheme, information provided in a police vet could cover anything from demerits to infringements to active charges, warrants for arrest, any other interactions between an individual and police, family violence incidents, police investigations, overseas convictions, and any other information that's held by the police. The police website says that vets can currently provide information subject to name suppression where that information is necessary. Mr Speaker, it's important to note that this is work that enables a great service that gives people security about children and other people being in charge of others and having that check in place. Police do an outstanding job at carrying out these checks and making sure that we have confidence in a system, and this legislation, which has been in train for a number of years, enables that policy framework and certainty to be put in place. I commend the bill to the House.
Tamitha Paul.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak about the police vetting amendment bill for its first reading in the House today. Happy to say that we support this bill, and our contribution won't be too long, given most of the points have already been outlined by the Minister and by my colleague Ginny Anderson. But basically, we are in support of this bill because it means that we are able to do those really important checks on when people are doing a particular type of mahi, particularly those where there is a more, I guess, vulnerable group of people involved. For example, if you're working with children or you're working in a particular job where these checks are necessary, this bill will mean that that process is a lot easier and a lot more streamlined, which is really important given there are 650,000 requests every year to vet individuals. So that's quite a big demand, and so we're happy to do things to make that process easier and more streamlined. But there's two important points that we want to point out around this bill. The first one is around privacy and the way that we retain that information about the individuals, and to make sure that where that information is shared, that the privacy of that individual is protected under all circumstances, because this information can traverse some quite deeply personal details about decisions that that individual has made throughout their lifetime, and so the distribution of that information and that data has to be very carefully made, and the Privacy Commissioner has obviously made that point very clear, that we have to be very careful with the ways that we look after and maintain that information. So that's one big consideration that we have, is around the privacy rights of individuals and the rights that they have over their information and the collection of that. The second point that we really want to make on this bill is we want to make sure that through the passage of this bill, that information that is thought about individuals and things that they may have done in their life doesn't prejudice their ability to go on to do further mahi in their lifetime. So, for example, you might have a person who committed a crime. It could have been a low-level offence at some point during their life, but we don't want that person to have to continue paying for that mistake that they made in their life, and so we're giving some consideration towards how long some of those convictions might exist with a person, and to make sure that they're not being punished again and again, particularly those who have been released from prison, and the way that those convictions and those records still impact them even after they've served their time. So we're concerned about this kind of double jeopardy situation where someone continues to be punished for something that they've done time for. So that's a consideration that we have, and that comes from the belief that we have in everybody's potential to turn their lives around, regardless of their actions. And so I'm not saying that if somebody has committed a particular type of crime, that we should disregard that information. What I'm saying is that they shouldn't have to keep paying for something if they have done their time, done their sentence, and then are trying to reintegrate back into society. So that's basically our two considerations in a nutshell, is really around those privacy concerns and around the fact that when people have done their time and have demonstrated that they've been able to turn their lives around, that we shouldn't continue to punish them in the ways that they can access different forms of employment or continue their life without continuing to be, experience that prejudice. So that's our point, and happy to support this and to continue to scrutinise this bill as it moves through the House. Thank you.
Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise on behalf of ACT to speak on the Police Vetting Amendment Bill in this first reading. Look, I think this is a very important piece of legislation that is going to be considered, as I understand, by the hard-working Justice Committee, and ACT will be supporting it in this first reading. A lot has been already said by my colleagues across the House, but it is important that we get this police vetting framework in place. I was surprised to learn, actually, that the number of vets that are done each year, 650,000, actually out of a population of New Zealand, that's actually a considerable number. But these are very important processes and checks that are done. And as my the member from the Greens said, really particularly when you're dealing with vulnerable people, children, etc., it's very important that this work is undertaken. I was also surprised at the number of agencies, some 14,000 agencies that actually do use the police for these vetting services. And this does this bill does tidy up a recommendation, and again, this has been touched on already from this joint report way back in 2016. Again, work done by the Privacy Commissioner and the Police Independent Conduct Authority. And so I think it is great that we're actually bringing this bill forward. It's going to put in place this framework to make sure that this really important processes that are done by the police are done in an appropriate way, a transparent way, and in a way where the people are having the checks done on them do consent to it and they understand how that information is going to be used. Again, I think it's been well traversed, some of the things that it's going to put in place, but really it is going to set out, who can make these requests, how they're going to be done, and really, what is the service that the police are undertaking for these many, many agencies to make sure that people being engaged, particularly, with vulnerable people and children and young people, their education, their safety, their welfare, are being properly vetted and that information's being made available. I'm probably going to leave it there. I look forward to, again, seeing this when it comes before the Select Committee. We can look at it in more detail, but I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Casey Costello, Honourable Casey Costello.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak in support of the Police Vetting Amendment Bill. I'd first like to acknowledge the effort the police make. As we've worked through this process, we recognise that police will often respond to a change of policy or process or system and just get to work delivering the service that's been required of them. And this vetting process, I think, is one of those ones where police have been inundated to some extent on the demands in this vetting process. And it has been important that they commenced work straight away and they have delivered a very positive service to New Zealanders, ensuring that we make sure that people are qualified, that they are suitable for the roles they're put into. So this delivery of a framework has been a long time coming, as we've alluded to, but I think it's really important that we now get this right and ensure that we deliver a service and a system that is robust, that it is reviewed, that it is protected, particularly that police are given some level of protection and indemnity, because I know it's been raised about this issue about whether someone should be allowed to be cleared of any previous wrongdoings and allowed to continue with their life. I think it's important to note that the police vetting process is presenting information. They are not making the decisions on who should or shouldn't work. They are just presenting information. I think it's really useful that when they present that information, they have some level of protection, that they can deliver full, detailed information without that fear of if they misstep or misspeak, that there is a degree of indemnity to ensure that there is a really frank and honest exchange, because a lot of these vettings relate to people in positions that need to have the highest level of trust in them because of the roles and tasks that we're putting them under. So this process that's been put in place, this piece of legislation, will be important as we move forward, not only in the process but also in the ability to recover costs and ensure that we are delivering a better public service by investing in the systems and processes and equipment that we will use to maintain and control this information. So it is with pleasure on behalf of New Zealand First that we commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Ana Rafiti Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te pika o te rā, tēnā rā tātou. E te whare e tū ana hau ki te wahai ngā kōrero mō te Pāti Māori. E tautoko ana mātou I tēnei o ngā pire. We are in support of this bill regarding the Police Vetting Amendment Bill. We understand that police vetting involves background checks when people apply for certain jobs. Background checks are usually required for roles that involve working with certain children, vulnerable people, as well as the government's roles requiring a high level of public trust. It is not the same as the Ministry of Justice criminal records checks, which provides information only about convictions. Currently, there are around 14,000 agencies who can request police background checks on new applicants. The purpose of this bill is to clarify the law around this undertaking, including 1, who can ask what and about whom, and 2, the need for consent and what information can be gained. I te pika, in respect of mana motuhake, this bill does involve sharing data with employers, but this is mitigated by the need for consent. Another issue is the potential for double jeopardy, being punished multiple times for the same action, but this is mitigated by the need to ensure the safety of tamariki and vulnerable people. Focusing on the safety of tamariki and vulnerable people is key for Te Pāti Māori. In respect of mana orite, we note that Māori are much more likely to come into contact with police. Māori are 37% of people proceeded against by the police, despite being only 19.6% of the population. This law could be disproportionately impact Māori because the police are more likely to hold data on Māori. We would like to hear more about these implications at the Select Committee. And in respect to mana mokopuna, Te Pāti Māori supports clarifying the rules around background checks that will ensure that those entrusted with taking care of our mokopuna are vetted appropriately. With a view to hear more about potential implications for iwi and Māori, Te Pāti Māori supports this bill in its first reading. Tēnā rā koe te whika.
James Mega.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I apologise for the House for maybe sounding a bit under the weather after a week of prize givings and a 2-day event at the Ashburton Show, a great show. I may have picked up a couple of bugs along the way, so I will do my heartiest to support this bill through first reading today. Mr. Speaker, it appears this will be another bill sent to the Busy and Effective Justice Committee, so I want to acknowledge my colleagues in the House on the Justice Committee who will be preparing furiously for the long-awaited arrival of this bill, the 23rd bill to be considered by the Justice Committee in this Parliament. I was doing some statistics earlier on today. We have reported 11 back, we have 11 under consideration, and 4 awaiting us on the order paper. So my message to my colleagues on the Justice Committee is maybe clear your diaries for the next couple of Mondays. We might be very, very busy in the lead up to Christmas. Mr. Speaker, can I...
Humorous wicking of its sweetness.
Can I support... Well, I'm not too sure if the workload will be that sweet as we head into Christmas. But Mr. Speaker, can I just say this is a good bill that we will be supporting through the House. It puts in place, it codifies the structures that currently exist for police vetting, and I, like my colleagues, was a little surprised to fully realise that the vetting process isn't actually in statute, and so some of the protections around privacy that should ordinarily be in place are not so. And the genesis of this bill has come from the 2016 report by the Privacy Commissioner and the IPCA, which recommended that some structure and some rigour be put in place, because after all, we are dealing with the situation where an agency holds your information and a third party is requesting that information, not necessarily with your consent. And so when we do that, we must be doing that for very good reasons. And Mr. Speaker, I suspect, given the history of some in this House, yourself included, of dealing with people in this area, including around some offenders, we want to make sure that we are protecting children, and we want to make sure that the people who work with children are thoroughly vetted. And so when we do so, when we allow agencies to share information about individuals, we do so with good intentions and good reasons in mind, and that is the protection of children and of vulnerable people. And I referred to some of the concerns back in 2017 from the likes of the Nurses Union, who were concerned, of course, about the extent of some of the information that was being shared. And hopefully some of the protections that are in place in this bill will address some of those concerns. And I draw members' attention to some of the requirements in there about what the PVS is required to do when a vet is made, some of the protections around vets against children. For example, I believe you will be unable to undertake a vet against an individual who is under 14, a child, and there are some additional protections in place when vets are being requested of workers and volunteers under the age of 18. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we put this structure in place. It's important that we modernise the law. A number of roles in our country are required by statute to undergo police vetting. That includes, of course, those working in schools and the education sector, nursing, healthcare and protection of children. So, Mr Speaker, I think this is a good step by the government. We will be supporting it through the first reading, and I look forward to considering it as a member of the Justice Committee in due course.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Tēnā koe, te mana whakawā. I fear for the Justice Select Committee, given that that member managed to stretch out a speech on such an uncontentious bill so long. I hope he moves business before the committee along at a slightly brisker pace. But look, this, and I'm not going to take up a great deal of the House's time because this is an uncontentious bill. It's not got a lot of high policy. I think that if there is policy in it, it is about the use of what could be seen as private information and what's essentially delving into and investigating the private affairs of an individual and balancing that against the need for public safety. That's at root what this bill is about. And as has been said on a number of occasions already, the rules and framework that's proposed is one that largely has been adopted by the police already with some finessing, and it is absolutely right and proper that it goes to Select Committee, which is the right place to do that detailed work and make sure that we're not being overly intrusive. At the same time, the police vetting process is effective and prophylactic in terms of public safety. And to be perfectly honest, at this stage of the debate, in my view, there's not a great deal more to say, although I'm sure my colleague Tracy McClellan will have much more to say. And so I will simply commend it to the Select Committee and to this House.
Cameron Brewer.
Oh, Mr Speaker, very happy, like everyone else seems to be today, supporting the first reading of the police vetting amendment bill, and just reiterating what our hard-working chair of the Justice Committee, James Meagher, pointed out, that this legislation, to get it to first reading, has had a long gestation. When you look back at 2016, when the IPCA, the Independent Police Conduct Authority, and the Privacy Commissioner released the joint review into the police's vetting service. And that was their recommendation back then in 2016, coming up 9 years ago, for a statutory framework for police vetting. As the bill's policy statement says, the potential impact on individuals who are the subject of a police vet warrants a robust and transparent statutory framework being established to formalise the operation of the police vetting service. So, like others have said, I look forward to submissions and to working through this as part of the Justice Committee. I commend the bill.
Dr Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And Labor supports this bill, as several of my colleagues have said, and for good reason. I think it's pragmatic, and most of the issues or potential issues are pretty clear and have been worked through. I, like several other contributors today, was really surprised at how many police vets are done. It's become something that I feel like I kind of remember when it came in, but I'm not sure how long ago that was. But it may have just been as a younger person being fully aware that that's something that the police did. But it seems to have been well embraced and well used, and certainly which is relatively surprising given the lack of that regulatory framework. So I think following the review, it makes sense to put that structure in place just to provide that statutory sort of framework. So one of the other issues, and I was just looking through the information, Mr Speaker, was that notwithstanding the fact that this essentially just affords the opportunity for things to work as they normally do anyhow, but with that regulatory framework and that backstop, the bill itself and much of the work and much of the consultation obviously started actually quite some years ago now. So whilst we talk about getting it to this stage, the public consultation actually sort of happened between May and July in 2018. And at the time, there were submissions from 76 submissions received that police had received, and the Privacy Commissioner had also previously been consulted. So there's been some legwork done in the background of this particular bill. I did note, though, that the Privacy Commissioner, who was previously consulted, had some issue supporting the establishment, or certainly supported the establishment of the statutory framework, but did have some concerns about the new section 54N, which was indemnity for the Commissioner and police employees. And on the surface, when you look at back through that information, you could see why that would need to happen, given that the police are providing the service of doing the vets for other organisations, so wouldn't want necessarily to hold the liability or be held accountable if something was to go wrong. But from the Privacy Commissioner's point of view, it appears that there is some debate about whether they should or shouldn't, given that the consequences for something going wrong could be quite drastic for an individual or a group if that wasn't done properly. So the Privacy Commissioner had raised the concerns with that provision. So as we go through this process, it'll be interesting to see during the Select Committee process what other information comes to light, or what other issues get raised by various submitters to the process. Because as the Privacy Commissioner said here, significant harms can result from the disclosure of potentially prejudicial information that may not be tested in a court. So I think, as a member of the Justice Select Committee, and very busy committee, very ably chaired by the previous one of the previous contributors, just throwing him a wee comment because he feels like he's he feels like he needed it from over here. But it is a busy committee. But I think sometimes these things can seem a little bit dry, but there's some interest in here, and I look forward to hearing those submissions. So on that note, Mr. Chair, I commend the bill to the House.
Rima Nakale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I rise as the final speaker on a bill that we have before the House today. Right now, it's the Police Vetting Amendment Bill. And for the benefit of listeners from home and from work, we're at the first reading stage. As we heard earlier, but if they weren't tuned in, this is a government bill in the name of the Honourable Mark Mitchell, our Minister for Police, yes, and an excellent Minister for Police at that. And it's good to hear, Mr. Speaker, that across the House at this first reading there is support for this bill. I add my kōrero to that before me, to those before me, that I too was quite astounded that at this stage in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we don't actually have a statutory framework that allows for police vetting to work within. And I guess the question becomes, why is a framework important, in particular a statutory one? And it's for consistency, Mr. Speaker. Consistency is so important. It's so important, particularly when you're dealing with people's private information. And so when we hopefully establish this framework, there's those rules and those requirements and regulations that do need to be adhered by when vetting is being sought. Mr. Speaker, I look forward being part of the Justice Select Committee chaired by my good friend James Meagher. I look forward to discussing these issues. We commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Police Vetting Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Police Vetting Amendment Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Building Earthquake-Prone Building Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill, second reading.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, sir. I present a legislative statement on the Building Earthquake-Prone Building Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
I move that the Building Earthquake-Prone Building Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Sir, Earlier this year, we came together as a parliament to discuss a major problem in our country, and this bill will go some way at least, but not the whole way that we need to go ultimately to solve that problem. So there are in effect two problems. One is of course the perils of inhabiting shaky isles, as our land is affectionately but also fearsomely known. So that's a real world danger. That risk is ever present, and we should not take that lightly at all. Indeed, I don't think anyone in this House would take that lightly. But a second danger exists, sir, which is that in relation to the rules that govern earthquake-prone buildings, that there is a large degree of non-compliance currently because of the operation of the rules implemented as they were in good faith, roughly speaking, a decade ago, but with barriers having become apparent in the meantime as to the strengthening or variously demolition of those buildings. So the aim of this legislation, sir, is to mitigate the risk that we have a large number of buildings that are not legally compliant, even as we encourage those who are able to strengthen or demolish, again, as the case may be, those buildings which might represent a danger and risk to life. Before I go any further, sir, I'd like to acknowledge the work of the Select Committees, plural, and I'll explain that in a moment, but primarily Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, chaired ably by Mr Andy Foster, and I look forward to any contribution he may be about to make in the House on this subject, along with those of others across the House, of course. And I do want to thank the committee for its careful deliberation, and it's obvious to me, sir, from the report that they've written, that they've turned their mind carefully to a couple of very important matters within the bill, and I'd like to take a little bit of time to address those. For the sake of completeness, I will note that with the legislative statement having been tabled, there are some technical matters that spell out a number of different elements within the bill that I don't feel the need to rehearse, sir. That's of course the whole purpose of us being able to table legislative statements. I don't need to read that out carefully into the record. That exists as a matter of record, and I'd rather spend the time, sir, focusing on the earthquake-prone building aspects of the bill. That's the main part of the legislation. That was the driving force for getting it into the House, as the name suggests. But as the name also suggests, there are quote-unquote other matters, and for any member of the public or indeed member of the House who wishes to familiarise themselves with those, then of course I would encourage them to do so. They're not
Feel free to coach your fellow Cabinet Ministers on that point. I
couldn't possibly comment, sir. In terms of, you might think that, as the saying also says. In terms of, and you're never wrong, Mr Speaker, of course, even when you are. Mr Speaker, in terms of the other matters, they're not insignificant. So, for example, the building warrant of fitness scheme, what are known as specified systems, sounds very technocratic, but actually really important fire safety systems, and actually also to do crucially with preservation of life in buildings. So not a small matter, and glossing over it reasonably quickly within the period of time allocated to me, so it doesn't indicate a lack of importance of that or a lack of attention on behalf of the government or the parliament, but rather that I think it's more helpful to ventilate some of the issues that were canvassed at Select Committee regarding the deadline that's been offered. So just to be clear then, sir, the deadline aspect is saying in effect that there will be more time available to those who own earthquake-prone buildings to get up to the standard that is currently required, technically, but having made it pretty clear, sir, that we intend to review, indeed we are already reviewing, but we intend to reach a place where the settings are likely to be different than they currently are. We are also, in addition to providing that extra breathing space of the additional 4 years, providing an opportunity for people not to be committed to a course of action that might not be appropriate given the rules that will prevail following that review. And I do just want to set that scene as a prelude to discussing the fact that the extension is framed in terms of a 4-year period, but also with an additional possibility of the 2 years, and that's an important point that we'll get to in a moment. Sir, the point that the Select Committee, again the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee made around the policy intent for the deadlines, I think was a really helpful one. They suggested an amendment for the sake of clarity, which we accept, which is that the extensions, if there should be not only a 4-year period but also an additional 2-year, would apply to all those deadlines, namely those extended originally by 4 years under a new section, but also those issued between the commencement date of the legislation and the order in council being made under that new section. So just to be really clear, the idea is that additional 4 years and then 2 years, if granted, would apply to any of the extended deadlines. And in terms of when the deadlines apply from, the date is actually the 2nd of April, so there's a retrospective element. And of course, usually in this House, so we're nervous or at least mindful of what we are doing in relation to retrospective elements within legislation. The general rule is that you don't have them in the criminal law, you don't have them to disadvantage any party. In this case, the advantage would be that we are extending the effect of the extension back to the date that we announced that would be available, even though in the meantime that it's the case that the law of the land is in accordance with the statute. It's not something that I could change by mere government statement or media release, as aficionados of Fitzgerald and Muldoon would know. And one of them is seated beside me, Mr. James Meagher, is all over that. He's all over, no doubt, Henry VIII clauses, and that's where we get to, sir. It's exciting. It is exciting as a matter of the Regulation Review Committee. And I did foreshadow, sir, that I was grateful to select committees plural, so not only Transport and Infrastructure, but also Regulations Review Committee has made an important point about Henry VIII clauses and the way that this legislation actually will make use of one. So the point that they have made, quite rightly, both select committees, originally the Regulation Review Committee and then as acknowledged but ultimately not acted upon by a majority of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, is that if we have a piece of legislation that says there shall be an extra 4 years available and there may also be an additional 2, then that would be in the Minister's discretion, but it should be Parliament that decides what applies as a matter of primary legislation. I think if I can draw a very fine distinction, sir, the Select Committee report says that the Minister would be allowed to set a date later than that expected by Parliament. It might be that Parliament expects only 4 years, but I think Parliament is anticipating an additional 2 should it be required. And I emphasise that it will be only if it's required. And the real world imperative, sir, is that we would like to review the settings as quickly as possible. We'd like them to be in place and we'd like for people to have enough time to be able to comply with those. But if 4 years proves too little period of time for that, then I would be minded to grant an extension of additional 2 years so people have an opportunity to comply. There's an inherent lack of certainty, of course, when you review settings. We know that major decisions that require technical analysis, require investment, require cooperation of different parties, particularly when there are adjacent buildings, local government input, bodies, corporate, in the case of unit titles and so on. So these are quite weighty matters and we wish to resolve the matter in terms of new settings following the review as soon as possible. But if it's not possible, sir, then we would want people to have the additional 2 years. And that is why that mechanism is there. But to allow that flexibility, I didn't want to be too specific and be constrained in a way that might be subject to further uncertainty in effect. So if the legislation were to include a clause along those lines, it might say something like the Minister would grant an additional 2 years only if reasonably necessary in order to ensure sufficient time for compliance with the earthquake-prone building regime as it exists following the review of the earthquake-prone building settings. And I know that's wordy, sir, and it's probably better that it didn't go into the law, at least not as drafted by me, but for anyone who's paying attention carefully and for whom this is meaningful, please know that that's the intent. We'd like to do everything done and dusted within 4 years, but if we need an extra 2 years, then we will do that for the benefit of those who need to comply. Of course, we could have simply just said 6 years from the outset, but I do want to hold my own feet to the fire, that of the government and that of lawmakers in general, to try and get a result more quickly than that. Every day that we have uncertainty and, of course, real-world risk associated with non-strengthening and non-demolition works of earthquake-prone buildings represents at least a theoretical risk. So for that reason, sir, we've landed where we have in terms of legislation. I'm grateful for the engagement of all the parties and I look forward to the contributions of others and, of course, myself do commend the bill to the House.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Arana Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This has been a productive process through the Select Committee, and I want to thank everyone who has participated in what was a lively debate at the Select Committee and the submitters who took the time to come along and really work through some of the issues that this bill raises. Labor will be tentatively supporting the bill at this stage, and that is a change in position from the first reading. Having heard from the submitters and worked through the policy issues, we have some support for really working through the issues which the Minister has said, both publicly and in this House, is the reason for the extension of the deadline, and that is to deal with the underlying policy settings which need to be sorted out by the government. And look, they've been around for 3 decades. We've been debating in this Parliament and through the Law Commission and through the courts the role of council, the role of central government and the role of homeowners when it comes to who pays for the strengthening of existing buildings in our building system. It's the Labor Party's position that people should not be put in undue risk due to the buildings they're in, and that homeowners, especially vulnerable homeowners, should not be in a position where they're bearing the entire cost, which is really untenable for many of, particularly the apartment owners who are burdened by these rules at the moment and have come forward during the Select Committee process and made their case very strongly. However, Mr Speaker, I want to put it on record very clearly that Labor and government had a solution to this which is better than the one that is being proposed by the government now. Labor had a scheme called the Residential Earthquake-Prone Building Financial Assistance Scheme, which offered up to $250,000 for below market rates payable on sale to protect those homeowners who would have been at a significant financial disadvantage because of the compliance that was being put on them. That also meant that compliance was required as soon as possible, and it meant that building owners would have been required to remediate buildings which were at risk, and we're not only putting those people who live in them at risk, but casual users of those buildings, mixed use buildings like car parks and commercial facilities where people might not have the information about the kinds of buildings that they were going into, and neighbours of those buildings which were also put at risk by earthquake buildings being around them. It's in everyone's interests that New Zealand buildings comply with earthquake standards as soon as possible. And that's why Labor at the first reading was opposed to this bill. But we're now looking to the government for leadership on some of those really big issues that submitters have come forward and said they want to address in these 4 years. We say, let's go, let's work on that together, because bipartisanship and a long-term vision on this is really important, but let's make sure it's independent. We need to make sure that MB is also working alongside independent experts on this, and Labor's still looking for the Minister to announce the membership of the independent review alongside the independent chair, which has not been announced, and we're still looking for a broader consultation with affected homeowners, particularly in this. But we support it, and we support it along with some of the issues that the Minister has outlined. We need to get our heads around this and make sure that New Zealanders are well served by the legal framework. I'll touch briefly on some of the issues around the safeguards here, and then I'll speak to the independent qualified persons rules, which are also being changed in this bill. Firstly, to the appropriate safeguards. So we've just heard from the Minister that it's his expectation that there will be a 4-year period for this, but the possibility that there will be a 2-year extension. We firmly believe that if it was the intention for 6 years to be used, it would have been said in this legislation, and our support for it is contingent on the fact that there is a 4-year deadline here and that there is only a 2-year step out if that is really required. At the Select Committee stage, we pressed officials for a reason why they would not include a rationale for the Minister to use the extra 2 years that's being allowed for here in the primary legislation. So, Mr Speaker, that might have included say a reason and criteria that the Minister would have had to have satisfied himself were fulfilled if he were to use the extra 2 years extension. Because, Mr Speaker, we don't agree that there should be an extra 2-year step out for purely administrative reasons. The review that has been promised here by the government into the underlying policy issues should be completed in 4 years. It should be properly resourced. There should be enough people in NBC to be able to do that review in the 4 years. And if it is only a constraint on the public service, which requires it to be 6 years, then that is not a good enough reason for the legislation to be extended not by Parliament. And we should be very clear with the public service here that what we need to do is to settle these matters as quickly as possible. 4 years should be the absolute maximum. The only reason, in the Labour Party's view, that a 6-year period should be used is some event happens, either an earthquake event or some huge event like COVID, which disrupts the public service ability to be able to continue this work. And that should have been the criteria that was in the primary legislation to extend it. And I'll be asking the Minister for some further clarifications on that in the committee stage. The next point I want to talk about is if it is extended beyond the 4-year deadline and into the 6-year deadline, we then really do come back to those criticisms which were raised with the Select Committee in the Select Committee process by submitters, particularly those from Christchurch, who raised questions with us around, isn't this approach something which continually kicks the can down the road, that really rewards behaviour of putting it off to the very last minute and rewards those insurers who are unable to settle with homeowners who are looking for a solution. And look, I don't think that is what is happening here with a 4-year period, but any further than that, and I think those concerns begin to have real legitimacy in the public discourse, and so we have to set the public service very clear deadlines around wanting to resolve this as soon as possible. On this side of the House, we are keen to continue to work with this and to continue to make it work in a bipartisan way, but that does mean resolving it as quickly as possible and getting right to the heart of the nitty-gritty up front. Who is going to pay for the strengthening? Because the strengthening will cost New Zealanders and it will cost everyone. Is it the government's responsibility? Is it the local council's responsibility? Is it the homeowner's responsibility? Is it all of the above? And we need a scheme that shares responsibility within all of those. That is the question which we need answered here. And, Mr. Speaker, I will put it to you that actually there's a series of values judgments that can be resolved within a 4-year period, and that the information and the policy settings will not change within that 4-year period. So that work can be done and should be done as quickly as possible. Now, just moving on quickly before I run out of time to the independently qualified persons part of the bill. This is a good step to ensure that the standards that homeowners, the councils and the central government have around the quality of buildings and their fitness for things like fire regulations are being upheld across the system, but it is essentially a fine that would be levied against people who are responsible for, say, carrying out these checks without, the help that this industry requires in terms of making sure that councils are giving them the most up-to-date and accurate information, and that the training and the qualifications and the certifications around this industry of practice are well supported, and that there is the right kind of training available for these people, and that is a register that independently qualified people can access and that is publicly available to the people who rely on them. Those are things that should be progressed alongside a fine. It's taking a punitive approach to solve the problem where there could be a supportive approach as well. And Mr. Speaker, we'd like to see some work in ensuring that these fines are being levied in a way which actually achieves this result, that certain people aren't receiving more fines than others, and would like to see some reporting on that in the next year to make sure that it's not overly punitive and that it's disincentivising people to even get into the professional practice in the first place, and that we're not creating a regime where it's only sort of very, very, very highly qualified and therefore expensive professionals who are able to undertake this work. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to reflect on this has been a policy-intensive work program for the Select Committee members involved, and we have been extremely reliant on the submissions of the stakeholders who have been impacted by this, not only homeowners but insurers from the councils who have been involved in it, and I want to thank those experts who have been able to feed into this. It is something that many people are deeply interested in and will affect people's livelihoods and people's retirement savings. It is something which has been incredibly emotive at the Select Committee stages and with the stakeholders who have been involved in it. And so just acknowledging how much of a stake people have in this. And there will be many, many people who are not affected by it at all. There will be some people who this is their entire life savings and life plan ahead of them, and their retirement will look hugely different if we don't get this right. So want to keep engaging with those stakeholders, want to keep hearing from them, and we'll continue to work with the Minister on something that will be long-lasting.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. Tēnā koutou e te whare. The challenge of earthquake-prone buildings is very, very real, and the difficulty in achieving all of the capacity that we need in the sector to address the many buildings is the reason why this bill was brought to the House. The majority, we didn't hear a huge number of submitters at the Select Committee, but very few were opposed to the proposal of changing the deadlines by 4 years, although it could be another 2 years, as the previous speaker just alluded to. I recently was looking at the numbers of earthquake-prone buildings across the country, and people may be surprised to know that there's over 1,500 in Auckland, still 930 almost in Canterbury, and 822 in the Wellington region, so not just Wellington City, although Wellington City is the majority of those, 572. And actually there are earthquake-prone buildings right across the country, and in some of our smaller towns like Martin. Local councils, community groups, and building owners right across the country are facing the difficulty of remediating buildings to ensure that they are safe. And that's really important. It is really important that we do have good standards and that buildings are safe. And yet meeting the standards that were brought in 2016 by the previous national government has proved extremely difficult. And as things currently stand, there's no means in the regulations or the legislation for prioritizing which buildings must be remediated sooner rather than later. One thing that the Select Committee did not consider because it was out of the scope of this bill, but might be considered in the review and what happens next now that the extension, should the extension pass, which it probably will, is looking at how we can make this more achievable for people, because there's no point having rules and regulations if it's completely unachievable. And even if there's all the goodwill in the world to remediate these buildings, there's a lack of cash, certainly for apartment owners here in Wellington who might be on a fixed income, or buildings that are owned by councils or community groups. But there's even a lack of resource in the sector to remediate all of these buildings. They can't all be done at once, and having blanket deadlines doesn't take into account the fact that there's a limit on the number of expert engineers, project managers, builders, and everyone else that is needed to remediate the buildings. So, through the review, one thing the Green Party is particularly interested in is addressing those issues, because ultimately this bill is just a short-term Band-Aid on the problem. And we support the bill, but it is just a Band-Aid, and we need a medium and long-term solution to actually address the constraints to ensure that buildings can be remediated and that they can be safe. So one way to do that is to introduce the concept of prioritization. So really make a clear pathway and process by which government and local government can work together to ensure that the buildings that are the highest risk are the ones that are being remediated first. If you have a multi-story apartment building where people are living in, or a commercial building where hundreds of people are working in, clearly that is a greater risk to life and well-being than a one-story, 100-year-old tennis club that doesn't have anyone in it most of the time. And that's not to say that buildings shouldn't be remediated, but it's a different level of risk. And so if we could bring some prioritization to this process, that will certainly help those in the sector and those who are struggling. But that alone will not solve the issue of the cost. And that's where I do think central government does need to come up with a viable solution. Because, it was the case that there was great investment and necessary investment in Christchurch after the Canterbury earthquakes. However, we haven't seen that level of central government investment in Wellington or some of the other smaller communities that were affected by the Kaikoura earthquake. And so I think there does need to be previous government had a fund. Unfortunately, it was a little bit difficult to access. However, there were some people who had gone through all the trouble of trying to access this. So, you know, I have a person in my electorate who contacted me. Their elderly parent lives in my electorate. They live in an earthquake-prone apartment building. They had gone through they'd just jumped through all the hoops to access that fund that had been set up. And then the government announced that it was being pulled. And so far, we don't have anything in its place. And that was causing enormous distress to this person who is a pensioner, who is on a limited income. And I think it's really important that we all work together on this. This bill has cross-party support, but we need to go further and get cross-party support on really sustainable solutions that address the fiscal issues faced, that it's not just left to local government or building owners, that they're able to access the help that they need if they are, especially in the cases where they may not even be able to, you know, pull the building down if it has heritage status. So, you know, we need to ensure that the buildings are able to be brought up to standards so they can be safe, so we can protect our heritage, so people can be safe living in them, and that this enormous cost burden is not simply put on local government or local communities, but is shared. And I think central government has a really important role to play in that. So we look forward to the further steps to address those issues, and the Green Party is supporting this bill.
Cameron Luxton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the ACT Party to support this bill, this Building, Earthquake-Prone Buildings, Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill. As the title gives allusion to, it's an extending the deadlines for conducting remedial work on buildings which are deemed earthquake-prone, which for people at home is under 34% of the building code. That doesn't help explain much though, does it? Really, what we've got here in New Zealand is a scheme in which engineers and other professionals come in and assess a building, and if they think that it is due to its geographic location, its structure, the knowledge on what is held in plans, sometimes at councils, sometimes in museums, gives an engineer or a professional the tools to develop an assessment of that building, and it says that it is earthquake prone and will need to be remediated to make it safe for the occupants and the community. Madam Speaker, we've had lots of events in these shaky isles, as the Minister has alluded to, and this has meant that there's been a lot of changes to the way buildings are measured in New Zealand, and so many small towns in New Zealand which, you know, have got challenges in some cases. Some small parts of New Zealand are growing for their beautiful location, the amenities, the type of life that, and the APT member for Southland over there is Prime. Well, yeah, well, Nationals member for Southland can speak with pride about his wonderful electorate, and it is a wonderful electorate, and there's many wonderful parts of New Zealand with historic buildings. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, with building warrant of fitness, with fire, with earthquake-prone, many parts of New Zealand that are proud of their historic buildings are left in a situation where these buildings are very expensive to remediate, and they need to come up with a plan, both how they're going to conduct that remediation, but also how they're going to pay for it. What's the business proposition that this building can offer? And it's admirable for members of the opposition to spend taxpayers' money on offering incentives to say, well, we could give loans to be paid back on completion on a sale of a building, but actually that's taxpayer money, and we need to make sure that we're putting the money to work in a good way that is actually sustainable. And to that end, Madam Speaker, just yesterday I visited a hostel in Tauranga, a beautiful hostel. It's called Wanderlust. It's a 105, it's more than 105. It was built in 1905. It's a historic building. It's got a great deal of importance to the Strand in Tauranga and the life and times of Tauranga. And the owners, Sarah and Matt, have done an amazing job with their remediation. They have strapped the walls, they've spent a lot of time on the end of a paintbrush by all accounts, bringing this building up to a place where they can be proud and the people of Tauranga can also be proud. But Madam Speaker, that is on the main strand of Tauranga, a place that has got up-and-coming commercial opportunities. It's got a lot of emphasis being spent being sent towards, and money being sent towards the CBD of Tauranga to make it a sort of a place that visitors will want to come. Young people from Europe and around the world will want to come and spend their OEs, having a backpacker's experience, picking our beautiful fruit in the Bay of Plenty, working at the cafes and bars. And this sort of thing is a great asset to Tauranga. But the earthquake remediation that's been done on it is only possible because of the economic future of the CBD. So we need to give a chance for these councils and these smaller areas and the building owners who form part of it to take a step back, assess, figure out where they want to spend their funds and how they want to bring their beautiful communities to life. Madam Speaker, there is another part of this bill, and he refers to in the other matters, and that is the independently qualified persons part. Now, what is happening in this bill is increasing the fines, and from my perspective, that's increasing the stick to try and get compliance. But I think we heard from, and it was the Labor member referred to these submissions, I believe. We heard in the submissions to the Select Committee that it's all well and good to increase the fines, but actually what is being done to improve the state of the IQPs, their skills, their registry, their counterparts on the councils and in other professions. You can't just expect IQPs to carry the can all the way for something they're intrinsically attached to, which is the IQP assesses a building warrant of fitness. It's kind of like the mechanic who has a look at your car's warrant of fitness. An IQP comes and has a look at all the parts of a building that need to be maintained and kept safe. But they need to have access to training, a registry where competent people who are qualified can be found. They need to have people, as I say, who they interact with, who know what they're doing. They're not just throwing out anything and hoping the IQP with their skills will pick it up because they're the ones that the stick's going to whack. So we've talked about this in the commentary from the Select Committee, and I hope that the government takes up some of that and looks at some of our recommendations around IQPs. Another small part in the other matters was clarifying the exemptions for small heated pools. This is about how often an inspection for a small heated pool, otherwise known as a spa, would need to happen. Now, I think many members in this House would have had constituents come up to them and say, oh my God, why do I have to have my pool inspected so often? It's very invasive. I've got my fence, it's all sorted. Well, I definitely feel the pain of those homeowners that are dealing with the pool compliance laws. I would say they are in place for a good reason though, Madam Speaker, and that is to keep kids safe from drowning, and that's something that is laudable. But when you've got a product which is a compliant product, such as a secure cover on your spa pool, that doesn't seem like something that the councils need to be burdened with inspecting every 3 years. Another part that is happening in these other matters referred to is the tidying up a little bit around what is a code of acceptance. So a code of acceptance, for those who don't have to deal with these, is basically when someone has gone and done some work that should have been permitted, as in with a building consent, but didn't go and get the paperwork filled out and went and did the work without that, you can apply for a code of acceptance. And a code of acceptance basically says the council's had a look at this. If to the best of the council or the building consenting authority's knowledge, it is deemed safe and compliant with the code, but they cannot guarantee that all the way down to every screw because it's been covered up perhaps. So what we're doing here is just clarifying to say that if you've been issued a code of acceptance, you don't need to go for a building consent. Seems simple because a code of acceptance is supposed to exempt you from needing a building consent, but I guess we're spelling it out for black and white for all to see here. Another part of this that is quite good, I think, Madam Speaker, is the making BCAs or private BCA, building consenting authorities, other standalone BCAs that aren't attached to a territorial authority, giving them some guidance and statutory requirements on how and when they need to send information to a territorial authority. And this is a great idea. I think that we need to be looking more at standalone building consenting authorities, and this is a mechanism to allow it to happen. Specifically, it's saying that that information needs to be supplied within 5 days, and the commentary back from the Select Committee is saying we should be making that 5 working days, which I'm sure will be seen as a sensible change by all. Madam Speaker, New Zealand's housing stock, our infrastructure, our commercial and industrial stock is the place where New Zealanders live and build and provide for our economy, where they manufacture, where they go and spend leisure time. It's an important environment, and it is an environment. It's the human environment that we live in. It's somewhere where we need to make sure is safe, but we also need to make sure is affordable, and is somewhere where people want to be. And taking away burdens, or at least alleviating them, even if it is for a short time, so that plans can be made, policies can be developed, workforces can be trained, is a very sensible initiative from this minister and this government, and I commend it to the House.
Andy Foster.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm just going to start with a few thanks before speaking to this the Building Earthquake-Prone Buildings Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? But first of all, can I say thank you, Minister, for your generous comments, and it was a pleasure to shepherd this through the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee. Thanks also to all the committee members. I think we work in a very collegial way, and we try and find the best possible outcomes that we can, and everybody contributes in terms of asking good questions. I also wanted to place on record my thanks to the officials and also to the submitters. I mean, we only had 23 submitters. 2 of them didn't like the bill for various different reasons. 9 of them were sort of a bit hard to work out whether they did or didn't. But the majority of submitters said that we think this is a very sensible bill. And what's more is they brought to us quite a bit of perspective and quite a bit of expertise, and I'll come to some of that shortly. But Madam Speaker, the bill's principally about, as I said, it's about earthquake-prone building deadlines, so we'll deal with that first, and then other matters. So principally it's about extending the remediation deadlines for seismically prone buildings for 4 years, and it allows for another 2 years if need be. And to me, Madam Speaker, this is a common sense, pragmatic approach, and there are 2 major reasons for that. The first one of those is we have a large number of buildings with the seismic deadlines which are looming, particularly in this city here. And that's because, and I'll come back to that Wellington started the process of looking at earthquake-prone buildings early, because we know it is a seismically active part of the country. And the second reason for this is that the government has launched a comprehensive, and I do say comprehensive, review of the approach that we take, the reaction we take to seismic-prone buildings. And these issues are the dealing with a seismically prone building, particularly if it's a complex building, particularly if it's a heritage building, and by no means all are, is expensive, it's complex, and there's also issues of capacity, both of the owners and also of the industry to be able to respond to dealing with these. So the reason for having an extension and why it's so important is because what you don't want to do as a building owner is be trying to respond to the existing set of rules as they are at the moment, and then also know that you might be having to respond to a different set of rules that are being thought about. And I'm going to quote from Inner City Wellington, who do a fantastic job in representing particularly the residential community in Inner City Wellington, so apartment owners, and a quote that they gave to us. They said, "The government should not conduct the review of seismic risk management in existing buildings under the earthquake-prone building system, i.e. the review, at the same time as requiring building owners to progress towards compliance. The review could result in significant changes to the earthquake-prone building regime. It is not reasonable for owners to face potential enforcement action on current requirements if they do not comply while the review is underway." And that makes absolute sense. So it's a very pragmatic and sensible response to that. Madam Speaker, the whole issue of, which is obviously going to be tackled in the review, the whole issue is a challenging balancing one. We had a number of people who've made the observation, both in submissions now, but also have made the observation over time, that far, far fewer people have died in earthquakes as a result of buildings falling than have died on the road pretty much every year, and that's with a reduced road toll. However, it is still a significant issue. And if you look at the potential risk in some parts of our country, and this one more than any other one, of a major earthquake, and you look at what's happened in major earthquakes overseas where building standards are poor, and you see what the implications could be. So it is really, really important that we do have a really robust seismic building regime, because if we don't, the consequences could be absolutely catastrophic. I mean, Christchurch was bad, but if you had a major event in this part of the country, and we look at the likelihood of major events, the Alpine Fault going, the Hikurangi Fault going, any of those major events, the potential could be catastrophic. So we have to be a prepared community. So it's that issue of balancing that preparation, that life safety, with the cost of responding to that, The issue has already been raised about who pays for that, and there's an element of public good and there's an element of private good. I mean, there'll be some people who will say, oh, look, it's all public good. Well, actually, if you live in a building, I think you get a private benefit out of it as well. But if you happen to be walking past, that's a public benefit. If it happens to be a heritage building, the heritage, but why do we list buildings as heritage buildings? We don't list them as heritage buildings for the good of the owner. We list them as heritage buildings because we value them as a nation, as a district, whatever it might be, because we're saying those buildings add to the character, tell our stories, etc. So there's a balancing act that needs to be done there, and some real thought given to this. How many buildings are involved? Well, at the beginning of this process, we had something over 7,000 buildings across the country which were designated as earthquake-prone buildings, and about 2,000 of those have been resolved. We get down to about, as of the 6th of August, when this bill was brought to the House, the first reading was the 8th of August, 5,421 buildings were still on the earthquake-prone building list. So about 30%, almost 30%, had been resolved by that stage, which is, that's progress. I am going to touch on Wellington because it's very particularly dear to my heart, a very seismically active city. But if I just remind you something that I said during the first reading, and that was that we just visited the Crisis Management Centre downstairs, and in the next 50 years they said there was an 80% chance of an alpine fault event of 8+, 80%, a 25% chance of a Hikurangi fault 8+, a 1% chance, God help us, of a Hikurangi fault at 9.1, and a 5% on the Wellington fault. If you do the maths, you do the exclusions, and there's about a 90% chance of a major earthquake affecting this part of the world. So in the next 50 years, that's a really significant thing that we need to be responding to. So Wellington took this very, very seriously. In fact, Wellington City started a program in 2006, which you'll note is before the Canterbury earthquakes, to assess all the buildings, and assessed 8,440 buildings. And I can remember at one stage going along to a conference and seeing that Wellington City had done more earthquake building assessments than the rest of the country put together, which is pretty impressive. There were 1,100 plus of those which were designated earthquake prone, and as of August that was down to about 570 odd. So about pretty close to 50% of those have been resolved, mostly by strengthening rather than by demolition. But what I would say, Madam Speaker, is that, as I said, there is a peak coming up, and in Wellington that peak is a very large peak. By 2027, of those 570 odd buildings, 305 have to be resolved. So it's a very significant peak, which the capacity is going to be challenged. Auckland, as we've already heard from Julianne Genter, might have a lower risk, but has 3 times as many earthquake-prone buildings as Wellington does, about 1,500. And we heard also, Madam Speaker, from some of the provincial areas, so from the Manawatu district, which is often looked at here, they had 68 earthquake-prone buildings, particularly in Fielding, and they made the very, very strong point that the economics of strengthening those buildings just are not there. And so there are going to have to be some real hard decisions that are made about which buildings are important to retain, and how those buildings are supported. Arena Williams spoke about the previous government's funding regime, but my recollection is I don't think anybody had actually got through the hoops to actually get anything. Somebody might have got close, but they hadn't actually made it, so I think it's really important to bear that in mind. I think also, in terms of the review, Madam Speaker, there are going to be real questions about people's confidence in the assessments which are done. I mean, it's great to say I've got a 70% building of, which is 70% of the new building standard, and then 5 minutes later it's down to 20%. And you think, oh, what the heck has happened there? That's really challenging. And again, Inner City Wellington made the comment to us that because the new building standards change, if the new building standards change, effectively what that does is it changes the rating on the existing buildings. And is that fair? Because they said, and again I quote from their submission, under the current system, there is no end point. Building hasn't got any less safe, it's just that the goalposts have moved. So there are some issues that really need to be thought through very, very carefully. And just the use of the order in council to be able to extend the deadline, to me, makes absolute sense. As I said, you don't want to have the confluence of both the review going on, the legislation having been maybe not being completed, because of course people will have to start thinking about the plans, the designs, etc. for their building. They don't just suddenly turn that on at the end of the process. So having that time, I think, is important. And finally, in the last little bit, just to say, in terms of the other matters on the IQPs, We've already heard about it clarifying the obligations, introducing the stick, as my colleague Cameron Luxton has talked about. We did get some good submissions there about the need for better training systems, a register, a better qualifications arrangement, because it's really not good enough at the moment. Now those things might have been beyond the scope of the legislation as it was, but they did make a lot of sense, and we do commend those for further thought. And just finally to say, they also raised the issue of whether only IQPs should be held responsible if something goes wrong, because they also rely, of course, on a lot of other players, whether it's the councils, whether it's the engineers, the designers, whatever. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to get to this point. Thanks everybody for getting us to this point, and I commend the bill to the House.
The next call is a split call. I call Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Tēnā koe te pika, tēnā tātou. A really timely discussion given the other day when I felt that very big thump. Just yesterday at 4 o'clock, because I'm like, okay, I'm sitting here and I'm not in my safe Tai Tokerau home. So anyway, here we are. And I guess I want to draw this discussion in relation to the probably 200 and plus marae in Te Tai Tokerau, and the marae around here, just over the road actually, and the relevance to this piece of work to our marae. Without the amendments we discussed today, many of our marae would have been at risk of closure and forced to be demolished if they had failed to meet original deadlines. The extensions of timeframes have saved various marae, but only for the next 4 years, and for an unlucky cohort, the next 2. This is all the time these marae have left to somehow acquire the funds necessary for seismic upgrades. These extensions are therefore a temporary solution to a deeper systemic problem. At the core of this problem is something that many hapu face, the inability to afford seismic strengthening of their marae. Marae is not a standalone building, but it's comprised of whare kai, whare moi, whare paku, all of the places that make up a marae complex and a marae system. Keeping in mind that it is generalised and differing hapu across marae will consist of whare outside of those that I've just listed. When we consider the cost of seismic upgrading to even just one of these whare, it is simply unachievable for many hapu. Marae safeguards our identities, our history, our reo, our whakapapa, our tikanga, our cultural practices, and our collective memory that is passed through the generations in our magnificent whakairo that often dress many of our marae across the motu. They're also a place of safety during civil defence emergencies, as they should be, as seen during Cyclone Gabrielle. They are a haven for whānau from all walks of life and moments of crisis, to not only Māori, but Māori mai, Pākehā mai, tātou katoa. Marae is your marae. When we consider this and the reliance of government on marae to feed and house our communities in these times, it is clear that government must shift the burden of financial stresses that come with seismic upgrades from hapu and into their own hands. The government should fully fund seismic strengthening for marae. With the rising costs, limited funding and little to no resource available, the finance strain on hapu and their marae will leave our communities vulnerable. Hapu need targeted funding initiatives, meaning partnerships with government agencies and actual collaboration in order to achieve that result. All of us, Māori and non-Māori, must ask themselves what it would mean if you lost your marae. We Māori know that there are a limited number of spaces where we can be our true, authentic selves, yet marae are some of the only spaces left in the country built off stolen whenua and Māori labour, where te reo, tikanga and whakapapa endures. But I must ask those non-Māori, tauiwi, tangata titi, however you may identify, what would it mean if your marae were lost? This bill and its amendments foster a sense of urgency, and for whānau, for hapu, for marae, for the country, actually. The preservation and safety of our Māori is not only critical to the enduring legacy of our whakapapa, but also to our obligations as tangata whenua in providing the necessary care for our manihiri. Our marae deserves the support needed to thrive, and Māori need to be appropriately resourced to meet earthquake-proofing requirements. I tautoko marika te pāti tēnei kōrero. Tēnā koe te whika.
Tamitha Paul.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this bill on behalf of our party. I actually want to do something very strange and very odd from this corner of the room, but I actually want to acknowledge and mihi to you, Minister Pink, for reaching out to us early. Your office did a really great job at reaching out to myself and my colleague Julianne Genter as the Wellington City MPs to brief us on some of these changes, and I really appreciated having that early notice and being communicated with about what your intentions are, because living in a city where we have such high earthquake risk and where so many of our residents, but also our city council, are so deeply impacted by these rules, it was really nice to be consulted on that. So thank you to you and your office for consulting with us on that. I also wanted to acknowledge that this legislation doesn't only impact Wellington. Yes, it has been the centre of the conversation and the centre of focus due to our vulnerability and due to the number of buildings that fall under this category that sit within our city, but it was really important to, I guess, our wider caucus to acknowledge the provinces and the small towns that are impacted by having earthquake-prone building status, and that it's not just the Wellington issue, but it affects our whole country. And even as my colleague Maria Mino was just saying, it impacts our marae. It impacts quite deeply when you take a broader look at it. So it's not just Wellington-centric, but I am really pleased to see the changes from a Wellington point of view, because we look around our city and we see the impact of earthquake-prone status on so many of our most important buildings. Our Central Library, you might have seen that has been under construction for the last few years, and that's because it was deemed to be earthquake-prone. And within the Civic Square area here in Pōneke, so many of our buildings have got that tape around it, and it's a tremendous financial burden, because there was previously this expectation that we would fix those buildings at a certain time, and our city simply cannot weather that financial burden to do that critical work. At the same time, we acknowledge that it's really important that buildings, especially those that have lots of people in it, are to the highest level of safety standards. And so we're kind of trying to make this balance between having safe buildings that people can enter into without the fear of loss of life or damage in the case of a major earthquake, but also trying to acknowledge that the financial burden for the city, if the city council owns that building or the government owns that building, is extremely high, and also the financial burden on residents and people on fixed incomes that live in some of these apartment buildings who cannot weather some of the earthquake strengthening work that is required of them. So there's a lot of different things to juggle in this conversation, but I feel pretty happy at this point of the bill's passage that many of those factors have been addressed. But I particularly wanted to echo those acknowledgements from my colleague Andy Foster, who talked about the really excellent work that Inner City Wellington has done. And for those who don't know Wellington, Inner City Wellington is like our Inner City Residents Association, and they've been doing a lot of advocacy, particularly for residents living in those buildings that are earthquake prone, who are on those fixed incomes that can't come up with the money to strengthen their buildings. And I wanted to particularly acknowledge Geraldine Murphy for her work that she has been doing in this space to continue to advocate for those people. So we're happy to support this bill at this stage of its passage, but just want to reiterate, I guess, our desire to make sure that that financial burden isn't impossible or insurmountable, but also want to acknowledge the really important role of human safety. And from the briefings that we've received around this bill, it's clear that we could look at some forms of prioritisation, so making sure that the buildings that have the most people going through it and the highest risk are prioritised in those deadlines above some of the more like random, smaller, less consequential buildings that exist out there, like some of those heritage buildings, which I have strong views on, but I'll park those for another day. So yeah, thank you very much, and that's my contribution. Kia ora.
Grant McCullum.
Yeah. Well, I'm very privileged to rise and speak on this bill, and I'd just like to acknowledge it's great, Madam Speaker, that common sense has broken out on the other side of the House, that they've finally seen the light and decided to support this bill. Thank you, acknowledge it. So here you go. They still can't acknowledge that maybe we've got a good idea over here that they can support, but that's great. Thank you, I appreciate it. And I'm sure that, and it's been a very collegial select committee on this one, to be fair. Well, we'll take that. As long as we're picking the right pieces of legislation to be right on, that's just fine by me.
I'll just also clarify that the clock hasn't stopped.
Yes, I'm sure you'll have heard enough of me by the end of that anyway. So, look, moving on. Anyway, on the Select Committee, look, it's a really tricky and delicate area, this, and it's important that we get this right. It's a serious issue around earthquake-safe buildings and so forth. I think we're doing the right thing by giving the full review time to actually progress. So that's what this is all about, is just delaying and giving people time to. It's not about, we've got to make sure we don't just keep kicking the can down the road, and I think the Minister's acknowledged that. And it's 4 years with the potential of 2. We're going to really focus on trying to solve this as quickly as possible. But we want to make the rules fair for people. Just to acknowledge, we had 23 written submissions and 9 submitters came in and gave oral submissions. The vast majority were in support of what we were doing. There were 1 or 2 spoke against. But overall, people can see that this needs to be done. It's a really difficult area, as people acknowledge, because you're balancing off that risk-return trade-off and going forward about how much you spend to upgrade buildings and the potential loss of life. So that's important work that needs to be done going forward. And I'd just like to, as a farmer, I just thought there's one part of the bill I would just mention, because I think it's quite appropriate actually, because there is a part of the bill which removes the obligation on a dam owner, which a few of us are here in the rural sector, to display a copy of the dam compliance certificate in a prominent place on the dam, while retaining requirements for the certificate to be supplied to the relevant regional authority and update them, so forth. So, I mean, not every dam, like maybe it has got a mai-mai on it like ours has, where we're able to go and deal with the ducks that happen to fly in the wrong place at the right time of year, for those of us who enjoy the bit of duck hunting. So I just think that's a very common sense approach, because otherwise, if you did not have that sort of structure, you would not have anywhere to display it. So on that note, Mr Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Ruben Davidson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We have a responsibility as a government to keep people safe. And in speaking about the earthquake-prone building deadlines and other matters amendment bill, that's ultimately what it comes down to. It's about keeping people safe. I'm the MP in Christchurch East, often referred to as the mighty Christchurch East, not just by myself, but by at least everybody who lives in it. And I've also been a resident in Christchurch since 1977, which is coincidentally the same year that Winston Peters entered this building. So it's a lifetime for me. But I also lived in Christchurch in 2011 during the Christchurch earthquakes. And we had a lot of earthquakes in Christchurch, but we had one particular earthquake that was incredibly strong, incredibly powerful, and ultimately had a devastating effect on our city and on the lives of a number of people. So the law that this amendment is pushing out was in response to the Christchurch earthquakes. It was a law from the lessons that we learned from the Christchurch earthquakes. And I think it's really important that we don't lose those lessons and miss ultimately what we learnt from those earthquakes. Our solution when in government was the Residential Earthquake Prone Building Financial Assistance Scheme, which this government cancelled. And under Labour, owner-occupiers of units and apartments living in earthquake-prone buildings could apply for financial support to fix their homes. Now, if we're talking about buildings and we're talking about the impact that buildings that aren't compliant with building code can have, in Christchurch, that was the loss of 185 lives. And what we need to remember is that 115 of those lives, 115 people, died in one building alone. The collapse of one building killed 115 people. Now, an earlier member compared road deaths on our roads in New Zealand, to the loss of life in earthquakes, as if to say, you've got to, well, entirely to say, if you, in comparison, more people die on the road than do in earthquakes. But I think that doesn't take seriously enough our role in this place to keep people safe. And we can't just say, oh, because more people die on the road, we can do less to keep people safe in buildings. Everyone who was in Christchurch on the 22nd of February 2011 remembers where they were. Because where you were mattered. It literally became the difference between life and death. So I was in my office that day, but there were some people who weren't at work because they worked in other businesses, because the industry that I worked in was full of people who worked freelance, who were contractors. And so because they were rostered on to work in other buildings that day, they didn't live. They died. They died because the buildings they were in weren't compliant with regulations. They weren't safe buildings. And what we're talking about with amending this bill is pushing out the horizon for people to make buildings safe. One of those people was a guy called Andrew Bishop. He was 33. He was an awesome guy. And another of those people was 21-year-old Isaac Thompson, who had so much potential, such a hard worker, so focused, so passionate about his craft. Ordinarily, he would have worked with our team. That day he didn't. And that day he worked in the CTV building. And that day, as a result of that building and that building's lack of strength and that building's collapse, he lost his life. So they're not here anymore. Andrew's not here. Isaac's not here. Hundreds of people are not here because of the building they were in. Simple as that. So it's pretty hard to stand up and suggest that we should just push the horizon out, that we should just say, take the time you need to make the buildings safe. I think any support that we can give for this bill, for this amendment to stretch that timeline out, really has to be done fully conscious of what that means for the people who are in those buildings. And the reality is that a lot of the time the people in those buildings have no idea. They have absolutely no idea of the risk that they're taking or of the vulnerability of those buildings. So the tentative and very tentative support for this bill really comes with the plea to know what you are doing, to really understand that the difference between 4 years and 6 years is huge, to take responsibility for those implications and to not lose the speed that should be given to this. We've all seen the speed that things can be done bad things when this government sets their mind to it. They can railroad things through. How come this isn't being given the same priority? It is instead being slowed down, pushed out, given a more distant horizon. It's disappointing to see the priorities when you look at legislation like this being used to slow things down and other legislation being rushed through to move things at pace. So, based on my experience of living in Christchurch through the earthquakes, based on the really, really tragic loss that we saw in Christchurch, the loss of life, really, really good people being lost simply because of the buildings they were in, and given, as another member has spoken of, the fact that the city that we're standing in today moved just this week, less than 24 hours ago, or approximately 24 hours ago. I think it's really important that the full implications of what this legislation is proposing are understood, and that it is not seen as an excuse to slow the process of making buildings safe and ultimately of saving lives is lost. Thank you.
Tom Rutherford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and just acknowledging the prior contributor for his heartfelt and genuine contribution on that. And he did make some really valid points in what he's been saying, and so just acknowledging what he had to say there, Mr. Speaker. For us on the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, we heard from 23 submitters on this piece of legislation, not a huge amount, but still really vital and important. And the majority of the submitters spoke in favour of the bill for particular reasons in one way or another. But we as a committee did make two recommendations back to the Minister that we thought would strengthen the bill, if you'll pardon the pun. And I really want to highlight what those two are, because I don't feel like they've been canvassed a huge amount. But Clause 17, a new Section 133 AMC, should be amended to make it clearer that a further deadline extension by order in council would apply both to deadlines originally extended by 4 years, as well as to EPB notices issued following commencement of the Amendment Act. And the other, and it's quite technical, but the other was Clause 26, and it's a new Section 238. And it said should be amended to refer to standalone building consent authorities rather than territorial authorities. Now, Mr. Speaker, these may have been small amendments made by the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, but it's been really clear across the discussion on this bill this afternoon that the support given from this side and from the other side is that they have listened to the submitters that gave those 23 submissions to the Select Committee. They understand the rationale behind the Minister's obligations and why he's bringing this bill to the House and why it's really vitally important. And that we progress this legislation further down the track to continue the progress of this legislation and why it plays such a vital role in our country. And so I commend it to the House. Helen White.
Thank you. As you have heard, there are really torn emotions on this side of the House about this bill, because there is a real concern about how serious it is to delay timeframes when lives are at stake. I totally accept that many of the people who are struggling the most are living in houses and apartments because actually apartments are affordable. And so it is a very real issue that people are vulnerable to the cost of improving these properties as well. And I'm really proud of Labour for having put its money where its mouth was in the scheme that it put forward. It was prepared to spend money on the situation, and that unfortunately is no longer an option available. What we have instead is an extended time period, and we are tentatively supporting that because there is a balancing act. But I was very moved by my colleague Ruben Davidson's speech, and it is worth remembering that very, very real cost. It is really important to remember what Arana Williams said about her concern that the second deadline after the 4 years would be extended out further. And I also recall the Minister saying that he had made sure that that second 2 years was really something that was not just a blanket thing that would happen, and that he was prepared to hold his own feet to the fire. Well, I pretty much could rest assure him that Aruna Williams will do that job for him at his invitation. She has got, actually without the invitation she would too. That is the job of the opposition, and that will be happening, and it couldn't be in a more important kind of issue. I do appreciate there is a review that's going to take place, that there are issues around the kind of increasing standard as we improve buildings. But I also just wanted to talk for a minute about something that is related, but a little bit, please indulge me. That was the Grenfell Tower issue. And I recently listened to a podcast about that review and how serious the issues were and how they weren't really dealt with. They became it became institutionally acceptable to actually defraud about the risk of that product. And I am very mindful that it's really easy to go to sleep about these issues because they seem a long way out. And in that case, people paid a huge price for the kind of, sometimes the group mentality that can happen on issues like this. That was the industry faking tests about the quality of the product, and people paid a price for that. That was incredibly serious. And the podcast that I was listening to was fairly compelling on the fact that some of the mentality that went into the way that people were using those products in those situations came from a real belief that people were worth less because they were renting and they were poor. And so there's always that risk. And so I appreciate the cost of this is very real to people, and we've got to work with them to build up these standards, but there is a balance included. And so this side of the House has decided to support this, but very much on the basis of the goodwill to make sure that there is a good faith response to this, and we use the time wisely. And I urge the officials who are involved to use their time wisely, because time is very important in this country, which shakes. Thank you. I commend the bill to the House.
Dr. Vanessa Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in support of the Earthquake-Prone Building Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bills in the second reading. So this is an important bill and a very practical one, and I want to take it from two perspectives. I have a lot of lived experience in this. Previous speaker spoke about his experience on the 11th of, in 2011. So I was still in the territorials in the army at that time, and I was part of the earthquake response. And I led a trauma research team in the Pine Gould building at the time. And during continuous aftershocks, I stood in that building, clutching a vial of ketamine and a saw, ready to crawl through the building to assist some of the people who were stuck in that building. Me and my team stayed there until the last survivor was pulled out in the afternoon the following day. And that experience has deeply affected me on many levels. I don't feel the same about a shaking of a truck going past as many people might do. And I know that there are thousands of people in Christchurch that are just like me who can't bear the thought of earthquakes and what might happen. So I know that any discussion about this is deeply emotional to people in Christchurch, because it's nearly 14 years, but it's just like it was yesterday. And so it is important that we keep people safe, and those buildings that I witnessed up close did not keep people safe, and it was a huge tragedy. And the fact that we've got thousands of buildings that are now deemed to be unsafe because of the codes is concerning. However, those buildings have stood through quite a few shakes already, and so I think that doesn't take away all risk, but some peace of mind. Most of the buildings in Christchurch that were problematic have gone, and we need to acknowledge that. And from the other side of things is that I was the deputy chair of the Medical Association. We had to wind up that organisation because we had owned a heritage building on the terrace that was at about 15% of code. And when we went through the process to redevelop that building and had the business case for it, it looked like we could afford it. However, when the project started, inevitably there were foundation issues that pushed out the costs, and we didn't achieve the business that we thought we would afterwards. As a result, the Medical Association of New Zealand, which had started in the 1880s, was over 130 years old. We had to wind that up. We were able to sell off our other assets, which was the New Zealand Medical Journal, and thanks to the Pacifica Medical Association, they bought it for $2, so that continues on. But there are real issues with heritage buildings and organisations throughout the country, and it has real-world economic implications, trying to work through a business case to redevelop things with uncertainty in the future. So I'm grateful to the Minister and for the work that the officials will be doing to progress this pragmatic thing, and also mindful of the safety element of it. And I know that you, the Minister and the officials, will be taking that and keeping that in mind and taking care with this. So I commend this bill to the House.
Glenn Bennett. Well, Mr. Speaker, and it's been a thoughtful afternoon listening to the different arguments and the different opinions, but also the lived experiences, and just want to acknowledge that in terms of my colleagues from both sides of the House who have lived experiences of earthquakes and other things. We live in the shaky isles, and I live in Taranaki, and even though this is slightly off-piece, but it's part of that ring of fire that we live under. And so everyone assumes that Taranaki is this dormant cone that's, erupted last time in 1690 or something like that. But actually, a report came out 2 years ago that has a 50% chance of erupting within the next 50 years. So it's actually, we're again at a position where we live in the shaky isles, we live in the on the ring of fire, and so we have to be prepared and have to expect these things. We don't want them, but we live in the most beautiful part of the world, but with that comes just a few shakes and a few volcanic situations. That's why we need to thoughtfully, and I'm glad that in a bipartisan way today, look at how we move this forward to ensure that we get it right. And we want to argue from this side of the House, we need to hurry up and keep moving faster, because as my colleague Reuben Davidson said, it's a matter of life or death in many ways. And we sit in this building, which is one of the safer buildings in Wellington. I know sometimes you look up, maybe you don't think so, but in the 1990s, this building was strengthened, and for those who go into the basement and see the big ginormous rubber base isolators, I was going to say stoppers, but base isolators, thank you very much. As a government, I think it was about $75 million was spent. I mean, I know it included some refurbishment work as well, but it was around the strengthening of these buildings. What do you think the price, what it would cost today? So, we're happy to sit inside these buildings and feel kind of mostly safe. But you look around the streets of Wellington and there's more than 800 buildings within a short walk or drive from here, which are actually earthquake prone, need remediation, need work done. And so how do we actually support that mahi? Mr. Speaker, I think for us, we've had some concerns and looked at the select committee process and listened really carefully to the arguments that were made, listening to councils and key stakeholders who, of course, for the councils, it's their role is to ensure the buildings, that their people are protected and well looked after. And so it is disappointing, as has been made clear by my colleagues, that there were things and processes that we had in place when we were in government that has been overturned, and now we're in this position. But that's why I think we need to proceed with caution, but we nonetheless need to proceed because not only is it the harrowing stories of people who have been through the trauma of major earthquakes, but it's around looking to the future and how do we prevent loss of life. And again, as my colleague Ruben Davidson said, it can't be compared with road safety. It can't be compared with other things because it's not as simple as a seatbelt. It's actually some major structural work, and people often who have bought in to buildings who weren't aware at the time, but also in terms of building owners and what that looks like for them. So we're here. We're looking at, is there a way that we can find a way to speed this up? But also, can we find a way where there is, we understand there's cost involved, and there must be, and we must take responsibility to ensure that that not only councils have the tools and the mechanisms, that we are the enablers who can actually not necessarily get out of the way, but actually ensure that we build good legislation and good bills that actually will ensure the safety, the protection, but also, the futures for people within our country. We live on the Shaky Isles. We live with the beautiful Pacific Ocean and, of course, the Indo-Australian tectonic plates where they meet. And just this weekend I had the privilege of being down on the west coast of the South Island and to see, and fun fact, but I'm sure we all know, the ranges are growing every year. They grow because of those tectonic plates that are connected there, but I'm sure that I better not, I did think I failed geography, but that's another story. So, Mr. Speaker, we cautiously support this, and I think getting to the committee stage is going to be a good space for us to debate and thrash some of these concepts and ideas out. And again, I think come to a bipartisan agreement that we can move forward feeling comfortable together. So we support this bill.
Dr. Hamish Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand in support of the Building Earthquake-Prone Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill in the second reading. And as a Christchurch-based MP, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge those that lost their life in the Christchurch earthquakes back in 2011. I do just want to acknowledge the work that my colleague, Dr. Vanessa Wennick, did in the immediate aftermath to help those that would so desperately in need of assistance. Also, as a Christchurch-based MP, I'm well aware of the effects that an earthquake-damaged house can have on someone's mental health and also their physical health as they struggle to get it repaired and remediated. It's one of the most common issues I have that comes through my electorate office door, and I'm there to help any constituents with those matters. I do just want to point out that this bill is really the aims of earthquake-prone building legislation was to reduce the risk to life and safely requiring New Zealand's most vulnerable buildings during a moderate earthquake to be remedied within set timeframes. And I also do want to just mention that there has been talk about urgency and the need of urgency, and I totally agree with with people across the House when we talked that we need to move with urgency around remedying some of these solutions, and that is why we have brought forward the review of the earthquake-prone building system that was scheduled to take place in 2027, and we have brought that forward to make sure that we can do this in a timely manner. But it is one of the reasons why we do need to extend the deadlines out, because of course there's no point doing a review after a deadline has already passed. Also, just want to acknowledge some of the great work that goes on at the University of Canterbury, which of course makes up a big part of my electorate of Ireland, and the work that the structural engineers of the University of Canterbury and the laboratory they have there to work out best ways of construction, and it's always very interesting to see what technology they're coming up with and the benefits. It's not just homes that have been affected by this legislation, it's also shops. We've also heard about maraes, churches and schools, and it's any building really. But this bill will alleviate the stress and sleepless nights as people struggle to get their building back in shape, whether it be their house or whether it be their place of work. Some of these repairs have turned out to be far more complex than initially thought, and we've heard about the heritage building. And that has left people with damaged properties that remain uninhabitable and underutilised. And the lack of any clarity has perpetuated the cycles of distress, which is contributing to the slower recovery of places like Christchurch. So I do just want to acknowledge the Minister for his work on this legislation, and also around other regulations he's put in place in building to really make sure that we can build back stronger. So I therefore am glad to be able to support this bill as the last speaker.
Before I put the question, I would like to commend the Minister for listening to the speeches of other members. It is not required for ministers to remain present for all business in their names. Often ministers need to leave to attend other matters, and that is accepted. On the other hand, having the minister stay for the speeches of other members does add to the debate. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Building Earthquake-Prone Building Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Members, the time has come for me to leave the chair. The House will resume at 7:30.
Coming up at 6 p.m. is a repeat of some of today's earlier proceedings. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker. Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen. I understand that Benjamin Cody Doyle is present and wishes to make the affirmation of allegiance. Would Benjamin Cody Doyle please come forward to the chair on my right?
Ko ahau, ko Benjamin Cody Doyle, e ki ana I runga I te pono, I te tika, I te ngākau tapatahi, me te whakau anō. Ka noho pirihonga, ka noho pūmau ki te kingi tiare, te tuatoru, me tōna kāhui whakaheke, e ai ki te ture.
Congratulations. Thank you. Well done. Three petitions have been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Gayleen McCreath requesting that the House make English an official language of New Zealand. Petition of Robin Kane requesting that the House urge the government to remove all court and legal costs for New Zealanders. Petition of Raina Vermani requesting that the House urge the government to select applications from the expressions of interest for the parent resident visa ballot whose ballots expire in October 2024.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 27 papers for presentation.
2023-24 annual reports for the Broadcasting Standards Authority, Callaghan Innovation, Creative New Zealand, Criminal Cases Review Commission, Electricity Authority, Health and Disability Commissioner, Law Commission, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, New Zealand On Air, Public Service Commission, Racing Integrity Board and Waka Kotahi and National Land Transport Fund. Statements of performance expectations for the Broadcasting Standards Authority, Creative New Zealand, Māori Language Commission, New Zealand On Air and Waka Kotahi. Statement of intent for Waka Kotahi. Updated statements of intent and performance expectations for Health and Disability Commissioner. Strategic intentions for the Ministry for Primary Industries and Oranga Tamariki. Reports in relation to selected non-departmental appropriations for the year ended 30 June 2024 for the following portfolios within Vote Business, Science and Innovation, Auckland and Energy. Government responses to the report of the Environment Committee on the petition of Royal Forest and Bird Protection Society and referral of petition of Ali Cook and referral of petition of Fabio Rees. Financial statements for the year ended 31 March 2024 for Māori Purposes Fund Board.
I present the report of the Controller and Auditor General entitled How Well 4 Councils Are Responding to a Changing Climate. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 9 select committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill. Reports of the Health Committee on the Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill No. 2 and the Therapeutic Products Act Repeal Bill. Reports of the Justice Committee on the Privacy Amendment Bill and the review briefing on the 2022-23 Annual Review of the Parliamentary Council Office. Reports of the Māori Affairs Committee on the review briefing on the 2022-23 Annual Review of Ngāpuhi Investment Fund Limited, trading as Tupu Tonu. Review briefing on the 2022-23 Annual Review of Te Taura Whiri i Te Reo Māori, Māori Language Commission. Report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Jennifer Bolton, please contact mental health services for advice when a person is suicidal. And the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee on the Earthquake-Prone Building Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill.
The bills are set down for second reading and the review briefings are set down for consideration. The clerk has been informed of the introduction of a bill.
Oversight of Oranga Tamariki System Legislation Amendment Bill, introduction.
That bill is set down for first reading.
Okay, Te Pika. Mr Speaker, I seek leave. Kia ora. Mr Speaker, I seek leave to move a motion without notice and without debate that this House commemorate the anniversary of the invasion of Parihaka that took place on the 5th of November 1881, known as Te Rā o Pāhuatanga.
Leave is sought for that. Is there any objection? There appears to be none.
Kia ora. E honoria he kororia, he maungaronga ki runga I te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. I move that this House commemorate the anniversary of the invasion of Parihaka that took place on the 5th of November 1881, known as Te Rā o Pāhuatanga, on which 1,600 men, women and children were brutally attacked, abducted and imprisoned by colonial troops for peacefully resisting the theft of their whenua. That this dark moment in Aotearoa history caused more than the destruction of physical property. It caused extreme personal, emotional and physical harm that is still felt today. That the legacy of Parihaka is not just history, it is alive and well today. And that we honour our tūpuna's commitment to peace and aroha, which they understood cannot be achieved without justice.
The House comes now to oral... Oh, I'm sorry. Was there are you... Yeah. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary? Carried. Thank you very much for your intervention there. And so am I, so you can have a question now. First one up.
Yeah. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
Yes, and in particular I stand by this government's action to conclude negotiations on a trade agreement with the Gulf Cooperation Council, which will deliver duty-free access for 99% of New Zealand's exports over 10 years. Growing trade relationships across the world is a key part of our plan to grow the economy, to lift incomes and to create jobs for Kiwis. Can I just acknowledge the fantastic work of Trade Minister Todd McLeay in getting this deal over the line and setting our exporters up for more success so that we can grow our economy and earn the money that we need to invest in the world-class health and education that Kiwis deserve.
Supplementary question. Does he stand by his statements, we've got very good processes for managing conflict of interest, and that ministers need to understand and internalise the responsibility that they have? If so, is he confident that all of his ministers are managing their conflicts of interest appropriately?
Yes, I'm confident real or perceived conflicts were managed, declared and are being managed appropriately.
Can he confirm if any conflicts of interest were declared and managed by any cabinet ministers regarding their association with the tobacco industry when the government made changes to New Zealand's smoke-free laws and the taxation of tobacco products?
What I can confirm is that any real or perceived conflicts are raised. We've assiduously followed Cabinet Office advice from day one of this government, and we take that very seriously.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, Hon CHRIS.
I asked the Prime Minister whether any conflicts of interest were declared and managed regarding a specific issue that Cabinet has considered, and he did not address that question.
The Prime Minister might like to consider his answer.
As per the previous government, the policy of the Cabinet Office is not to publish conflicts, as per the previous, has been the policy for successive governments.
Supplementary question. Did any ministers leave the room when the Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill or the $216 million tax break for heated tobacco products were discussed by Cabinet?
Again, Cabinet conflicts, perceived or real, are managed appropriately and assiduously through the Cabinet Office guidelines. We have taken that very seriously. We operate very differently from the previous administration. We don't need 16 reminders from the Cabinet Office to manage conflicts.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, Honourable Chris Hipkins.
If the Cabinet does indeed take their responsibilities very seriously, then the Prime Minister should have no difficulty answering the question.
That's true. There will always be aspects of Cabinet government that aren't in the public arena at the time that the question might be asked. Prime Minister has answered, I think, quite reasonably, given the nature of the question.
Who provided the advice to government that nicotine is as harmful as tobacco, coffee?
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
Who provided advice to the government that the nicotine is as harmful as caffeine?
That would be a question that would be best directed to the Associate Minister of Health.
Supplementary question. Who provided, quote, independent, end quote, advice to Casey Costello justifying the $216 million tax break on heated tobacco products his government agreed to?
Well, I'd say to that member, what we are doing is this country has had tremendous success at lowering daily smoking rates. We're down at 6.8%, heading to 5% to deliver on smoke-free 2025. We are now in a place where we actually have really hard, stubborn smokers that we're trying to get off cigarettes into alternatives. We're prepared on this side to try something different. When he represents the $216 million, I think, as a tax break, it's not a tax break. What it is a difference of moving from cigarettes into an alternative product at a lower excise duty. And we are good, prudent economic managers on this side of the House, and we're making sure that we are allowing for that in an accounting sense for the most conservative transition.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. Despite the very long answer the Prime Minister gave, he didn't actually address the question of who provided the supposedly independent advice to Casey Costello justifying the decision to remove the tax on heated tobacco products.
Yes, I know, but he did say that the government doesn't consider it to be a tax break, which would kind of nullify the rest of the answer. But take another question without penalty.
Who provided independent advice to Casey Costello justifying the tax changes when it comes to heated tobacco products?
Again, ministers receive a lot of advice from a lot of different sources all of the time. They don't always take it, they do, but I just ask the member to direct the question directly to the Associate Minister of Health.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. If he doesn't know who's providing advice to the Minister, how can he be confident that conflicts of interest are being appropriately managed?
Because I know that that minister is determined to lower smoking rates across this country and is doing so incredibly passionately and is determined to do it. And I just say to that member, if he cares a lot about conflicts, I wouldn't call a sister-in-law a distant relative.
Order, Mr Speaker.
Points of order are heard in silence. Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr Speaker, last year the Prime Minister objected to the fact that he himself brought a member of his own family into the debate, and you required me to withdraw and apologise for the Prime Minister doing that. We've now got a situation where repeatedly the government have named a public servant who happens to be related to a member of the opposition in the House, a public servant who cannot speak back, a public servant who is part of a politically neutral public service, a public servant who declared their conflict of interest and has done absolutely nothing wrong. The Prime Minister should be, as you required me to, the Prime Minister should be required to withdraw and apologise for that. We had a situation in the House before the recess where the point of order process and personal explanation process was abused by the Deputy Prime Minister. I don't think you should allow the Prime Minister to continue with that.
The Prime Minister might like to consider whether he withdraws that particular remark.
Consider I named anybody?
No, but the inference.
I withdraw and apologise.
Rauri Waititi.
Does he agree with the Minister for Children that allowing providers to use force against children may be seen as, quote, increasing the potential risk of abuse in custody, unquote, and if so, why is he allowing boot camp providers to use force on children, especially when it perpetuates the abuse in state care detailed in the Whanaketia report?
Again, what we want to see across government, across the delivery of social services, is enhanced child safeguarding and protection. We want to see advocacy available for those young people in those facilities. But we're also acknowledging that these are some of our most serious young offenders, and if there are issues around absconding or if there are issues around harm to each other or to themselves, then restraint is appropriate, but it's got to be used under strict guidelines.
Question number 2, David MacLeod.
Tēnā koe te māngai. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, I've seen the latest ANZ Monthly Business Outlook survey. Primarily, this measures how firms are thinking about the future, but also has some indicators of how they are feeling about the here and now. In terms of the here and now, firms on the whole think their business activity has declined compared to 12 months ago. This measure has improved compared to the previous survey, but is still weak, reflecting where the economy is at the moment.
Supplementary. How are firms feeling about the future?
Mr Speaker, firms are feeling much better about the future. The ANZ Business Outlook includes a measure of firms' outlook for their own activity, looking 12 months into the future. This is very strong. In fact, the strongest it has been since 2014. Investment intentions and employment intentions are also rising, again looking a year into the future. The survey also measures overall business confidence. A net 66% of businesses think that general business conditions will be better in 12 months' time. This measure of business confidence continues to rise and is at a new 10-year high.
Supplementary. How does she interpret these results?
Well, Mr Speaker, the results of the Business Outlook survey indicate that firms feel the end of the recession has been reached and they see better times ahead. Businesses have been doing it tough for a long time, but they are increasingly optimistic about the future. This is consistent with economic forecasts. The Reserve Bank, for example, is expecting a negative GDP result in the previous quarter, the September quarter, but a positive result in the current quarter and a steadily growing economy in 2025 and beyond. Inflation is back within the target band and the Reserve Bank has begun reducing interest rates.
Supplementary. What are the key economic releases before Christmas?
Well, Mr Speaker, tomorrow's Statistics New Zealand will release labour market stats for the September quarter. Typically, unemployment lags economic activity, meaning that the unemployment rate will rise for a time, even as the economy picks up. That will not continue forever, however, and unemployment is expected to come down next year. GDP for the September quarter will be announced on December 19, and both the Reserve Bank and Treasury will issue new forecasts before the end of the year.
Question 3, Tamatha Paul.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Children. Will private for-profit organisations be able to run military-style academies and use force against young people?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Karen Chawle.
I want to make 2 points. Firstly, the member is referring to the development of a bill which is still subject to Cabinet consideration. Secondly, as is already publicly available, Cabinet has agreed that a military-style academy provider and their staff, whether Oranga Tamariki or another agency, would have the power to use minimum force as reasonably required. This would be to prevent a young person from being harmed, harming themselves, or harming others, or to stop them from absconding from any location. These are our most serious offenders who must have committed at least 2 serious crimes with convictions of at least 10 years or more, which could be a range of things including sexual violence, aggravated robbery, injury with intent to cause grievous bodily harm. And we need to make sure that anyone working with them has the ability to keep themselves safe, keep the community safe, and keep other young people safe.
Supplementary. Will she, in this House, promise that for-profit organisations will never run these military-style academies?
Mr Speaker, I would have thought that the member on the other side would have wanted to create any ability for iwi and hapu to have some involvement in self-determination for what happens to their young people. This will give them the ability to be able to run a program in the future.
True.
Just wait for the House to calm down.
If it was her intention to allow iwi and other community organisations to run these academies, then why didn't she or her officials consult with them?
Mr. Speaker, there is a process to go through when decisions are being made. No decisions have been made yet, and when those decisions can be spoken about, we will.
How can she make the recommendation to Cabinet that third-party providers should be able to use force on young people without speaking to the Children's Commissioner when there are very obvious children's rights implications and risks from her proposal?
Mr. Speaker, the Children's Commissioner and I meet regularly, face to face, and I'm always say to her, if there's any concerns that she would like to speak about, I'm open to speaking about them. If she raises this issue with me, I will speak to her about it.
Supplementary, does she support for-profit organisations being able to run military-style academies and use force against young people?
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to reiterate again that it is the power to use minimum force as reasonably required. There are situations where young people may absconder, put themselves in danger, put the community in danger, and put a whole lot of people in circumstances that they shouldn't be put in. So we need to make sure that staff have the ability to deal with that.
True. Does she understand how disingenuous it looks to label something as a pilot and then seek Cabinet agreement to cement it in legislation before it's even finished and before it's even been evaluated?
Look, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of what we've achieved this year. I'm proud of the fact we've managed to step up a pilot, have 10 young people, have a chance to turn their lives around and invest in making sure they have every opportunity to be the best that they can be. I'm proud of that, and I'm looking forward to seeing many more children have that opportunity.
Question 4, the Honourable Barbara Edwards.
Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. Does she stand by her statement that Family Boost, quote, will make a difference to more than 100,000 Kiwi families, unquote? If so, why have fewer than half of that number actually received it so far?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Inland Revenue estimates that in the next year alone, that is the year from 1 October to 1 October next year, 100,000 families will be eligible for the Family Boost payment. However, I would stress the fact that the Family Boost payment is intended to exist into future years and not just this year. I'd also stress that families may be eligible for payments in some but not all quarters as they come and go from early childhood education during the year or as their household income changes as parents shift in and out of work. They may also submit all their claims at the end of the tax year. And, Mr. Speaker, people have a full 4 years to put in a claim. Clearly, it is early days, but in just 4 weeks, there have been already 36,514 payments made into the bank accounts of New Zealand parents. I would say this is very good progress, and I would also say this. If there are any parents in New Zealand whose children have been in early childhood education for which they have been paying fees, go onto the IRD website today and make your claim. I want to see as many eligible families as possible get the payment that they deserve, and I would welcome this question being asked again tomorrow and the next day so we can get that message out to Kiwi parents.
Your job, not mine. Supplementary. Isn't it the case that most of those that have received Family Boost to date got less than $30 a week?
Mr. Speaker, I would put to the member this. $30 a week is around $1,500 a year. And if that member thinks that amount of money is not material to a New Zealand family with young children, I'd invite her to go and meet a family with young children who will confirm for her that that is a meaningful sum of money. Mr. Speaker, we've always been clear that the Family Boost payment is paid in proportion to two things. One, the fees that a family pays, so up to $75 a week of refunded fees, up to 25% of total fees, and two, the income that a family receives. So there have been a range of payments made depending on the personal circumstances of families.
Just would suggest that rare and reasonable is not being exercised when it comes to interjections on questions.
Supplementary. Was it fair to promise up to $150 a fortnight when, as of yesterday, only 3% of those who have received the payment got $150?
Mr. Speaker, yes, because the policy that we advertised is the policy that we've delivered, whereby families are eligible for up to $975 in payment over the period. As some, Mr. Speaker, that more than 1,200 families have received, 1,243. There is a range of other payments that have been made, many in excess of $500. Hundreds of dollars have been put into the bank accounts of New Zealand parents, and members on the opposite side of the House think that's a bad thing. They oppose a policy which directly provides cost of living relief to New Zealand families, and I'd invite them to reconsider that position.
Supplementary.
Just make a point here that questions are being asked because they are on serious matters. People should at least attempt to listen to the answers. The Honourable Barbara Evans.
If only they were given.
Well, sorry. No comment. This
Supplementary. Isn't it the case that Family Boost is so hard for parents to navigate and get it right that inland revenue has declined 7,700 claims, or 16% of total claims?
No, Mr. Speaker, that is incorrect. In fact, I'm advised by Inland Revenue that they have had feedback that the application process for the payment is straightforward. In fact, one person has gone so far as to say, I feel like I've done something wrong because it was too easy to fill out. And Mr. Speaker, to members opposite, I just remind you of your responsibility here. There are people in your electorate who deserve this money. And the feedback that we have had is that when they go onto the website, they find it straightforward. The member has continued to repeat a claim, Mr. Speaker, that National wants to make it difficult for people to get this money. That claim is false. The member should stop making it. She should also stop mixing her metaphors and saying that my face is both blue and that my pudding is severely lacking.
Supplementary.
Both sides need to exercise a bit of calm, and I'll just make the point that it's not the government's responsibility to inform the opposition of what their responsibilities are.
Supplementary. Why is she doing nothing to make it easier for families to access support when a month in there is only a 33% uptake and 7,700 applications have been declined?
Mr. Speaker, we have made it easy for 35,000 families to get money put directly into their bank accounts, and I stand by that. In addition, 3.5 million New Zealanders have had tax relief go directly into their bank accounts. And Mr. Speaker, what I would put to the member once again is this. Any family who has children in early childhood education who is paying fees, I would encourage strongly to go onto the IRD website and to make a claim for the payment they are due. And when they do that, to remember that the payment that that member wanted to put into their bank account was zero.
Question number 5, Mike Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks, what update can she provide about her Make It Count action plan?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, this government is continuing to supercharge our plan to lift student achievement. Yesterday, I was delighted to announce we're introducing a targeted maths acceleration program to give more Kiwi kids confidence in mathematics. From Term 1 and 2 next year, around 2,000 Year 7 and 8 students who need the most help will take part in an intensive support program to support them progress towards the required curriculum levels in mathematics. The trial will use a small group of tutoring, it will be small groups that will have tutoring and supervised online tuition as well, so a hybrid approach for 30 minutes up to 4 times a week for each student.
Supplementary. Which schools will be eligible?
Mr Speaker, intermediate-aged children have been specifically chosen for this, as they will have the least time to benefit from our curriculum changes and our resourcing changes before starting high school. The trial will be held in a cross-section of schools and kura across the country, teaching maths using the New Zealand curriculum and teaching pangaru using Te Marutanga o Aotearoa. It will run for 12 weeks and cost around $2 million, and we will work with schools to select those students who need the most support. It's my intention that the findings from this trial will inform decisions about scaling it up across the country from Term 3 next year.
Supplementary. How else is the action plan supporting schools?
Mr Speaker, last week we released the new maths curriculum for Year 0 to 8, ready for schools to use from Term 1 a year earlier than planned. Like our structured literacy approach, the maths curriculum is knowledge-rich, sets out a structured, evidence-informed approach based on the science of learning, similar to the best from across the OECD. To support teachers with the curriculum rollout, this government has invested $30 million into high-quality curriculum-aligned workbooks, teacher guides, lesson plans and resources, free of charge. And I'm pleased to share, as of today, 369,966 students will benefit from those resources from Term 1 next year, an increase of over 60,000 students in the last 24 hours and an additional 241 schools who's placed their order since 8:30 a.m. yesterday morning.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received?
Mr Speaker, feedback from schools have been really positive. A number of schools have already contacted me and the Ministry to get involved in the trial. And in relation to the Maths Action Plan, one principal wrote to me to say, I'd like to reiterate my compliments to you and your team for relentlessly focusing on improving the primary school curriculum with an important emphasis on literacy and maths. And another wrote, this is incredibly exciting, and I thank you for your commitment to our students, our teachers and our schools. Our work program is one that is defined by pace, clarity and outcomes, Mr Speaker, and we are delivering.
Question 6, the Honourable Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Health and asks, does she stand by all her statements and actions regarding her release of official information?
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr Speaker, yes, in the context they were made. I acknowledge there has been widespread reporting and discussion in the House about the release of documents and handling of official information requests in my office. I don't deny there were challenges during a transitional period very early after receiving my ministerial warrant. Once my office was fully staffed, operational issues regarding management of information was remedied. I am far from the First Minister not to meet some of the obligations imposed by the Official Information Act, and I'm sure I won't be the last.
Supplementary. How did she determine that the statement, nicotine is as harmful as caffeine, was given to her by an official when she made decisions to withhold that statement?
Mr Speaker, there were redactions in a document that was still considered a point of debate, full and frank discussions around advice that I was being given. That information was redacted at the time because it was still part of full and frank discussions.
Point of order, the Honourable Kieran.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The question was very specific and I don't believe that response addressed it. But also, earlier when Chris Hipkins asked the Prime Minister a similar question, he suggested that a question be made to the Minister. And surely in doing so and avoiding addressing the question himself and putting the responsibility onto his Minister, there should be a higher expectation of the House that the Minister would address it.
Well, your point of order raises the issue of the appropriateness of the Prime Minister suggesting another Minister might answer it. The reality is the Minister who is directed, who the questioner is directed towards, would be expected to know more. In this case, the answer was that there were free and frank advice that was redacted. That's not unusual for a government to redact free and frank advice from official information.
Supplementary. How did she determine that it was appropriate to withhold that statement under Section 9(2)(g)(I) if she did not know that they were an official?
Mr Speaker, the statement that she's referring to was part of a broader document That was a range of advice that was given. The redaction was later rectified and the information is fully available now. The statement in it was an extract from a broader document in which talk discussed nicotine and caffeine.
From an official. Supplementary, when she withheld statements that efforts to reducing smoking constitutes nanny state nonsense, employing a section of the Act that specifically applies to advice tendered by ministers, officers and employees of the public service, how did that conform with the Act if she doesn't know who wrote it?
Mr Speaker, I think we're traversing a document that was used very early on, as has been discussed repeatedly in this House, which was a range of policy positions and advice, policy positions and previous New Zealand First policy positions and manifesto statements. It did not become part of the Cabinet paper. It was the work that was undertaken in this space was the implementation of the coalition agreement commitments.
Broad background.
There was broad background documentation that was provided that has fully been traversed, and the information has been discussed at length regarding the source of that information.
Supplementary, is it correct that when she issued a revised information release to Radio New Zealand, after having been found to have acted contrary to the law by the Ombudsman, she has continued to unlawfully withhold information?
We're talking about the law now, are we?
Mr Speaker, I have not withheld any information under the Official Information Act. The documentation that was referred to was referring to the same piece of information that was redacted early on, and through the course of the discussions with the Ombudsman, the full document was then released unredacted, for which I apologised in this House, and I have rectified the situation that the Ombudsman raised, which, as I've said earlier, I am not the first Minister that has had to rectify issues around Official Information Act disclosures.
A point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
So I want you to consider that last question. There are many Speaker's rulings against any imprecation or imputation of legal wrongdoing, and that member has deliberately broken them. I'm surprised you allow that question to go ahead.
Well, I actually listened very carefully to the question, and the question reflected upon I assumed it was a law relating to the Ombudsman and the Ombudsman's office, and that would bring it into an appropriate space. But what I would say is that it's not appropriate for members to use question time to make accusations against ministers in a way that might not be well understood by the public, and that's probably where this question was. We'll now go to... Yeah.
Can you clarify exactly what you mean?
Yeah. Well, the problem is the question itself wasn't all that clear. So what I'm saying to you is that in referring to the Ombudsman decision about using the law that governs him to say that the Minister needed to release more information is not the same as saying that the Minister has broken the law, but it does perhaps suggest that. And I think that's the difficulty that we have here. So while I accept that's not the intention of the questioner, I'm just explaining why I accept that to the Minister.
Very good point.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, if you'd like to drop by my office later, particularly if you're having trouble sleeping, I'm sure I could give you an explanation that would see you doze off within seconds. Can we go to question? Or was I halfway through? Kahaurangi Kata, question 7.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Children. Is she concerned that rangatahi in care and protection residents have not been given access to the basics, like healthcare, education and freedom from violence, as Mana Mokopuna identified happening at Epuni?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Karen Chua.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This report was written in April, not long after I became Minister for Children. Prior to becoming minister, I was shocked at the condition of Ipuni. Once I became minister, I asked Oranga Tamariki what could be done to improve conditions at Ipuni because it had been left in such a dire state. Since this report, we have developed and implemented an action plan with an intensive program of work to ensure the safety and well-being of young people at Ipuni. This has included returning to a full education program, providing primary healthcare services and access to psychological services on site, and increasing access for advocacy services such as voice whakarunga mai and mana mokopuna. In June, I visited Ipuni again, and I can confidently say there have been changes made to the way in which the resident operates, which in turn is creating a safer residential environment for our children and young people.
Supplementary. How does she reconcile her comment that Ipuni has become, quote, a nicer place for children to be for children, end quote, with Mana Mokopuna's findings that residents couldn't access medication, didn't receive head injury treatment, had only 2 hours of education a day, and experienced over-reliance on punitive measures?
Mr Speaker, I would suggest that the member listen to the answer to my question. That report was from April. I stated in the original answer that we have made changes since that report happened and that we have addressed the issues that the member has just asked about.
Supplementary. Is she concerned that even after refurbishments, the, quote, overall feel of Ipuni was that it was institutional and run down, end quote? And if so, what actions will she take to de-institutionalise the facility?
Mr Speaker, the refurbishment that the member is speaking to was refurbishment that was done prior to me being minister. We have put a lot more into the operational site since then, and also into the procedures around how we are educating, how we are giving medical care and psychological care to young people within Ipuni.
Supplementary.
Supplementary.
Supplementary. Laura Tusk.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What work has been done to ensure staff and young people's safety in youth justice residences and care and protection sites?
Mr Speaker, there are over 80 standard operating procedures in the process of being implemented across various care and protection and youth justice facilities at the moment. This means staff will now understand what the expectations of them are and what the consequences of them are if they are not followed. An example of this training is provided would be de-escalation training and specific trauma-informed training. And I am happy with the progress that has already occurred and the trajectory of care within these residential facilities. But I can assure you we are doing everything in our power to help these young people turn their lives around and give them the opportunities to make changes in their lives.
Supplementary. How will she ensure employment conditions are improved at Ipuni, where vacancies struggle to be filled, staff work double shifts, feel like they can't take leave and don't receive specialist training?
Mr Speaker, once again, I suspect the member is referring to a report that was written in April. We have had a comprehensive hiring plan in place. We have looked at the culture around the residential facilities and the care and protection facilities. We are rolling out processes so that the things the member has raised today do not continue and life is better for the young people within those residences.
Supplementary. What action will she take in response to Mana Mokopuna's finding that Ipuni, a site of historic abuse and care, continues to cause trauma to past residents who are whānau of current residents?
Mr Speaker, I think over the last few questions I have answered that question. We have rolled out 80 new operating practices. We are training people in de-escalation training. We are doing specific trauma-informed training for staff. We are supporting management to make sure that they have the tools they need to do their job and deal with things when they aren't being done properly.
Question 8, Catherine Webb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Development and Employment. What recent reports has she seen on the time spent by people on welfare?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr Speaker, MSD's latest Benefit Systems Insight report contains some very sobering forecasts of how long people on welfare are expected to require benefit support over their lifetimes. Some of the more concerning findings are that people under the age of 25 on main benefits are now forecast to spend an average of about 20 more years on benefit over their lifetimes. Under 25s on job seeker support are forecast to spend on average about 18 more years on a benefit. Those under 20 who are receiving a youth benefit are forecast to spend an average of 23 more years on a benefit. And work-ready job seeker support beneficiaries of all ages are forecast to spend on average about 13 more years on a benefit. These findings highlight how bad welfare dependency has become in recent years and underscore the urgent need for our Welfare That Works reforms to get more people off welfare and into work.
Supplementary. How do these forecasts compare to estimates in 2017?
Mr Speaker, many of the estimated future years for different population groups of beneficiaries have increased significantly since 2017. For instance, the estimate that young people under 25 on a main benefit are forecast to spend an average of about 20 more years on a benefit is 39% longer than it was in 2017. The forecast for job seeker support beneficiaries under 25 will spend an average of about 18 more years on a benefit is 49% longer than 2017. And these reports also show the blame can't be placed at the feet of COVID, as the trend of people spending longer on benefits set in well before the pandemic, and the 2022 report stated its effects had mostly passed. By the end of 2019, exit rates for job seeker benefits had already fallen to levels not seen since the unemployment benefit exit rates dropped at the peak of the global financial crisis, even though unemployment was relatively low at the time.
Supplementary.
It was, a very long answer. I think answers should be more concise than that. Catherine Webb.
What other insights does this modelling tell us about people on benefits?
We proactively released this report in its entirety, something that I know the previous government didn't do, because we are open with the risk factors that contribute to some people being on benefit. These risk factors include growing up in a benefit-dependent household, low educational achievement, mental health issues, time spent in social housing, and a history of run-ins with the justice system. Addressing these risk factors is critical for the government, and members will recognise that many of them are reflected in the government's targets. Our government will not tread the same path that has denied the opportunity to some of our most vulnerable. We want to make a practical difference in the lives of New Zealanders.
Supplementary.
Ricardo Mendes-March.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Why is she bringing work for the dole back from the dead as a punitive sanction when the evidence and official advice is clear that, quote, work for the dole programs do not increase the probability of participants moving off the benefit and into employment, end quote, and instead, quote, participants remain on benefit longer than would otherwise be the case?
Yeah, that was also a very long question. So.
Mr Speaker, it's completely outside the scope of this particular report, but let me answer. The risk factors that the member is so interested that contribute to people being on welfare for longer are why we are introducing measures like the traffic lights to support people into work faster.
You don't need to. That was well and truly in scope of the primary question, with all due respect.
Supplementary. Supplementary. What are the government's plans to support young job seekers?
Point of order. Ricardo Mendes-March.
So in the supplementary question, I talked about her policy, which she received advice around the probability of people staying on the benefit and the length of people that will stay on the benefit as a result of that policy. That's very much directly in line with the question in relationship to a report that talks about forecasts of time that people would spend on the benefit.
Yeah.
It may have been a long supplementary question, but that's just the advice that she received that I was quoting.
Yeah, that's right. I already agree with you.
But, do you just jump into the next supplementary question? I would like the Minister to actually address my question rather than say she's going to answer another issue.
Well, with respect, she did. Catherine Webb.
Supplementary. What are the government's plans to support job seekers into work?
Mr Speaker, the job ahead of us to address this deep-rooted causes of welfare dependency are considerable, but so is our government's commitment to supporting more people into work and a greater life. Some of the things we've introduced already are a new phone-based case management service, 2,100 more places for young people to get community job coaching, more regular work seminars to support people with their job searching, and a traffic light system to help them stay on track with their benefit obligations. We are determined, Mr Speaker, to reduce the number on job seeker benefit by 50,000 within 6 years, because we know the difference that work makes.
Question 9, Willow Jane Prime.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Children. Does she stand by her statement that this military-style academy has nothing to do with the boot camps of the past, which were absolutely horrendous? If so, does she support giving third-party military-style academy providers the power to use force against young people?
The Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In response to the first part of the question, yes. The boot camps of the past I was referring to were run decades ago with untrained staff, no proper oversight, and in an isolated setting with appalling conditions. In response to the second part of the question, yes. This may mean in the future we can extend the enabling community and partnership arrangements to have Section 396 providers able to be involved in the military-style academies and to be able to work alongside oranga tamariki in the lives of young people. This may be iwi, where they wouldn't have been able to otherwise.
Supplementary. Does she agree with the advice from oranga tamariki officials that the provision of powers to use force may result in harm if not used appropriately, and if not, why not?
Yes, Mr Speaker, that's why it must be used appropriately.
Supplementary. Who is correct? The Prime Minister, who said his preference was not to use force, or the Minister who said in a leaked cabinet paper that I consider that clear authority is needed for the use of force?
Mr Speaker, I won't be referring to a document that I have been unable to verify.
Supplementary. What does she say to the Prime Minister who said, quote, "What I'm interested in is, have we got the layers of child safeguarding?" when her paper had no safeguards?
Mr Speaker, yes, I do agree with the Prime Minister. We do need a proper level of safeguarding. That's why we need to have the discussion when there are risks involved. There are risks involved in everything we do, Mr Speaker. The whole point is making sure we mitigate those risks. You get in a car, you put on a seatbelt. You get in a boat, you put on a life jacket. This is about us giving the young people the life jacket and the seatbelt they need to better their lives.
Supplementary.
Yep, when the House settles.
Has she learned nothing from the Royal Commission into Abuse and Care that found that the lack of appropriate safeguards was a factor leading to the neglect, abuse and trauma of children in care experience?
Yes, Mr Speaker, that's why we're having the discussion around appropriate levels of safeguarding. That's why Mana Mokopuna, the Ombudsman and multiple other agencies have been involved in the process of these military academies. There is oversight, there is proper training, and there are facilities that we've actually invested in instead of letting them rot.
Question 10, Miles Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Trade. What actions has the government taken to support trade with the Middle East?
The Honourable Nicola Grigg.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Trade, it is an exciting time to be a New Zealand exporter. Following Following the conclusion of the UAE trade agreement in September, our exceptional Trade Minister Todd McLeod last week announced the conclusion of yet another deal, this time with the six-nation GCC after almost 20 years of negotiations. Mr Speaker, about 70% of New Zealand's trade is already covered by arrangements, but until recently the Gulf region had been a major omission in that coverage. That's why our government has moved very quickly to unblock progress and prioritise a successful and quick conclusion to the negotiations.
Supplementary. Why is this trade deal with the GCC significant?
Mr Speaker, the GCC is the 9th largest economy in the world and our 7th largest export destination. To date, this is the highest quality deal GCC has ever entered into, and significantly for New Zealand, it's first with a major agricultural exporter. The deal delivers duty-free access for 99% of our exports over 10 years, and when combined with our recently concluded UAE deal, 51% of our exports to the region will enter tariff-free from day one.
Well done.
Supplementary. How will this agreement with the GCC benefit New Zealanders?
Mr Speaker, the GCC is a growing market for New Zealand goods and exports, with two-way trade between New Zealand and GCC worth over $3 billion in the last year, and dairy alone accounting for $1.8 billion. Products like dairy, industrial products, red meat and horticultural products will have locked-in preferential duty-free access to that market, putting money into the back pockets of New Zealand farmers and manufacturers.
Supplementary. What is new and innovative about this deal?
Mr Speaker, the agreement promotes sustainable development policies and outcomes, recognising the importance of using labour and environment laws for legitimate purposes, effectively enforcing these laws and not weakening them to solely encourage trade and investment. For example, it affirms the International Labour Organisation's fundamental principles and rights at work. That is a first for the GCC in a trade agreement, and facilitates cooperation on matters relating to labour, including compliance and enforcing mechanisms for labour rights. It also recognises the importance of women's economic empowerment, including commitments to fostering women's entrepreneurship, exchanging best practice related to policies and programs, and includes a commitment to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Finally, Mr Speaker, New Zealand has also secured our Treaty of Waitangi exception to allow us to meet our treaty obligations.
Well done. Oh, now he's happy. Deliver that speech next week. Deliver that speech next week.
Good, that's all the excitement over. Debbie Nauru Paka, question 11.
Tēnā koe te pika. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by his government statements and actions?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, and especially our action to turn around New Zealand's unacceptable level of achievement in maths education. We are not prepared to sit by and accept that 4 out of 5 year 8s are not at the expected curriculum benchmark. So yesterday we announced the latest step in our Make It Count's Maths Action Plan, a pilot program with intensive support for 2,000 intermediate age students who've fallen behind the required curriculum level. We are giving the teachers the tools they need to set students up for success and a future with more opportunities than their parents had.
Supplementary. Why have Māori faced disproportionately high rates of benefit sanctions and cancellations compared to non-Māori?
What I'd say is we are determined to make sure every New Zealander, Māori or non-Māori, understands that they live in a country filled with rights and responsibilities. They have simple obligations. Get a resume. Show up to the job interview, check in with your case manager, and your fellow New Zealander will support you on a pathway to work. But you have an obligation to look for work, to participate in work, and if you don't, we'll sanction your benefits.
Supplementary. Why has the government's current housing strategy failed to adequately address the ongoing disparities faced by the 10,000 Māori households still on the waiting list?
Well, what I'm incredibly proud about is the incredible work that Minister Tamapotaka has been doing to actually reduce emergency housing in this country, because that was a shame from the previous administration, and to see over 1,500 kids moved out of motels into proper houses is absolutely fantastic. And I thought if you cared about the kids, you'd back the policy. Thank you very much.
Supplementary.
Where are they?
Why has the government failed to effectively address the disproportionately high rate of suspected suicide amongst tangata Māori which remains above the national average.
Again, this is a cross-party effort to work on suicide across New Zealand. We have a lot more work to do, as was evidenced in the last few weeks.
Supplementary. How does the government justify the slow processing of takutai moana applications which directly affect Māori land rights and sovereignty?
Again, as we've talked before, what we're doing is making sure we go back to the legislation before that balance the interests of New Zealanders and also customary title for Māori. This is making sure that we go back to what was intended by this Parliament rather than the lowering of a threshold interpreted by the courts.
Supplementary. Will he meet with the tens of thousands of tangata whenua and tangata moana who are arriving with the hikoi at Parliament 12 o'clock November the 19th?
My schedule hasn't been confirmed and I haven't heard when they're arriving.
Very busy. Very busy. There's a country to run.
Question 12, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Tēnā koe te mana whakawā. My question is to the Minister of Justice. Does he consider that all of the appointments made or recommended by are suitably qualified and appropriately politically neutral?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Yes. In particular, the recent appointment of the Honourable Justice Simon Moore, KC, as Chair of the Electoral Commission, very well qualified and appointed with a unanimous support from all parties across the House.
Supplementary. Why was he satisfied that Dr Stephen Rainbow had the legal knowledge required by Section 12C of the Human Rights Act to be qualified for the appointment as Chief Human Rights Commissioner?
Because I was... he has a wide-ranging experience in terms of expressing strong views and making a good case for the importance of civil rights and human rights in New Zealand. The expectation has never been that you had to be an academic in human rights law, that the legislation indicates that you have to have an understanding of human rights law, and I think that's appropriate. We've got every confidence that he'll do an excellent job.
Supplementary. Is it politically neutral for Dr Rainbow to have messaged the ACT Chief of Staff on 12 December 2023, the pushback you guys are facing is not unexpected, but it is still incredible. Am keen to help if you're needing any assistance. A gay human rights commissioner, for example?
Well, the gentleman that the member is named is perfectly entitled to communicate with people on a range of issues. What I'm interested in is his ability to clearly stand up for and articulate the importance of human rights in New Zealand and to do that in a way that is well communicated, and I've got every confidence he can do that.
Supplementary. Why did he appoint Dr Stephen Rainbow as Chief Human Rights Commissioner, given he is not suitably qualified, is not politically neutral, and was in fact assessed by an appointment panel of a retired Supreme Court judge, a former Attorney General, a King's Counsel and an iwi Chair Forum representative as not meeting appointment criteria to be a viable appointment?
Well, to the first part of the question, it is not I who appointed anybody. Cabinet made the decision and the government made the appointment. And the government made the appointment because he's a very well-qualified person who would do a great job. And it's very important in this country that we have a strong advocate for universal human rights, and he'll do a good job in that area.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Does the Minister consider that the quality of questions he's received in the last few minutes are evidence that maybe a law qualification's not everything?
It was not particularly helpful for the order of the House at all. The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Just wait for the House to settle.
Isn't it simply the case that the appointment of Dr Rainbow as the Chief Human Rights Commissioner is because he is a party stooge who will simply do the government's bidding?
Point of order. Point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
So that question cannot possibly stand. We just had a long presentation from the Leader of the Opposition defending someone who he believes was implicated last week. You cannot let that question stand.
Yeah, and I'm not going to. Thank you. That concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Members, the House has resumed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Climate Change Response, Emissions Trading Scheme Agricultural Obligations Amendment Bill, second reading.
Honourable Simon Watts.
I present a legislative statement on the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Agricultural Obligations Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Simon Watts.
I move that the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Agricultural Obligations Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, agriculture is the backbone of New Zealand's economy and a contributor to the world economy. It will play an important role in achieving the government's goal of doubling the value of exports over the next decade. In the year 31 March 2024, the food and fibre sector accounted for 80.9% of New Zealand's merchandise exports. And over the last 10 years, food and fibre exports have grown by an average of 3.6% per year, whereas other elements of export growth have only grown by 1.6%. 1 in 7 New Zealanders work in the food and fibre sector, and that figure increases to 1 in 4 in some of our regional economies. Our relationship with our trading partners are linked to the economy and the prosperity of this country, and that's why this bill exists. The agricultural sector is critical to meeting our economic, trade and climate goals. However, to do so effectively, that sector must adopt and adapt to the evolving global expectations. New Zealand remains committed to its international climate obligations, which I wish to emphasise this bill is consistent with. While we have committed to repealing legislation that imposes ETS obligations on agricultural activities, we have also committed to replace it with fair and sustainable pricing system outside of the ETS by 2030 to ensure that we do not send production or jobs overseas. The Climate Change Response Act currently requires agricultural processors to pay for fertiliser and livestock emissions from the 1st of January 2025. Under the current legislation, animal farmers would begin reporting on their on-farm emissions from the 1st of January 2026 and paying for those emissions from the 1st of January 2027. Economic modelling commissioned by officials suggests that requiring agricultural processors to pay for their emissions under the emissions trading scheme would have a negative impact on both farm production and revenue. If agricultural processors are required to pay for on-farm emissions, this could lead to a trickle-down of costs directly to farmers, regardless of their emissions efficiency rates. The requirements for farmers to report and pay for their emissions would likely require up to 100,000 animal farmers to be registered and begin reporting and paying for those emissions under the emissions trading scheme. This would have disproportionate adverse impacts on small farmers and would significantly increase the number of participants in that scheme, which could disrupt the operations of the scheme. In summary, the current system would result in additional administrative, implementation and compliance costs to our domestic agricultural sector. I want to be really clear here. This government will not shut down our productive sectors and shift production overseas. And this bill, Madam Speaker, presents an opportunity for a new pathway forward. It will pave the way for us to develop a fair and sustainable pricing system for agriculture that reduces emissions without sending production offshore to farmers who are less emissions efficient than here in New Zealand. Not only that, but this bill will support our farmers and our rural communities. In July, the government launched its climate change strategy, a plan aimed at reducing the impacts of climate change and preparing for its future impacts. The climate change strategy has 5 key pillars: infrastructure that is resilient, communities that are well prepared, credible markets, clean and efficient and abundant energy, world-leading climate innovation that boosts our economy, and nature-based solutions that address climate change. I would like to emphasise the importance of the fourth pillar, having world-leading climate innovation that boosts the economy. This government has prioritised developing tools and technologies that work for New Zealand's pasture-based systems. Examples of key policies and initiatives to achieve this were included in the ERP2 discussion document and include accelerating the development of mitigation tools and technologies to reduce on-farm emissions, with the government also partnering with private sector with $400 million of investment. Fit-for-purpose regulatory pathways for mitigation technologies, independent review of the biogenic methane science target, and standardised methodologies for developing measurement of on-farm emissions by 2025. It is clear that this government is taking the right approach to reduce agricultural emissions by working with the sector and not against them, as we will continue to grow our efforts and grow our economy to double exports and to meet our climate goals. Madam Speaker, despite the urgency to amend the Climate Change Response Act by the 1st of January 2025, we have had a rigorous 4-month select committee process that scrutinised this bill. I want to acknowledge my ministerial colleague, the Honourable Todd McLeod, Minister for Agriculture, who I have worked very closely with on this bill, alongside officials from both of our joint agencies. I would also like to thank members across the House who are part of the Primary Production Select Committee. Thank you for your work in considering this bill, and thank you for the contributions that you have made as part of that. It is important to hear and consider the feedback from the sector, organisations and the wider public. I would like to acknowledge the opposition's feedback provided in the Select Committee report on the bill, which included the importance and the impact of climate change, fairness and equity concerns with other sectors of the economy, and, while not perfect, the New Zealand ETS is the only current tool for pricing emissions. Despite these concerns, I want to reiterate the government's commitment to establishing a fair and sustainable pricing system for agriculture outside of the New Zealand ETS by 2030. This system will ensure domestic production and jobs remain in New Zealand rather than being sent overseas. Members of the Select Committee listened to the views on this bill, receiving submissions from groups, organisations and individuals across New Zealand. The committee received 581 submissions and 26 oral submissions during this consultation process. Of these total submissions, approximately 2/3 were supportive of this bill, with the remainder 1/3 being against the bill. Agriculture must play its part, and it will. As outlined in the second emissions reduction plan, to get the desired impact, the tools to reduce emissions must come before pricing, not the other way around. These tools must be in the hands of our producers so they can utilise them to adapt and to remain profitable. Madam Speaker, after careful consideration of the submissions and the advice from officials, the Primary Production Committee recommended by majority that this bill be passed without amendment. Submissions did not identify any unintended consequences, administrative errors or inconsistencies with the government's policy intent that requires amendment. This bill, as drafted, Madam Speaker, gives effect to the government's objectives to remove agriculture from the New Zealand ETS and has been factored into the government's wider emissions reduction strategy, including consideration of the second emissions reduction plan. As I have previously announced, this bill supports the government's broader plan to keep agriculture out of the New Zealand emissions trading scheme. This bill will enable us to pave a new way forward, working alongside the sector, iwi, Maori and the public to fairly and sustainably manage agricultural emissions. Mitigation technology and this government's focus on getting the tools into the hands of the farmers will play a key part in this. Accordingly, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House and I look forward to the next stage of debating this bill in the Committee of the Whole House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just quiet for a moment. That's the sound of the can being kicked down the road. And Madam Speaker, it is good to have someone who knows something about this in the chair. Madam Speaker, in 1992, a national government committed to a Kyoto Protocol, international movement to reduce emissions. A national government in 2015 reiterated its commitment to emissions reduction at Paris in 2015. And through that period, the national government did nothing to implement any progress in the area where 50% of our emissions come from, agriculture. We tried in 2000, in a Labor government we came in, we talked about a carbon tax. That was rejected by farmers, called a fart tax, and so we moved on to create an emissions trading scheme as the next best option. It was accepted. The national government at the day, actually it was the opposition at the day, said we're going to get rid of this. And when they got it in 2009, they kept it in place because it was the only tool that we had to meet our international obligations, to provide some market signals for our economy and participants in our economy to reduce our emissions over time. Because if we don't, we're going to be writing out cheques for billions of dollars under the Kyoto and the Paris Accord. So, we then said to farming sectors when we came in 2017, we've got to do something here. We need a backstop because ultimately the ETS is all we have, and that if we can't come up with an alternative, then agriculture must come in, even though a concession for agriculture was 95% discount. So effectively facing a 5% impost on the methane and other emissions from the agricultural system. I know how important the primary sectors are to our economy. In fact, if you looked at the growth in our period of government from 2017 to 2023, it was spectacular, even through COVID. That's right. And we're proud of that. But we still faced this dilemma of how we address agricultural emissions. So we said to agricultural leaders, look, we don't want to put you into the ETS. If you can come up with a better scheme, then we'll run with that. And we gave them the best part of 4 years. I was a little cynical. The Prime Minister was very ambitious. Lots of other people were a bit cynical as well. Because agricultural leaders have failed to make the hard decisions many, many times. Because they have a legal obligation to represent their sectors. The dry stock sector that the Minister's representing has different way of farming from the dairy sector. And so that clash between who was emitting and who had the greatest opportunity to reduce was something that those leaders couldn't resolve. So they came back to the government with most of the proposals, but some of the hard ones weren't resolved. We went back to them and said, look, we're going to have to go back and work through some of these hard issues. We did not want to put them into the ETS, but it's a necessary backstop. We failed with Aotearoa, the government's got rid of it, and now they're going to take away the ETS. So the question is, what are they going to do next? Because if we ask, and I've just come from a rural leaders presentation where Nuffield scholars, these are the brightest, most ambitious young rural leaders in this country, go out around the world. And one of the presentations came back was pretty blunt. The systems that we have used to get us to where we are will not be the ones that have to take us to where we need to be. That's challenging. And I could see the unease among rural leaders in that room. But if we don't do it, we will fail because we don't have the scale of South America or the US or other places. And some will say, oh, we'll have GE technology available. Well, we might or might not, and we need to see where the real proven benefits of that genetic engineering come to play for a country that relies on the production of food for its existence. That's us. So then I'll go and look at, and there's a member over the other side there sat on the board of Fonterra, our biggest and most important company. And their customer of over 100 years, Nestle, has said to them and actually invested in a zero-carbon dairy farm in the North Island, working through that. I applaud both Nestle and Fonterra for investing it. In fact, Nestle is investing across Swiss franc, they are investing 1.2 billion Swiss francs in initiatives to reduce emissions from agricultural systems, because they have said that they will aim to source 50% of their ingredients through regenerative agricultural methods by 2030. They have an ambitious goal. They are our biggest single customer of our biggest single company. So how are we going to do it? The Minister said, we're not going to make farmers do anything until we've got the tools. Well, we actually do have the ability to reduce our emissions now. Better pasture species, better genetic selection without GE. Well, the member goes on, he's going to say, can I say that and changing farming systems will reduce emissions. We've seen huge progress made in the dry stock sector. The dairy sector has to make some progress. If they don't, Nestle will buy from other customers, from other suppliers. And the ex-Fonterra member says, no, they'll always come and buy from us. We produce about 2.5% of total dairy production across the globe. The US is ramping up its exports. South America is becoming more efficient. Ireland is certainly ramping up too. We are going to face some severe competition into the future. And the question is, where will we be positioned? Well, Nestle will say, if you don't meet these emissions reductions goals, we're not going to buy from you. And there are many other customers, because the corporate obligations of those customers is to reduce emissions through all their supply chain. Fonterra have been out around the country talking about Scope 3 emissions. That is, all the emissions from a farming system in our country will be accounted for. And the members on that side have been complaining about the impost on farmers of having to record more and do more. That is the world in which we operate now. That is the reality. And if you weren't at the Nuffield presentation just half an hour ago, you've missed a few clear messages from ambitious rural leaders who've been out around the world and are coming back. One of them was that we need to embrace GE carefully to look at the opportunities into the future. I accept that. Those succession issues. That is, how are we going to transfer farms to the next generation? But the idiots on that side of the house are going to open the door, because...
That's enough. That's noisy.
Can I just say that because opening the door to foreign investment in farmland will destroy opportunities for future generations of New Zealand farmers. And that's what is being considered on that side of the House, supported by federated farmers. No, it is. And so can I come back to this? Be careful what you ask for. There may be farmers and farming leaders who think that removing agriculture from the ETS without any alternative plan to incentivise and assist farmers to make the transition will leave us up a cul-de-sac. And I fear that as we see around the globe, the climatic events, be it in Spain, be it fires, where the consumers and the voters are demanding more action from governments, then we'll be caught in the crossfire between consumers who demand action to reduce emissions and us desperately needing to sell what are low emissions products. I absolutely accept that. But as Neil Wallace, who travelled around the country, paid for by the agricultural sector, he came back, he wrote 30 articles, and read them carefully, because he has said the speed in which the world is changing makes it more crucial than ever that New Zealand farmers have an eye on international market trends. Those market trends, that member doesn't. Can I say that the market trends are for decarbonisation? They're also around biodiversity. And the recent moves by the government to remove obligations to acknowledge, to identify, and then promote biodiversity on farm, those incentives have been taken away. So, there'll be some short-term celebration, but when this bill goes through, the absence of a clear alternative, the Minister talks the talk, The absence of a clear alternative to give market signals to farmers to reduce their emissions, to get money to help them make that transition, will mean that our country, our economy, is at huge risk from this piece of legislation.
Steve Abel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Saying that one believes in climate change and then doing all the things that make climate change worse has the same effect as denying that climate change exists in the first place. And that is what this government is doing with bill after bill after bill. They are behaving like a government that does not believe in climate change. So the words are hollow. The words are as hollow and gaseous as the superheating gas methane. And that superheating gas methane, Madam Speaker, is one of the most potent greenhouse gases produced by human activities, along with nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide from fertiliser and manure is about 300 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. And methane is about 27 more times more potent over a 100-year period. So these gases are vital in us solving the global existential challenge of climate change, Madam Speaker. That is why we seek to address them on a planetary scale. We seek to accept the existential threat of climate change, which is a threat not just to us as a nation, not just to us as a producer, a food producer, because let's remember, farmers are on the front line of the effects of climate change. The extreme weather events, the droughts, the floods, the forest fires, these are things that hit people in the rural sector, in the productive sector, as much as anybody. As much as they hit people in the Pacific Islands, they hit people who are producing food, not just here in New Zealand, Madam Speaker, but all over the world. This is a planetary existential threat, and it is seen as the biggest single threat to the ability of human beings to feed themselves over the coming century. So this is a classic example of a government that is in denial of the need to address that fundamental planetary problem of climate change. And this legislation does exactly that. And when we hear that the government is a backer of farmers, that they're not going to leave farmers high and dry, in fact, what this legislation does is it does a big stuff you to all of the farmers who are doing all of the things to reduce their emissions. And we know there are many of them in this country doing inspiring and innovative work to reduce their own carbon dioxide emissions and their own methane emissions and their nitrous oxide emissions. And it's one thing to say that we're not even going to account for all those efforts. This legislation actually is literally not going to look anymore to see where the emissions are coming from. Since 2011, New Zealand has kept a track of the main sources of greenhouse gas emissions. This legislation takes away the requirement for processors to monitor and report the agricultural emissions on the emissions trading scheme. So we're not even going to look and see how things are going. The dairy farmer who presented us from the Waikato, a guy farming 300 cows, who has eliminated synthetic nitrogen fertiliser from his production system and has cut his emissions by 25%. He has done that unacknowledged. And this legislation is saying to all those farmers who are doing that, who are making those breakthroughs, we don't care. You're not going to get any benefit for that. You're not going to get any acknowledgement for it. We're not even going to keep a track of the emissions cuts that you are achieving. This government is saying we do not care about those farmers making those breakthroughs. And in terms of fairness, Madam Chair, we live in a country where every other sector pays for its emissions under the emissions trading scheme. This is an agreement that was a cross-government agreement between the two legacy parties, between Labor and National, that the means by which we would deal with climate change was through the emissions trading scheme. Now, how is it that it functions if half of our total emissions are not even accounted for in the emissions trading scheme? How is it going to function? This is essentially another example of failing to seize the nettle on the greatest challenge that not only the world faces, but that New Zealand faces in our agricultural production. Yet again, kicking the can, as my colleague
alongside said. That is what it is. It's saying we are not going to deal with this challenge. And let's be clear that in terms of the tools that are available to farmers, there are many tools available to farmers now. Most of them are to do with breeding and feeding and land use. Most of them are to do with how we do production systems. And why don't you keep a track of the achievements you're making? This legislation explicitly takes away the accounting of where the emissions cuts are coming from. So you are not making any distinction between they are not making any distinction between that farmer who is producing a kilo of milk solids with far fewer emissions than the farmer who's producing it with a lot of emissions. And if you don't account for it, if you don't look, if you don't count, you cannot measure the benefit. You cannot amplify the successes of those farmers who are making farm gate profits through fewer emissions, who are decoupling the value of their production from the catastrophic impacts of climate change for the good of the whole planet. And what about the fact that half of our emissions come from agriculture, but a full half of those come from only one sector, the dairy sector? Yeah, let's be honest about this. Madam Speaker, I'm going to put viticulture and horticulture and fruit and vegetables and even all of sheep and beef into one pile here. Let's call it the green pen. And I'm going to put dairy in this pile here. And this has as much emissions as every other form of agricultural production in this country, Madam Chair. But are you saying that all the other forms of agricultural production don't pay bills? Of course they do. Of course they do. And why would we not incentivise those forms of agricultural production that put nutrition into human bodies without doing such catastrophic damage to the climate? Without subsidies, yeah. I mean, who's subsidised in this country? The dairy industry is subsidised by the fact it doesn't pay for its emissions. That's exactly who is subsidised, Madam Chair. It's the failure of this sector to be willing to accept its responsibility. It's saying we don't want to be responsible, and the biggest, most powerful lobbyist in this country is Fonterra. It is the dairy industry, and these guys are doing their bidding. This government is doing the bidding of the big bully in the room, and that is Fonterra, Madam Speaker. And if they were actually willing to deal with the problem, they would rightly say, as people previously of other more enlightened national governments have rightly acknowledged, that we need to keep a track of what the emissions are doing. And we need to do something about it for the good of everybody. And there are solutions. There are ways to produce in a way that does not damage the climate, does not pollute our rivers, does not turn our water carcinogenic through contamination from nitrate. These are all things that can be achieved through a willingness to acknowledge the harm that is caused and those means of production that cause that harm. Madam Speaker, it is a sad day in the trajectory of the challenge that we all do face in climate change. Because if we're not willing to take on the toughness of that challenge, we are either choosing to put the pressure onto future generations to deal with it. If that price is not going to be paid in this generation, then the farmers of the future are going to have to pay that price. And they're going to have to pay that price at a much greater level to catch up. So not only is this government kicking the cause and the consequences of climate change on all future generations, it's putting the burden of the impact of dealing with greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture onto future farmers. That is what it's doing. And it is also, or else I should say, if it's not doing that, it is choosing to decouple Aotearoa New Zealand from the global challenge. It's saying that we're no longer part of that global challenge. We're not going to do our bit because we're not going to be prepared to stand up to the biggest emitting sector. And one of the burdens of us deciding to not do that is that if we remain part of this Paris Agreement, and these agreements to deal with climate change, we face a future bill, Madam Speaker, of between $3 and $23 billion to buy overseas carbon credits to account for our failure to reduce our emissions in the way that we've committed to. So who's going to pay that $23 billion come 2030? All of us? The public? The taxpayer? Or is it going to be the dairy industry that pay it? Who's going to pay the bills? Who's going to pay for the cleanups of the catastrophic weather events that are going to hit us with increasing frequency, Madam Speaker? It is going to be our children and our grandchildren, and that is a shame on this government.
Mark Cameron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This will be colourful. As you can well imagine, Madam Speaker, as I share a few thoughts in the second reading of the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Bill. Gracious me, I'm fascinated from some of the language, Madam Speaker, that I've just heard shared from the Right Honourable Damien O'Connor. Idiots, I think was the language on this side of the House. An inference to my rural friends, absolutely comedic from the said member. And I do wonder, just very quickly, incidentally, kind sir, why you're now sitting in opposition. There you go, an abandonment of rural New Zealand. This was a great piece of work my committee did. We heard a lot of submissions, 581 submissions, 26 were heard orally. Gracious me, 65%, give or take a bit, were in support of this bill. About 30% opposed, and depending on who you asked on the day, about 5% disagreed. Madam Speaker, we have heard all manner of hyperbole in this House, and we've just heard it now, the end of days, the catastrophisation, climate change, it's all over. Rural New Zealand's going to be the first to bear the brunt of it. I want to frame it, if I can, for that member and others, if I can frame a few questions for the sake of their virtue in this House. What percentage are we talking about here? Carbon dioxide is 0.04%. Gracious me, Minister O'Connor, methane is 2 parts per million. And we're having this hyperbolic runaway conversation end of days. 2 parts per million. That, Steve, is a nonsense. Well, we can debate that after the fact. We're not talking about cyanide, we're talking about methane. So here we go. By virtue, that side of the House is willing to impoverish a nation. This side of the House, government, i.e., is absolutely not. That's why we're committed to keeping rural New Zealand out of the ETS. That's why we're having a genuine review of methane, its warming effects, creating a genuine split gas approach. They are totally different. Their warming effects are totally different, and we know full well that methane decays back to CO2 in 10 or 12 years and is, by virtue, plant food. We've got to have an honest conversation about what the role is of all the gases that are atmospherically warming. Stop the conflation, stop the hyperbole, and actually protect the sector that we maintain. On this side of the House, we're going to see a doubling of export revenue inside of the next 10 years. That's what we're here for, right? We represent that part of rural New Zealand, or certainly my committee does, where we reconcile, the costs of lawmaking. Do the costs and the benefits. What does that look like? Do the costs outweigh the benefits? Perhaps if they do, we shouldn't do it. That's the kind of rationale I think was employed by my committee. This legislation affords some common sense, and it goes back to the kind of submission that we heard, or submissions that we heard. 65% of people were in favour of having a logical conversation. Adults in the room, stop the conflation, stop this nonsense, the theatricality I talk routinely about. Submissions from Dairy NZ, Beef and Lamb, Federated Farmers, individual submissions all spoke to the 100,000 extra participants that would be involved should farmers and rural people have been otherwise caught by an emissions trading scheme. That is an inordinately difficult problem and extremely expensive. I maintain a couple of logical things. We have to have a conversation about what mitigation tools look like in our future. That is a journey we are on as a country, and I am absolutely happy to maintain a couple of what I call core factoids or truisms. We are the most emissions-friendly farmers in the world. Why are we willing to even risk impoverishing ourselves as a nation, our people, with all the difficulties that we have in this world, hospitals that we want to build, roads that we want to create, you know, kids in school and teachers? Where does all that money come from? We can't just magic this stuff up because the left says we're going to tax the farmers, so the bejesus out of the farmers, and it will all come right, Madam Speaker. I think this is the kind of conversation that we need to have as adults in the room. We are an emitter, yes, admittedly. What does that look like? What does our role as a little country in the bottom of the South Pacific look like in terms of reducing emissions? And I pose the question because I have heard members on that side of the House reduce livestock numbers. Well, I asked them, how many cows, how many sheep, how many goats, how many animal ruminants would we have to get reduced by number to keep our emissions profile additional warming below 1.5 degrees? You don't know. You don't know. This is the problem, right? That side of the House, Madam Speaker, doesn't know. And yet they're the first people to say, you, the rural sector, we want to see a reduction in animal numbers. We think that's the way forward. And by virtue of the 40 million people we feed, the 5 million here, and the 35 million, that member can debate that issue tomorrow, but I maintain we're really good at this. And there's other parts of the world that are not. We're not making it, someone else is. And I'll tie off with one other remark, Madam Speaker. We are fortunate enough as the Primary Production Select Committee to have long-term briefing insights from the likes of Ray Smith and others, clever people. They have actually said frequently, several times, people like Ray Smith and others, that in the next 30 years, the greatest economic growth and rural growth as an industry, dairy, beef, sheep, you name it, will be in the Sahel belt of Africa and Southeast Asia. These people are poverty-stricken. They are going to be a lower middle class that is emerging. What do they want? They want energy and they want high-quality protein. This country, and I won't apologise for that, makes the best high-quality protein in the world. That side of the House would see that diminished. This side of the House absolutely will not, and we will support rural New Zealand. This bill is a good piece of legislation that affords that kind of logic, and I support the commentary that is about to come because I think this is good ledge and we support rural people.
Yeah.
Honourable Mark Patterson.
Madam Speaker, I rise to add New Zealand First support for this climate change response submissions trading scheme agricultural obligations amendment bill. By gee, that is a mouthful. But it is another coalition commitment being honoured by this side of the House. And bringing this piece of legislation through to this next stage and supporting it through, we have taken the sword of Damocles off the rural sector. And why have we done that? As Mark Cameron has just so well articulated, it's not because we don't care about these things. It's not because we're buying into the hyperbole that we've heard and some of the dire predictions. We have done it because the ETS is a wholly inappropriate vehicle for which to deal with this challenge of reducing biogenic methane. The metrics around this would have involved converting the biogenic methane into a CO2 equivalent, and farmers would have had to pay essentially a tax on that, when, as Mark Cameron alluded, this is a short-lived gas. It has different characteristics to CO2. Most of us came here in an aeroplane emitting CO2 that will be in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. We are talking about a biological system where methane converts and is into CO2 and is sequestered back around into the soil. We as a coalition having a re-look at where those metrics sit. We've got a team of international experts so that we can get that target exactly right. So we're looking at no additional warming as our yardstick, because it makes absolutely no sense to put such a handbrake on our most important industries, the primary sector, those 82% of our exports for which our standard of living is so wholly dependent. And there would have been unintended consequences of this. It would have been, and we knew this at the time, Minister O'Connor knew this at the time, that's why I didn't put agriculture straight into the ETS, because we knew it was totally unsuitable for the challenge that we had with biogenic methane. It would have ended up being a dead weight tax. That's all it would have been on farmers. So the unintended consequences would have been that actually you would have tried to farm a little bit harder just to make a little bit more revenue to cover the cost of a tax, because it wasn't actually going to. Steve Abel is a little bit mistaken in thinking that farmers on an individual basis would have been incentivised to reduce their emissions. They actually wouldn't have been. That would have been a great averaging system, and they would have just paid a tax based on essentially production. So to offset that, they would have probably just tried to farm harder to make a little bit more revenue to pay for it. And if you look at our sheep and beef sector in particular at the moment, the beef and lamb financial service forecast predicting last year a $65,000 profit before interest, tax and drawings, a cash loss, in other words, for almost all farmers. These farms are not in a position to carry a dead weight tax for no actual gains. We on this side of the House see much more merit in the carrot rather than the stick. And there has been some talk, and I know Fonterra has been brought up on the other side of the House. They have a target of 30% by 2030 reduction in emissions. Yes, but we've got Nestle over here. Former Minister O'Connor alluded to that earlier. They've got market pressure. I went to one of the most positive meetings that I've been to in recent times, actually since I've been back in this House. The low methane genetics and beef and lamb and ag research and Agri-Zero and some leading livestock farmers. We know absolutely how to do this. We just need to get the market incentives right. And yeah, I'm pleased to announce that you will be able to buy cool wool rugs by Christmas. Bremworth were there. They saw the advantage in this. They saw the marketing angle and getting behind those very farmers that Steve Abel was talking about that are demonstrating a real willingness to lower their emissions. They're going to take their wool, put it into rugs and put it out into the marketplace. And that is the sort of initiative that will take farmers with them, not just imposing a one-size-fits-all, getting a one-size-fits-all stick to beat them with. The farmers of this country are sick and tired of being portrayed as climate villains. The red meat sector, and I know Mr Abel will have seen these figures too because they're not public, but they have already exceeded the targets for 2030, but they're not doing it for any other reason, but they've been driven out of business. We're having an incredible drop in livestock numbers, 6.5 million less ewes than just a few years ago. This is a very, very worrying trend. And whilst I wasn't at the Rural Leaders Nuffield tonight, I'll tell you where I was. I was at Unity Books down in Wellington there, at the launch of the Woolsheds book, an amazing pictorial and stories of 15 iconic New Zealand woolsheds. The publisher, in her speech, got up and said the great tragedy of this is many of those sheds are no longer being used or have very reduced numbers going through them than what they did. Our very heritage, our very history is being taken from us. We are driving these farmers into the arms of forestry, and this is what we've got to be so mindful of in this side. We have got to have a balanced approach, and putting a tax on that sector particularly would be absolutely devastating, would accelerate that trend. It would have massive impacts on our rural community. So this is not climate denial. This is looking out for our rural communities and taking a balanced approach, reflecting the reality of what's happening out there in the real world. We are looking to technology. We are looking for nature-based solutions. We are reviewing the science so that the targets genuinely reflect what we have to reduce. But we cannot do that by just continuing to reduce stocking rates. We must do it by farming smart and innovating, and the things that have made agriculture the backbone of this economy for the last 150 odd years, or certainly since the Dunedin, the ship sailed out of Dunedin in 1882, was it? So I'd thank the Minister for bringing this forward. As I say, this is a coalition agreement that we are honouring. Congratulations to the Select Committee for hearing some 581 submissions, a large and significant task, and as has been said, 65% of them, 2/3 of New Zealanders that submitted on this bill saw what we were trying to do. It's not about denying climate, it's not about climate change, it's not about agriculture not doing its bit, it's about stripping away a tool that was wholly inappropriate for the job that was being asked to do. This is a sensible approach, it's a balanced approach, and it will be a successful approach, Madam Speaker, and I commend this bill to the House.
The next call is a split call. I call Debbie Naruapaka.
Tēnā koe te pika. I stand to speak to this bill on behalf of Te Pāti Māori, and our view is that this government must have some magical insight into Planet B that we're not aware of. And it's not about being climate deniers. In fact, it's about being tangata whenua deniers. If I was to summarise parts of the Māori perspective of this submission, and I can only share what it is that Māori submitted, you may not like it, but they have every right to put across their views, is that it excludes te tiriti. Māori have not been adequately involved in the design and implementation of this bill. In fact, He Waka Eke Noa had at least included some input from Māori. Māori farmers who wanted to transition into sustainable farming were not supported to do so. I was going to say that again, because they are the original rural people of this nation. I'm going to say it again for those who may have trouble understanding. Māori farmers who want to transition into sustainable farming were not supported to do so. The absence of ETS could widen further economic disparities between Māori and non-Māori farmers. But this isn't about Māori farmers, and this isn't about looking after good farmers. This is actually making it really easy for the lazy farmers. And that's what this government has been guilty of for a very long time. Let's talk about, again, this isn't my views, let's talk about my voters, your voters, our voters' views. Let's talk about the community we allegedly serve. So, the first thing is, we've got Ngātai who mention, again, we are faced with the exclusion of te tiriti. We've got Climate Justice Taranaki who have stated in their submission, good farmers are already doing the right things, like reducing emissions and working with nature rather than against it. The government framework should be supporting and encouraging good farmers. Fridays for Future Wanganui have touched on the issue of intergenerational equity and a livable planet. We can't keep allowing, listen to this please Minister Jones, we can't keep allowing the greed to dictate the future of our mokopuna. And I don't know if this government have any mokopuna, but we Te Pāti Māori are extremely focused on mokopuna decisions. So we go back to some of the other kōrero. Oh, you're awake. I was worried that you may not have been awake. This government also, we talk about the fact that we have, let's talk about the fact that we have a whole agricultural sector that need to, and actually the good ones, want to be held account. They want to be supported to reduce GHG emissions. So what we've got here is that, again, we've been asked to support another bill that allows the desecration of our taiao. No surprise there, whānau, no surprise there. And this is who we're talking to. Once again, we have a government that accelerates climate change, and even though you don't want it, And even though you've come up with some amazing transformational recommendations and ideas, what we have here is, again, the bill that once again lets our biggest polluters, our biggest bad polluters, off the hook. Our worst farmers off the hook. They do not give credit to the great farmers, and let's make sure that a lot of that includes you and I. What we have, in fact, is we have to support a bill that has had zero Māori input. Surprise, surprise, surprise. The answer here, whānau, is coal. Kaore. Coal means no. No way in this. And this, again, we'll just make it really clear for the understanding of this government, who actually sits here and tries to tell us to focus on the future of our nation. They actually focus on the future of lazy farmers, lazy polluters, and nothing transformational coming out of this government. But hey, who's surprised? Kia ora rā.
Fernando Hernandez.
Francisco Hernandez,
Francisco, sorry, Francisco Hernandez, and my apologies.
It's all good. At least you didn't call me Scott Willis.
No, I could never get you two mixed up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise here to take a call on the climate change response ETS scheme agriculture. And this is another piece of legislation where the government's rhetoric fundamentally doesn't match up to the reality of their actions. This is a government that talks about how they're for law and order, but surprise, surprise, there's less frontline police in October than there were this time last year. This is a government that talks about how they care about child poverty, but surprise, surprise, they're proposing weakening the targets. If you don't count it, it doesn't count, apparently. And this is another example of how they're saying they care about rural New Zealand, but have they looked at rural New Zealand lately with all the job losses that are happening and all the pulp and processing plants and all the meat processing plants? If this is what the government thinks is care, I'm frightened to see what it looks like when they don't care about something. This bill is another example of them actually, rather than standing up for rural New Zealand, taking tools away from rural New Zealand, because the proposal of the previous government was to actually not put agriculture in the ETS. Like everyone is saying, it was to work with the rural sector to come up with on-farm emissions pricing and a system that actually recognized the great work that farmers were doing through sequestration payments. But instead, they've torn that all up, they've said no. And my colleague Steve Abel has talked about already how farmers are at the front line of climate change. And look, I've seen this. I've seen this when I went to visited Northland, great region. They talked about how in the events of Cyclone Gabriel last year, how the whole kumara crop around the country was basically wiped out by the events of that. Farmers are at the front line of the climate crisis, and this government thinks that by delaying action and by denying the actual reality of what's happening, by relying on these fake scientific reviews, hoping to water down the metrics, that they're actually doing something about the issue. But that's not the case at all. That's not the case at all. And we know that climate delay is disastrous. We know that when the great work that Te Waka Kanoa was doing, which was actually going to fund, it was going to fund farmers to come up with the latest emissions reduction practices. It was going to fund all that because the proposal was to actually ring fence all the funding that was going to be raised from the levy and redirect it back to the sector. So there's the idea that there's the rhetoric that, it's just being taken by some Wellington bureaucrats to pay for free public transport or whatever. But it was all going to farmers. That's just not the reality is. There's also another piece of rhetoric that's, they've said, it's going to be financially ruinous. Well, if you actually looked at the proposal in the ETS was to create a backstop whereby it was going to come in at a 95% discount. 95% discount at a processor level. What does that actually look like? Well, I worked it out. I looked at the current ETS spot prices, and it's something like $63, and 5% of that is $3.15. Now, $3.15 for a ton of emissions is not going to be, financially ruinous. It's a very small amount to contribute to research and development within the sector itself. Another aspect of this is there's been a lot of rhetoric about the EU, whether there's going to be a split gas approach and how other countries are going to do their bit and how we have the most emissions-efficient farmers. That might be true at the moment, but we should never be content to rest on our laurels. We should never be content to actually allow people to get complacent. We want the New Zealand farming sector to remain the best in the country. And the only way we're going to do that is by funding research, by funding updated practices, and by funding good practice. We've already seen protests happening in the European Union in France when they signed the free trade agreement with New Zealand. And part of that protest was that the farmers over there don't feel like New Zealand is going to pull its weight. And actions like this is going to absolutely threaten our market reputation. You know, the minister himself talked about the issue of the premium and how there's strong market pressures to actually take action. And reputation, New Zealand's reputation is absolutely on the line, which is why we strongly oppose the bill, and we hope that you'll all oppose it too. Thank you.
Miles Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pastoral farming in New Zealand is in crisis at the moment. We have had a significant drop, as my colleague Mark Patterson mentioned, in sheep numbers over the last few years. Our breeding ewe numbers in New Zealand are now at 15.6 million, down from the highs in the 80s, or in the 70 million odd sheep altogether there was. And this, the answer to that, the opposition thinks, is to tax the emissions on livestock. All that is going to do is drive more farmers out of business and add to the afforestation of New Zealand. The intention to introduce emissions taxes is hardly fair when there is no clear way to measure emissions on farm. We're getting there, they're working toward it, but currently there is no fair way to measure emissions. So essentially, exactly that's why they're not doing it yet, Damien. So they're not taxing them, Damien. So the members opposite are very happy to tax farmers on a guess. And that's what it is, it's a guess. So the members opposite are happy to tax our pastoral sector when that, as I said, all that tax will do is accelerate the transition into pine trees. There are no tools available as yet to help farmers in the mitigation. There are tools being developed, there are breeding tools, there are vaccines in the future, but nothing on farm available now. It takes generations of breeding to get livestock that are useful for breeding purposes. So we are investing in solutions, and what we need to do is what this government is doing, is re-evaluating some of the science. We're looking at the sequestration and how that needs to be properly evaluated. It would annoy members of the Green Party to note that the Canterbury Plains now have several centimetres more of topsoil due to irrigation and dairy farming than they had previously, but none of that carbon in that topsoil is able to be counted. The methodology for the measurement is not scientifically sound at the moment, and it's far from standing up to scientific peer review. So I'm very, very happy to see that the Select Committee has majority voted to return the bill to the House unchanged, because I think this is going to make a big difference to the pastoral sector. There are scientific investments happening right now that will help alleviate any concerns around the emissions. But what I would like to point out is that we consistently get told that 50% of our emissions are from farming, but that's a gross target based on what is now considered to be poor science. It is being considered to be at least overvalued by 4 times, possibly more. And that's what this government needs to do and is doing, is re-evaluating all that science, because we're basing a lot of our decisions on science that is old. So with that, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Kushlatonga Emmanuel.
Tēnā koe te maanga o te whare. Hoi anō i te maanga ko taku mihi tuatahi ki o tātou mate huhua o te wā. O tira kua haere tini koutou ki tua o te ārai nā reira haere atu rā koutou. Tēnei te tangi auraha ki ngā whānau e noho pani ana i tēnei wā. Hoi anō, huri noa kia tātou i tēnei pō. Tihei mauri ora, ngā mihi o te pō kia tātou. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on behalf of the Labour Party tonight. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Honourable Simon Watt's mihi to the Primary Production Select Committee, and also great committee, I must say, but also acknowledge that while he correctly stated that this bill was passed by majority, it was not unanimous. That said, it sounds like you are correct, opposite, in saying that 65% of submitters did support this bill. However, I've spoken to several of those submitters who say while they supported it, they don't know exactly what's coming. And that's the issue here, Madam Speaker. What's the plan? It's okay to get rid of something. You know, ladies, when we get rid of a pair of shoes, we've got a plan for a new pair. What's the plan here? Is that right? No objection from that side of the house. Miles knows. Miles knows. You know, we all want the same thing. The opposite campaigned on the fact that Labor don't care about farmers. That's simply not true. We just care about all farmers. We care about farmers across the spectrum. And so Debbie mentioned, you know, some of the implications for Māori farmers. And I'll get to talking about some specifics about that later. But across the floor, I heard the word gains. What are we talking about when we say gains? Profit. There's nothing wrong with profit. I've said it once, I'll say it all the time. There's absolutely nothing wrong with making profit. But when we say gains, we're saying we want gains for the farmers, for the whenua, and for foreign trade. And we can do that all sustainably. We know farmers are efficient, but I just want to pick up on some of the implications for farmers on whenua Māori, who we could take, you know, whose book we could take a leaf out of, I reckon, because some of us don't have the luxury of thinking about our own farm in this generation. Some of us have the obligation of maintaining whenua for generations to come and in honour of generations before. And so I live on one. I live on a family farm, and that's why I'm making the distinction. That's why I'm making the distinction. This is not a farm-off. I just told you. This is not a farm-off, but this is about big picture and not considering things in isolation. We're considering one tiny aspect, as you know, because you own a family farm. It's not just about emissions. What about the whenua? You know, we've got to think about, there's the potential under this bill for people to overstock. You know, the temptation, we're trusting people. And as we see in the Primary Production Select Committee, and we know in our personal lives, there are several, the majority of farmers have the best intention. However, when you talk about gains in the sense of profit, the temptation to overstock will be something probably a minority, but you can't rule it out, will not be able to resist. Then we get the risk of something that's already a huge issue, erosion. Then we get the risk of biological matter for the whānau watching at home, that's mimi and tūtai, getting into our waterways. We can't sit far out. We're normally, you criticise the Greens of being the ideological ones. Now you're sitting there saying you can guarantee 100% of farmers are going to do the right thing.
Let's not overuse the word you.
Oh, sorry. Members opposite. Usually, the Greens are getting accused of being ideological, living in some Pollyanna Greens utopia. And yet members opposite seem to be implying that they can guarantee that all farmers will do the right thing to reduce emissions. Now, talking about how we can do this sustainably, and Honourable Damien O'Connor has already outlaid the benefits to our trade relationships of doing this right. And so I want to give a personal shout out to a farm called, you will have heard of it, Whangara B5 on the East Coast, managing the whenua sustainably, managing the wai sustainably, and taking the trade, taking Aotearoa to the world. When they put their beef on the market, you know what the world said? Da 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 da, I'm loving it, because they supplied McDonald's. And yet, while doing that, they are maintaining that whenua for generations to come. So, while we want farmers to do well, individually, ahu whenua, all of them, but we must maintain our taiao. It's the only one we've got, whānau. Farms come and go, economies rise and fall, papatua, nuku, tangaroa and our wai are only here once. And, you know, we've got to think about our generations to come. Hoi anō, Madam Chair, I'm just going to see if I've missed any of my notes. No, I think I've covered it all, but just to reiterate that on this side of the House, we are here for farmers, for whenua, and for foreign trade. Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker.
Catherine Weird.
I rise with great pleasure to support this bill to take agriculture out of the ETS, because on this side of the House, we recognise that farmers are the backbone of our economy. We are putting aspiration back into our primary sector again. And to hear that side of the House refer to our farmers as lazy, I mean, lazy. I have never met a lazy farmer. Those farmers are up at the crack of dawn. They work hard all day, working to raise money to get the wheels moving in this economy. Our farmers are definitely not lazy. And that's the thing, because that government, they villainised our farmers. They went to war with our farmers. Well, it's about time that we put some confidence back into our rural sector, our primary industries, and we put some aspiration back again. And that is what this bill is about. It's about practical sense. And the purpose of this bill is to keep agriculture out of the ETS. And our dairy farmers here in New Zealand are among the most carbon efficient in the world. They are some of the best farmers in the world. I'll actually vouch personally for, a lot of my family are dairy farmers. They're hard-working dairy farmers. We've got some dairy farmers here on this side of the House. We know the realities of what it takes. Producing some of the best, highest value product in the world, our largest exporter. And to the point there, the previous member, they may actually need a bit of a lesson in what drives the productivity in this country and our food, where it's produced, our dairy, our butter, our milk, our red meat. It's all produced from our hard-working farmers in New Zealand. We don't want to give away our competitive advantage as a small nation at the bottom of the world, and keeping agriculture out of the ETS will ensure a profitable and sustainable future for our farmers and our country. You know, as I've already said, Kiwi farmers are the most efficient in the world, and farmers need the tools to reduce emissions before pricing agricultural emissions. And I think we've already spoken about that tonight and looked at our vision, looking at science and innovation and biotech, things that are going to power up our agriculture sector again, but not punishing and villainising our farmers. And so that is why this is a very good bill that makes practical sense, and that is why I commend it to the House.
Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, this is a bill that takes us backwards. There's no two ways about it. The member who just resumed his seat went on about, I don't know if it was vilifying or villainising farmers. None of us are here to do that. Ultimately, that lesson was unnecessary because all of us know that agriculture is vital to New Zealand. I don't think anyone is arguing that point. We know that about 70% of goods exports is through to agriculture, 70, 80, whatever, it's pretty high, is the point that I'm making. We all know that. We know that there have been financial insecurity and stresses and there's pressure that farmers have been going through. None of us is here to vilify farmers. But the point remains that currently about half of New Zealand's emissions come from agriculture. That is undeniable, as is the importance of agriculture. What we are talking about on this side of the House is bringing some balance to this debate. We know that primarily that emissions comes from biogenic methane and nitrous oxide. We know that this bill will take us backwards when it comes to our climate change commitments. We know that it jeopardizes the trade commitments that we have made. All of those are facts. The other point that we are making on this side of the House, and that colleagues have made eloquently, is the fact that He Waka Ikanoa was scrapped with no plan to replace it. That is the crux of the issue here. Members opposite can stand up and wax lyrical about the importance of the agricultural sector. We on this side agree with that, but we also say, what about our commitment to the environment and our trade agreements? What about those very practical things as well? Where is the plan? Show us the plan. But there isn't one, is there? There's just, acknowledge the 400 million that the Minister has mentioned in terms of a commitment to technology and the tools being developed. But the point is that they're being developed. If a commitment is made on the other side of the House to actually price emissions from agriculture by 2030, we're running out of time. So where is the plan? Once again, and for that reason, Madam Speaker, I don't commend this bill to the House.
Grant McCallum.
Speaker. Well, it's becoming really clear in this House that there's a clear division when it comes to supporting and understanding our rural sector. Because the people on that side of the House have no understanding and no feel and no trust in the people that earn the money for this country. This side of the House gets it. We understand the importance of our rural sector to New Zealand and to its economy. And that is the real frustration. Probably one of the most divisive arguments and debates we have in this House come around the rural sector. And I've heard comment about the He Waka Ikanoa proposal. Well, the reason it died is because the minister opposite killed it, the former minister. They had their chance. That was put on the table. All they had to do was accept it. No, wasn't good enough, threw it back in their face, and that was lost. You had your chance, you failed, now it's up to us to fix the problem. That's what we're doing. We're here to fix the problems that you couldn't. Right, and now the other conversation...
Don't overuse the word you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, and the members opposite, thank you. So the other point I'd like to make is they talk about, well, what are we doing to reduce emissions? And as a Fonterra farmer, we're very focused on reducing our Scope 3 emissions. We are measuring those emissions, and we have been incentivised to do so. And it's called the cooperative difference payment. And that is what we are doing. And we don't need a tax to come from that lot on the other side to achieve it. So I say to the people on the other side, you've got to understand the farming sector, understand the importance, understand the investment that we're making in our communities, in our rural sector, to do the science and the research to actually find these solutions, because otherwise the only thing that's going to happen is our country will get poorer and the globe will heat up more, because you'll find that that's where the emissions will come from, is from more emissions from less efficiently produced food from the other side of the world. I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Quiet, please. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is amazing how patronising these government members can be and how lazy they are in their speeches when they just say anybody who dares to disagree with anything they say is vilifying farmers. What a load of rubbish. Total rubbish. Now, I wanted to start this speech with 3 things that I thought the House could agree on. But I'm not so sure after listening to the member for Waitaki's speech, because the first thing I was intending on saying, in a friendly and amicable way, was we should all be able to agree that agricultural emissions are about half of our country's emissions. Getting a shake of the head from the member from Waitaki. That's very interesting. Then, of course, I think we can all agree that agriculture is a critical and very important part of our economy, which of course is why the member sitting next to me, Honourable Damien O'Connor, worked so hard on those trade deals with the EU and the UK. And then the third thing is that the ETS, Mr. Speaker, is really what this government is focusing on in terms of emissions reduction. They rely and say in all of their policy documents that that is what they want to do. ETS. None of these complementary policies, they're all gone. $3 billion in the last budget, gone. Going to rely on the ETS. But not, Mr. Speaker, it appears, for half of our emissions. So there is some inconsistency there. And I do note that the point of the ETS, of agricultural emissions being in the ETS, was as a backstop. There was a lot of time, and we heard about that in some detail from Honourable Damien O'Connor. There was a lot of time taken to try and work out a way to fairly price agricultural emissions. But there was a backstop. And with this bill, that backstop has gone. Despite this, we've heard from the Minister that we need to adapt to evolving international obligations, that we need a fair pricing system, he said, but we also need tools. So what are those tools? And do we not already have some of them? And is this just an excuse for a head in the sand? I think, from what I hear from the members opposite, that future technology is one of those tools. And of course, on this side, we agree about the importance of research, which is why we funded much of it when we were in government. But that research should not be treated as a magic bullet. There may be new technologies that come along and they may reduce the methane produced by our cattle in particular in our dairy herd, but it may not. We know that there are different farm management techniques that can be used now and must be. Instead, the policy commitments we have from this government are a combination of more pine trees, the ETS, but not for agriculture, removing, as I said, all those complementary policies. So I have a challenge to this government, and that is to give farmers some certainty that doesn't merely rely on pine trees and magical new technologies that we don't yet have. And we can make progress now, and this needs to happen. But instead, all I see when I'm in this house and all I hear is an assault on biodiversity, a love for more pollution in our rivers, and no incentives for any sort of decarbonisation of any single gas. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I was just asked to wind it up, and I was about to. I was going to say that this is a very sad state of affairs, and that this government should be ashamed of themselves. They say we're going to keep to our budgets, yet there is nothing that they are doing to reduce emissions.
We're going to sell the farms.
Now, Mr. Speaker, there's just been a very curious interjection of algebra.
I was trying to make sense of it myself.
Well, it doesn't make much sense because, of course, if you do nothing, or if in fact you go beyond doing nothing and you cut $3 billion of funding for doing things, then you are not going to reduce emissions. And this government has total magical thinking on this, and it's going to hurt the economy in the long run because we're not going to have those trade agreements that we've signed up to at the moment when countries realise that we are doing nothing. It is putting, what this government is doing is putting our farmers and our wider economy at real risk. And they should be ashamed of it and get on and make a plan and do some things.
David Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to take this call in the second reading for the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Agricultural Obligations Amendment Bill. Mouthful. Now, I've got to convey, I wasn't actually part of the select committee that actually sat for this here, but looking at the report, clearly a good number of submissions came forward, and obviously a good percentage of supporters amongst those submissions for the actual bill itself. Now, in my mind, the heart of this bill is about feeding people with food that has been produced by farmers who are among the most efficient in the world at growing and producing products with the lowest emissions footprint. And we do this while at the same time having to transport our products vast distances around the globe. New Zealand's ability to feed the world should not be underestimated nor trivialised. It is said that New Zealand feeds 40 million people around this world. And I've also heard commentators say that New Zealand contributes 10% of the diet of 400 million people. Just look at Fonterra. It exports to 130 countries or thereabouts. Silver Fern Farms exports to about 60 countries.
Point of order, the Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't like doing this, but to a member who knows so much about this topic, or should do, reading a speech is probably not the best thing in this House. And there have been rulings from the Speaker on this. But the member should know about this topic.
Appreciate that reflection from the member, and I'm sure David MacLeod has taken note of that, and so I would invite him to finish reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the input. Much appreciated. And I was going to say, just before I was interrupted, about another very good company in New Zealand called Zespri. They actually export to 59 countries. We've got some amazing countries in our agricultural sector. Whichever way you look at it, New Zealand is a significant contributor to the world when it comes to food. Why would we ever want to pressure the agricultural industry and its sector to the point where the production is reduced here in New Zealand, and all it does is allow that production to take place in some other country that doesn't even produce it with as good a footprint as us? It is exporting, it in fact is actually increasing the global footprint of the emissions that are released globally. It just doesn't make sense to me. The future advancements to reduce the agricultural emissions, already spoken about by many people on both sides of the House, are working, but we'll also need to concentrate that into the future. That answers the questions of what's next. It's all the investment and all the policy changes that this government is making that's going to help us to achieve these gains that we need to. We need to be as good as we can, because yes, we need to be competitive for the important customers, just like Nestle that the member on the other side of the House actually talked about. This bill provides a pragmatic approach. This bill is an approach that is good for global emissions. This bill is an approach that will deliver some of the much needed positivity to the actual agricultural sector. An approach that makes sense. Mr. Speaker, a good day is coming for the agricultural sector. Coming from a very proud agricultural area, a rural sector, I back our growers. Everybody on this side of the House backs our growers. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed to.
Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Agricultural Obligations Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day, number 5.
Crown Minerals Amendment Bill, second reading.
I present a legislative statement, Mr. Speaker, on the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
I move that the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Why is this bill needed, sir? To overcome the most dismal, destructive decision visited upon the energy landscape of New Zealand when the Gangrene Tag Team decided to cancel the oil and gas industry in New Zealand. Not only, sir, not only did they destroy the appetite of the investment community to back our country and use Indigenous resources, no, they went in terms of a foolish flight into the future that everything would be devoid of emissions, and here we are importing Indonesian coal as a consequence of the Gangrene Tag Team. Make no mistake about that. Of course, sir, we need natural gas. It not only represents a fast track, on the point of fast track, wait, there is more good news. There will be a host of energy projects. There will be a host of mineral projects, but I must not be diverted. Electricity generation cannot rely solely on geothermal, hydro, shall I say wind and solar. Therefore, we need a renewable resource, and we have acres of it, hectares of it, miles of it, indeed off the coast of the South Island. We will now reopen, with the passage of this bill, the opportunities that were denied the industry to maintain energy security through further exploration, extraction and development of this rare but valuable Indigenous resource. Our gas fields have been in decline, driven down by the ban decision, at the point at which investors, explorers and those companies who had grown to love New Zealand, and they were given the cold shoulder by that regime, by that Prime Minister, with that vanity-seeking decision which will go down as the worst decision ever visited upon New Zealand's energy policy, environment. Let me mention no firm beyond Winston International Pulp, closing down because of escalating energy costs, because we do not have the necessary mix of Indigenous sources for energy, and we are going to open them up, we are going to exploit them, and we're not going to be guilt-tripped by these fanciful accounts that the planet is boiling. We are lifting well beyond our weight as New Zealanders, not only in creating food, but showing that technology and common sense. will maintain the quality of life highly sought after by millions of others who seek to come here. We need communities that are strengthened by having access to energy that is reliable and secure. We cannot throw our lot purely on renewable resources that suffer intermittency, and we need to move beyond Indonesian coal. It is a tragedy, sir, that because the gangrene duo destroyed the gas industry, now we have worsened our current account deficit, bringing in Indonesian coal that will transition to something better, otherwise known as New Zealand-based gas. Not only will we get rid of this wretched ban offshore in Taranaki, it will send a signal to the rest of the world that this government is open for business. This government knows that a transition must take place. But what fool leaps out of an aeroplane, believing that they're going into a new transition without a parachute? A fool dressed in green. That's who does that. Now, since the ban was announced, we've watched a dwarf-like condition emerge in our natural resources sector. From 88,000 square kilometres to just over 8,000 in terms of permitted exploration. The reversal of this foolish, dangerous, juvenile, puerile pursuit of climate purity will be reversed, and we will now find ourselves in the clover-rich territory of many applications to develop our petroleum resource. Beyond seeking further applications for petroleum exploration, we will also have a very efficient process for allocating those permits. This will be called the block offer, and it will be defined, like this government, through the feature of common sense and pragmatism. There will be alternative permit allocation systems. Now, there has been, sadly, the development of misinformation around decommissioning. For the benefit of the House and the thronging number of people watching this speech, I can assure you that the regime that's been put in place, sir, to deal with decommissioning is not only based on a clear understanding that we must manage the risks in a fashion that what regulations are put in place are proportionate to the risk. No more of this business of understating costs and overstating risks. From time to time, this industry sadly has been misrepresented, and we all know, and we've learned some valuable lessons in terms of the tamarind imbroglio, but we cannot burden the investment community with such stringent regulations that they no longer are willing to invest in our country. Therefore, there will be flexibility in how mandatory financial instruments are held. There will be a limited trailing liability. By that, I mean there will be the ability for the state, in the event that a very ugly occurrence takes place, for people to be held responsible. And we will ensure that our decommissioning strategies, our decommissioning practices are commensurate with other jurisdictions, something that was sadly ignored and abandoned by the last regime. I cannot, sir, overstate how dire our energy situation is in New Zealand. Look no further than that side of the House for the ruination of energy policy, energy security, and look no further from that small portion of the House for the destruction of confidence and certainty, thus leading to a chilling effect within the community willing to invest in New Zealand. Now this bill means that capital will be freed up. In addition to that, as king coal of the mining industry, it's my pleasure to announce We will have the most permissive regime in the entirety of Australasia for Tier 3 minerals. These are relatively risk-free minerals activities, and we want to free these investors, want to free these fossickers, want to free these people who are actually going to develop jobs, develop industry in mineral-rich areas from the unnecessary deadweight hand of the bureaucracy, other than the light touch that may from time to time be required. Now, there may be things said about the emissions impact. It's important that we act with credibility towards our net zero 2050 goals. That is why gas is necessary. It is a far less harmful, in emissions-wise, fuel to use than the coal which we currently have. But to all the coal owners of New Zealand, I still have your back. Now, emissions, sir, from emissions are more manageable when we rely on gas. Once this bill, sir, is passed, the changes will take effect immediately. There will be, however, challenges in terms of staging the implementation, secondary legislation, otherwise known as regulation. Now, when we get to the committee stages, sir, there will be a few refinements made, and at that point, New Zealand will see the full value of a pragmatic approach to energy security and this sector. I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Select Committee. I look forward, sir, to seeing the amended Crown Minerals Act serve New Zealanders now and into the future. I commend this bill to the House.
Glenn Bennett.
5,524 written submission, and of those 96% opposed this bill. 96% opposed this bill in that short truncated time that it was allowed to be through Select Committee. Now, this bill does nothing for the future of New Zealand. This does nothing to build solutions for our energy future. It takes us backwards. It slows us down. It slows down the innovation into clean and new energy industries. Now, as the Minister was speaking, I was looking up the Select Committee report, and his own officials said this in response or regards to the fact that the 2018 decision was the end of the world and everything went kaput from there, and the gas industry left. And it's just nonsense. It's completely wrong. This is what the government officials, his officials, said. Exploration activity in New Zealand has been declining since 2014. Before the 2018 ban on new petroleum exploration outside onshore Taranaki, this has been consistent with global trends in upstream oil and gas investment, which peaked in 2014. So this whole narrative of the fact that 2018 was the end of the energy industry, it's completely false. And that minister is completely false when he states that, because his own officials in Select Committee told us that 2014 was the peak and the beginning of the decline. Now, again, looking in Taranaki particularly, in terms of our last big major gas discovery, the year 2000. So that's 24 years ago. So 2014 was the major decline. Those large ones, as I say, the large major ones, the year 2000. So they're finding them. So Mr. Speaker, the New Plymouth member just said this year they found more. So we don't need this bill then, right? We don't need to bother with this because it's already happening. Because the reality is that we did not ban offshore. We did not ban offshore. We stopped issuing new permits. That's right. Mr. MacLeod, as you would know. So they had new discovery. They were able to have new discoveries, which they did. So you don't need this. And yes, I live in New Plymouth, as I said. Yes, and? So the reality is, I'm happy to keep going.
I would like to encourage members not to have conversations across the House.
Thank you. The reality is that the 2018 decision meant that permits continued. And as Mr. MacLeod said, there was a new discovery. The largest one since 24 years ago was in the year 2000. So when the minister talks about the fact that the disarray
and the appetite for new investments, as he mentioned, that's just not going to happen, because we look at the evidence from the government officials that 2014 was the last time it was done. So as we go through and look at this piece of legislation, as I said, there were more than 5,000 written submissions, and we vehemently oppose this because this actually slows down innovation. This slows down our decarbonisation, because the line in the sand of 2018 was around encouraging no, that's not true, was around encouraging investment in innovation to look at decarbonising. And that nothing changed in 2018 other than, so there were no new ones waiting to come on board, as people try to say. There were other reasons for what happened there. So we look back at this, Mr. Speaker, and we just see it as a backwards step. And we look at tonight in the House, when we look at our agricultural climate emissions obligations that we just went through second reading, when we look at our the fast track approvals bill, which again is a backward step for our environment, is a backward step for our climate, and this is what this government is on about and what they are doing. And it makes absolutely no sense, because, Mr. Speaker, we need to have a line in the sand, because if we don't, then we're just going to keep doing what we've always done, and we're going to continue to pillage the land and our climate. Now we look at the impacts that have taken place in terms of what it means, what is the mitigating factors that are going to be put in place when this bill becomes law, and what are their decisions to make sure they meet their obligations in terms of international reputation. Because, Mr. Speaker, this has the potential to have impact on trade. And just today I met with executives from Microsoft who talked about investment in New Zealand. And a key reason for them looking at some options here is around our renewable energy. The fact that they can be in a place where their product is used using renewable energy. So to bring this back and just to flip things around, it makes no sense from an economic perspective, let alone from the fact around climate and our environment. Mr. Speaker, this is just not good law. This is a step backwards. This is offering no solutions. It's terrible, and we will not be supporting this.
Yeah, that's right.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is the night of climate change denial in the House tonight. Mr. Speaker, we have gone from the biggest emitting sector, agriculture, and here we come to this next biggest emitting sector, energy. And energy is an interesting one in New Zealand because we have this phenomenal renewable energy generation in our country, electricity. Electricity accounts for only a fraction of our emissions. Most of our emissions in the energy sector are actually from burning coal and gas and from heat generation and from transport. So we are unique in the world because we have such a phenomenal renewable electricity capability, and our big emissions are coming from our dependence on fossil oil for moving vehicles around, and on burning coal for dehydrating milk powder, and on burning coal for producing steel. But the opportunity, electricity is a fraction of our greenhouse gas emissions, and some of it comes from coal and some of it comes from gas. Now, the Green Party, you'll be surprised to hear across the House, supports that nuclear energy, that massive hydrogen nuclear energy super generator in the sky called the sun. And amazing that produces trillions of gigawatts of electricity, of energy, I should say, every instant, hits the earth. If only we had a way to capture that energy, Mr. Speaker, if only we had a way to capture that energy. We do have a way to capture that energy, Mr. Speaker. But instead of looking to the sky with this magnificent orb of energy, is offering us a free source of fuel for future generations and for present generations, these fossils are digging in the ground, Mr. Speaker. They're looking down in the ground for the gas and the coal and the oil, those old dirty fuels that we know we need to get off our dependency on if we are to have a livable planet. They are not looking to the future. They are not looking to the sources of energy that can power our society without causing catastrophic climate change. They are undoing the important steps that were taken by this House to move us away from that dependency on fossil fuels in the ban on offshore oil and gas exploration. They are undoing that, and they are going to bring back the big fossil fuel explorers in the hope that they might find some skerrick of gas or oil. And the Minister talks about how gas is a cleaner option than coal at the same time as the Minister intends to increase extraction of coal. So what's the point? It turns out, actually, the Minister is incorrect on that. Gas, when you take into account the fugitive emissions, is actually a worse greenhouse gas polluter than coal.
So you want more coal?
We do not. You want more coal. They want more coal, Mr. Speaker. They want more coal. They want more gas. They want more oil. And what is more, that dependency on those fossil fuels costs us. Because, as the member alongside me pointed out, gas was in significant decline actually before the ban came into place. Gas production peaked in 2001 and it's been steadily falling since 2014. Gas companies have made strenuous efforts to find new extractable gas, sinking over $1 billion in development drilling between 2020 and 2024 with scant results. Scant results, Mr. Speaker. This is not the means for us to achieve energy security in this country. The means is for us to massively increase that renewable generation, to get off our dependency on fossil gas and coal and oil for transporting our society. It is absolutely specious and spurious and incorrect when they say that somehow the reason we have energy challenges is because of a lack of gas. It is because of a lack of the ability of this government to imagine a world without those fossil fuel dependencies and to actually invest in those sources of energy that are native, that we control and we own. The wind, the sun, the fast track will open up coal mines. The fast track is going to do seabed mining that's going to destroy the seabed. The fast track is going to be doing all of the things that increase our emissions. It's an everything soup. It's a total mess. It is not a plan for dealing with the challenges of climate change. It's the coalition government, Mr. Speaker, and it's the oil and gas government. And it is a government that is in denial of that challenge of climate change. The reason that we have had such overwhelming submissions on the Select Committee on which I had the pleasure to sit against this legislation is because it takes us so far backwards. It even goes against the advice of the International Energy Agency that gas production needs to stop from 2021. We need to stop extracting and investing in new oil and gas exploration in 2021. The hydrogen nuclear reactor in the sky called the sun is what we need. And we need to be doing solar and wind and geothermal and use the existing hydro. And that is the means we do it by. Because once again, this government is prepared to put the cost of its failure to deal with climate change on future generations. A cost that in the simplest terms, if we are to import carbon credits for our emissions, could be around $23 billion by 2030, Mr. Speaker. $23 billion. That is the cost of this sort of unimaginative, backwards thinking legislation. All these guys can do is undo the progress. All they can do is go back and retreat to the old fossil fuels that have no future. Gas is a finite resource. One of the messages of the fact that the industry hasn't been able to find any gas is that it's running out. In the ground, it's running out. The easy-to-access gas has been accessed. And so why would you go searching for a finite source of fuel to power your society when there is an infinite source of fuel in the form of sunlight, in the form of wind, in the form of rain falling from the sky? Those are the obvious sources of fuel to power our society, Mr. Speaker. And what is more, if we are to deal with the existential challenge of catastrophic climate change, that is exactly where we need to move our society towards, away from our dependency on fossil fuels. And that is the challenge that this government, in its denial of climate change, is failing to grapple with. Saying you believe in climate change and then doing all the things that make the problem worse has the same effect as denying climate change in the first place. That is what this government is doing. It is effectively denial by inaction. In fact, denial by making the problem worse, by opening up oil and gas fields, by digging up coal mines, by failing to actually seize the nettle and do what we on a planetary scale need to do if we're going to avoid those extreme weather events, avoid those droughts and those worst effects of climate change. We will not be supporting this, Mr. Speaker. And what is more, when there is a change of government, insofar as it is a green-influenced government, we will be bringing back the ban on oil and gas exploration. We will be bringing it back. And I just want to put the industry on notice, as we did at the earlier reading, there will be no compensation for the loss of the permits that are issued by this Luxon government under a Green government. And we're telling the industry now, and you know why there'll be no compensation, the gentleman from New Plymouth? Because the consequences of climate change is the biggest threat to human life and human well-being on this planet this century. And what is the compensation for the people who get washed away in those extreme weather events? What is the compensation, Mr. Speaker? We will not be compensating those industries that are driving our planet to catastrophe. Thank you.
Dr. Palanjit Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm taking this call on behalf of ACT, and we are supporting this bill in the second reading. And we are actually quite proud to see that we are delivering on our commitment, an election promise that we made. This is part of ACT National Coalition Agreement that is being fulfilled through this legislation. And I want to acknowledge the Minister in charge, Honourable Shane Jones, for his work on the bill. And Mr. Speaker, as this is the second reading, before I talk about the Select Committee process, I would like to just say that the member, Green member Steve Abel, as he concluded his speech, the way he said that they are quite determined to bring the ban back if they ever come back in government, Mr. Speaker, that just shows, Mr. Speaker, they don't understand how to support the economy. They don't understand how to give that confidence to investors. And Mr. Speaker, there are several reasons why we should be actually supporting this bill. And there is still opportunity for those members to reconsider their position. And what I understand is that, yes, I know that they want to stick to their impractical, ideological agenda because it will be really embarrassing now for them to change the position. But Mr. Speaker, there is still opportunity because if they decide to support this bill, they might get more thumbs up than they would if they stick to their impractical, ideological agenda. Something for those members to consider. And Mr. Speaker, I was actually quite amused to see the way members said that they actually support Sun. Thank God they support Sun. Thank God they didn't oppose Sun. Mr. Speaker, what would have happened if they opposed Sun? And Mr. Speaker, I would like to say to that member that oil and gas is also formed through natural geological process. So if you support, those members support nature, oil and gas is also natural. So we need to support that. And Mr. Speaker, in the Select Committee, I must say that I want to thank all the members, those who are regular members, and also all the members, those who subbed on the committee. But I especially want to thank the Select Committee staff because we heard from 104 submitters, and the Select Committee staff did an amazing job of supporting the Select Committee members to do what we are required to do. Mr. Speaker, as it happens, in all Select Committee processes, we do get form submissions. And in this case also, we did get some form submissions. 11.6% of submissions were form submissions. There were a few variants of form submissions. And this percentage excludes those form submissions which look like form submissions, but there was a bit of doubt. And the Select Committee also took the initiative of inviting key stakeholders to invite. So the process was quite thorough, and I'm really proud of the Select Committee process. Mr. Speaker, this bill must pass. It's very important because we cannot continue to see our young ones and our bright ones leaving New Zealand looking for better opportunities. And it started happening because of poor decisions made by the previous Labour government. And this bill is not just about oil and gas exploration per se. Yes, it is. But, Mr. Speaker, it is also about creation of more jobs, higher paying jobs. This is also about making sure that the energy supply is secure and affordable. So on one side, it is to support the economy. On the other side, it is to reduce the cost of living. Because if the energy cost goes up, obviously the overall cost of living for people will go up. Mr. Speaker, making big announcements to grab international headlines doesn't feed families. Those headlines, Mr. Speaker, which the previous Labour government made, and actually the announcement was made to grab those international headlines, they don't feed families, they don't warm people's cold houses, and they don't give any assurance to businesses that they will not have to stop their processes because of lack of energy. Mr. Speaker, on this side, we are quite committed to ensure we have a balanced approach. We have a long-term vision, not short-sighted like them that stifled our economy, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, we are really proud of this, and we want to see that this bill goes through the House as soon as possible. So, Mr. Speaker, very happy to support this bill and commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Dr. Vanessa Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak in the second reading of the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill. During the Select Committee, there was quite a bit of really interesting information from officials and from those who submitted on this bill. One piece of information that I found very fascinating, I had to ask again, was this really true, was that one of the assumptions that was made when the ban happened was that the area that was under consent would stay around the same, and the rate of exploration that had been trending down, as others have mentioned, would continue at that same rate. So imagine if the graph looked kind of like that at the time. They expected that to continue down, and that was one of the assumptions, that supply and demand would keep up. However, what happened was that it went like that, and supply dropped off a cliff, and we saw demand stay the same, and so that gap between supply and demand went through the roof, and that was what we saw the peak pricing go up over this past winter, when we had the driest hydrological year that we had on record. We had not as much sunshine hours and quite low wind speeds, so that meant that our renewable energy wasn't working so well, so the peaking prices had to be up. We did end up burning more coal, which was one of the unfortunate side effects. And so the International Energy Agency recommends that you switch from burning coal as one of their recommendations for how we get climate change and reduce our carbon things. But they recommend going to gas. And they also recommend using nuclear. Nuclear is their biggest option, and the nuclear power will be generating the most in record amount across the world in 2025. It's not something that we can do here. However, we can have lots of options for renewable energy, and helping that transition. Gas will be part of it. I commend this bill to the House.
Well done. Well.
Koe te pika.
Debbie Aotearoa.
I stand on behalf of Te Pāti Māori to speak against this bill. Look, I think there's not too many in the House equipped to be able to talk about this from the perspective of those who it actually affects the most, which is Taranaki. And the amendments that are being proposed, and I need to prefix my cordial by saying there was a ban put in, and while Taranaki iwi supported that, there was always concerns that there wasn't the follow-up with the degree of transition and investment that was needed to achieve that. So I don't want to stand here looking that I'm on either side. Actually, I'm speaking on behalf of the concerns of Taranaki, and I substantiate that by looking at the concerns that they raised. I think, first of all, what we need to remember is that we all seem to agree that we need to move away from what it is that we have now. Some think that we've got more time to milk Mother Earth, and some think that a ban without sort of a great big futuristic plan is going to be enough. Last year, we got a little bit of hope when there was consultation and discussion with a cluster of energy, people and interests within Taranaki. And we were hoping that that would be the phase B of the ban, that we would start looking at what could be a future-focused energy solution for Taranaki. The feedback that Ngā iwi o Taranaki provided is that the removal of the oil and gas ban, they were strongly opposed to removal of the ban. They strongly opposed the proposal to repeal Section 50A of the Crown Minerals Act. They strongly opposed proposed changes enabling the prospective permit holders to apply for permits outside of the block offer process, and the notion that consultation was not required, particularly for hobby mineral mining permits, and the interpretation that the Crown was now going to be applying to adequate engagement with iwi and hapu. We can talk academically all we want, but the reality is there is only one area and one group of peoples most impacted by the decisions that the government makes in Taranaki. When the iwi and the hapu, who have more experience than anyone else in this room with this particular sector, say that they have concerns, one would hope that these governments would listen. What they've said is that we have absolutely nothing coming out providing a solution of what happens next in Taranaki when the finite source runs out. And that's really concerning. What is the degree of investment that's going to be followed through? When we look at some of the things that have changed, why is it that we have had iwi who are responsible for some of the best practice engagement with these companies, that we're now relegated them to absolutely no consultation or the sense of inadequate consultation processes or consultation processes as demonstrated by the Crown? There has been some real absolute advancement from Taranaki based on its misfortune of having more experience than anyone else. I think some of the things that we sort of saw was the work that was undertaken for the energy strategy for Aotearoa, the gas transition plan, the critical minerals list. There was a clear difference between Crown-owned minerals being open for business and the risk of appetite of the oil and gas sector. And therein lies the reconciliation that Taranaki is appealing for. It wasn't to sit there and say absolutely no. It was to sit there and say if we forced a ban, the proposition would have been governments would have been forced to have themselves and their agencies look at Plan B. And sadly, as much as we talk about just transition, it wasn't funded. It wasn't resourced, and today Taranaki are expected to wear the flip-flop of another government, the decommissioning issues, the funding issues we have when companies don't fund themselves to remove out of our backyard, and the absolute catastrophe that the opportunities that could be going on around our area are being ignored for same old status quo. So I want to make known that I'm disappointed in this particular government because there are some progressive people who should have experience and should know better. And I'm hoping that while this is going to go through, no doubt, there is a better approach to what the energy solution for Taranaki should be that includes iwi and hapu and the knowledge and experience that they have. Kia ora rā.
Mr. Speaker, I'm truly astounded by the contents of this bill tonight. And I'm astounded by the crystal clear short-sightedness of it all. And because I ultimately believe that people are good, it makes me feel like, Mr. Speaker, that this government simply must not know. They must not understand the implications of actions like this that actually are against and take us further away from a livable planet, which we so desperately need. Because if this government understood the science, if they understood the overwhelming, indisputable evidence that developing new oil and gas fields has repeatedly found to be inconsistent with our 1.5-degree goals under the Paris Agreement, they would not be passing this bill. If they really knew and really grasped that we are this last remaining generation who can actually take action and have a chance at stemming the worst of climate disaster, they would not pass this bill. So tonight, Mr. Speaker, I invite this government to step into the world, to really be present, because we are seeing in our face, day after day, climate disaster after climate disaster. And I want to acknowledge particularly the harrowing climate impacts that we've seen in Valencia, Spain, where we've just seen the deadliest flash floods that they've had in Spain's modern history. It's killed at least 214 people, and actually dozens of people are still unaccounted for. Now, we saw the images of cars just floating their way down the street, and this was torrential rain that was the amount of an annual rainfall for Valencia, Spain, that fell in 8 hours. This is happening around the world. It's real, and we actually need to take action to change the fate of this planet, to change the physics and the atmospheric settings that are increasing these climate disasters. Mr. Speaker, I recall in my time as a councillor on Environment Canterbury, the council went from not believing that it had a role in opposing oil and gas drilling off the Waitaha Canterbury coast. We went from that to actually outright opposing oil and gas drilling off the Waitaha Canterbury coast. And I'll tell you why we did that. We did that because we actually listened to the community. We listened to the evidence. We listened to academics, to iwi Māori, who actually came in and talked us through the very real implications. Now, our whole council changed their position to actually support that. And yet, here we are with this bill, where the government have all the evidence available to them, and they're simply not listening, not understanding, and not knowing, and they're passing a bill like this, which is so damaging and so destructive when it comes to the public having such a limited say, the 5 days that they had, for such a significant bill that can have such significant impacts for Aotearoa. It doesn't make environmental sense, it doesn't make economic sense, and it's actually really dangerous if this government, as they claim, that they are serious about emissions reduction and that they actually do want to honour our international climate commitment, and play our part in creating a livable future. Mr. Speaker, I did want to point out one of the most extraordinary parts of this bill, and that's the purported aim that this bill will increase investor confidence. And Mr. Speaker, Te Pāti Kākariki really want to point out that we don't want such damaging and risky activities happening here in Aotearoa, that no investors should have confidence when it's companies and investments whose businesses will directly threaten not only our fragile ecosystems but a livable planet. We cannot have thriving economies if we don't take serious climate action now. This bill goes against that, and Te Pāti Kākariki oppose it outright. Thank you.
Dan Bidwell.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to contribute to the second reading of the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill. This bill is about energy security. It's about jobs and incomes, and it's about ensuring our transition to a low-carbon future. Now, Mr. Speaker, as a member of the fantastic hard-working Select Committee that considered this bill, this is the Economic Development Select Committee, hard-working committee. I just wish to echo for the House today some of the key themes that we heard in Select Committee. We heard, Mr. Speaker, that gas is an important part of our energy transition to a low-carbon future. And in fact, I want to commend the submission from Genesis Energy, who submitted a really robust and thoughtful submission around this point in particular. We heard, Mr. Speaker, about the unintended consequences of the 2018 ban, that New Zealand became closed for business. And I commend, Mr. Speaker, the Energy Resources Aotearoa submission, in particular from John Carnegie, who backed this point up quite steadfast. Mr. Speaker, we heard about the negative impact that this had of this ban in 2018 on our own emissions. And submission after submission that we heard actually was proof point that because of the oil and gas ban, we actually imported more Indonesian coal. And so, Mr. Speaker, because of that, this increased our emissions profile. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do just want to say a very special thank you to the Select Committee and to the officials, because, as was pointed out, we didn't have a lot of time to hear from submitters. But actually, we had 5 days. When this ban came into place, the government at the time only actually gave 10 days or 2 weeks. And we actually heard more submissions in this bill than the previous bill had in 2018. And Mr. Speaker, I must say I was reading the report from 2018, which does inform us for this, and they raised a lot of the same concerns that iwi weren't consulted back in 2018. So I actually just want to commend all those in the Select Committee for doing their due diligence and making sure that this bill was scrutinised in less time than the 2018 bill. And we had actually more than double the submissions as a result. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an important bill to secure our future, to help secure our low-carbon future, and it is about jobs and incomes. I commend this bill to the House.
Helen White.
It is occasionally a good idea for us to actually debate bills like this, because it's very important. I correct the last speaker. I'm on that Select Committee, and while I do think we're a hard-working committee, when I was on that committee, we had a lot of submissions that we didn't get to hear. A lot more than I was comfortable with. And we didn't get to hear them because this bill was absolutely rushed through, and we couldn't get the clerks, even in the time that we did have, to be available to listen to people and to listen to their submissions. Now that really worries me. We rushed through a bill. We gave people sometimes about 12 hours notice that they were going to have to speak because they were rung and told that we would be hearing them in the next few hours. And the submitters were upset about it. A lot of them cried. It was quite a hard process to listen to. They were overwhelmingly concerned that the government was burying its head in the sand about climate change. And I share that concern tonight. Now, I'd like to start by talking about one of the little practical things that concerns me. And that is that I was very proud in the last government that we dealt with the situation that had arisen in Tui. Tui was a situation where the taxpayer, those hard-working New Zealanders who we're supposed to be so proud of giving and caring about their money and wasted spending, well, those taxpayers forked out for a company that had basically taken all of the resource of the country and then left us high and dry as taxpayers with disintegrating pipes, and we had to make them right. Now, we had put in place a regime which meant that there would be security in that situation. It wouldn't happen again. We're taking away that tonight. And I'm extremely concerned that we're doing. Yes, sir, if you read the bill, you will find out that we are taking away the level of security that we had because we made people pay money up front and we made them responsible. And so there will be hard-working New Zealanders tonight who work really, really hard and don't earn that much, who may well be responsible and liable in the future for the make-do of the pipes that are at the present time already available, but will be left actually in a state of disintegration because we have a very changing situation there, and I am extremely concerned about that. Now, that's one little thing. There's a much bigger picture here, and it involves what we stand for in New Zealand, and it involves what we have as a real peril in terms of our planet. Now, there's something called a carbon bomb, and it's something, if people want to look it up on just Google it, you will see that it's not an extremist position. It's a worry that there is so much oil and gas out there at the moment that's already been discovered that if we exploit those fields, if we don't stop, if we don't actually limit it, we will produce so much carbon that we will double impact the amount that we can possibly put out as a planet. Just now, without exploring any more, just what we've got. And if you look at it, there's a really good article by The Guardian on it. There's lots of other people talking about it. We have enough. And yes, we have a transition issue. And I appreciate that's a really tough thing for us all. But it's also tough if we actually end up in a situation where we heat the planet up and we end up with lots of things that we don't even think about. Yes, we think about floods. We think about the deaths that result in flash floods. But do we think about things like the instability that this causes, the wars that it will cause, the people that will have to move? Do we think about the starvation? Do we think about the real inhumanity of these choices? And it is not possible anymore to just bury our heads in the sand. We are going to have to face this problem. Now, the good news is, and I'd like to talk about the good news because I was talking to a lot of very depressed submitters actually. The good news is New Zealand can make an extremely good contribution, but it has to look forwards, not backwards. We have an incredible country and we have incredible capacity. We have electricity. We are able to create carbon, the absolutely best source of electricity. We have wind, we have solar, and not only that, we have geothermal. We have untapped sources in geothermal. These are all good, sound sources. And yes, sir, if the fast track was directed in the right way, and we had actually done that in the government prior to this government coming in, we had tried to target fast track to those things. Yes, sir, I would accept that there is an argument for fast track. But what there isn't is an argument for allowing the very interests that have built up over time because they've got these carbon bombs, they've got these ways of being, and let them actually exploit situations, just basically leave it to the free market and let these people do these things when we will all end up paying the price. That's the difference between this side of the House and your own, sir. Because what is going on here, sorry, sir, that is the difference between this side of the House and the current government coalition, is that this side of the House understands that we need to build a future and that part of our role as government is to nurture that, to lead it. It's called leadership. And actually, what is happening at the present time with the government is not leadership. That is not leadership. To suggest that multinationals who have got a vested interest in doing what they've always done, because they're going to be dead by the time they do the damage, by the time that the chickens come home to roost, their generation will have amassed the wealth and will probably be able to protect their own families. That's what is actually being allowed to happen. And that is not leadership, that is not government in this country. Government has a duty to do a lot better than that. And the first thing it requires is taking away from the slogans, taking heads out of sand, away from slogans, doing a bit of research, and actually committing to a very different strategy for this country. That's what we need. We need a much brighter, and I mean it, smarter future. We need a future where we are manufacturing onshore using some renewable sources of electricity. We need a future that involves exploring our geothermal. And what will happen as a result if we do that is we will be at the edge, we will be at the cutting edge, because we have a whole lot of companies, a whole lot of new developing industries that are looking for a place that has exactly that profile. We heard the other day when we had a cross-party session on AI, we heard some of our biggest companies say they were attracted to coming to New Zealand because we are a country that is seen as having pure sources of electricity and energy. And there is no problem with industry if it is based on greener fuels. That's what we need. So what is going on? And what happened in the Select Committee was I repeatedly asked about brand. I repeatedly asked for advice on whether there had been any analysis of the cost of this piece of legislation to the New Zealand brand. Because there will be. There will be a cost. It is all very well doing a cost-benefit analysis and talking about that stuff, but do it well. Do it well. Go out there and find out what the value of the pure brand of New Zealand is. Because next election, we're coming at you with a much better version. Sorry?
Please don't include the speaker.
Sorry, sir. Next election, we're coming at the coalition government with a strategy and an approach and a vision for New Zealand. And actually, it is a vision that's based on a sustainable future, sustainable electricity. And in fact, it's very interesting that the National Party want to go on continually about looking forwards when in fact they're taking the country backwards. Often, people will say, well, yes, it's an interesting irony, isn't it? Because I would ask if I was a New Zealander tonight, who is actually going to get New Zealand back on track? Who is going to bring them into the future? And you know who it's going to be? It's not going to be a government that passes this law.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill. It was interesting listening to the previous speaker talking about security, because if there's one thing we actually learnt when the world supply chain was effectively shut down during the global COVID disruption, it was that as a country we were incredibly exposed and vulnerable in regard to our supply chain. And what we need most, Mr. Speaker, is security of supply of the things that we actually need. And the grand announcement made by the previous administration ceasing the oil and gas exploration, all in a hurry to get a medal round their neck on the world stage, has led us to where we are now. And the previous speaker talked about the chickens coming home to roost, Mr. Speaker. Well, the pigeons have come home to roost. Thanks to the previous administration, we now have an energy supply crisis, because it wasn't that long ago that we were actually struggling to keep the lights on, exposing our businesses, their ability to operate and to remain viable. And we've seen the impacts recently around the country, and I've heard from some businesses in my electorate, the Wairarapa electorate, of the impacts that it had on their viability. And we've also exposed our most vulnerable and our elderly to high prices and supply shortages. Why on earth didn't the previous administration sit down with the energy sector, come up with a plan to transition to renewable energy, at the same time as making sure that New Zealanders had a reliable, on-tap supply of energy at all times? It beggars belief, Mr. Speaker. So we now find ourselves in a position of vulnerability, a position where those that we need to invest in exploration have lost the confidence to invest. And I would point out the demand's not going down. Without gas, we'll need to rely on higher emitting sources of energy such as coal. And this bill will provide confidence. It will provide the ability to plan our transition to renewable energy. Natural gas is critical to our energy security, and it's a viable and cost-effective source of energy until we become more renewable energy supply available, while still remaining committed to net zero 2050. I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Priyanka Gradakrishna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take a very short call on this because my colleagues on the side of the House, I think, have laid out very well how this is a regressive bill. It takes us backwards as a nation. I mean, there was legal advice from MFAT to the Minister to say that this move to repeal the ban from 2018 that was put in place in 2018 on new offshore oil and gas explorations is likely to breach New Zealand's obligations when it comes to free trade agreements, particularly those with the EU and the UK, because those deals prohibit New Zealand from reducing environmental protections to encourage trade or investment, and that's pretty much what this bill does. In addition to that, as my colleague Helen White pointed out, this legislation will weaken the decommissioning regulations and rules that were put in place, again, as she mentioned, to prevent the Crown or the taxpayer from having to foot the bill for things like, for example, the Tui oil field cleanup, which was, from memory, about $440 million. But that is being weakened. So while they talk big on the other side about reducing costs for taxpayers, apparently this is quite all right in their books, even though new figures in the advice that was received by relevant ministers indicates that the total decommissioning cost is approximately $2.5 billion. And that's primarily that's about $2 billion of that going just to clean up 4 offshore oil fields and nearly $500 million for 21 onshore fields. So this is incredibly regressive. It's a backwards step. It risks our international reputation for being clean and green. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, it basically locks us into prolonged fossil fuel dependence and has severe implications when it comes to emissions, New Zealand's emissions. So instead of this regressive step, what the government really should be doing, which was pointed out by the majority of submitters on this bill, is to be future-focused, looking at investment in development of renewables, looking at the storage of renewables, and we agree with those submitters. The final point that I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is 2 members opposite who have pointed out that this is about energy security. We know, though, that the average time from exploration permits being given out right through to first production, the average time is 16 years. The shortest is 10 years. So the argument that this repeal is a short or even a medium-term solution for increasing New Zealand's energy security is absolute humbug, and we don't support it.
Members, the House is suspended, and I will resume the chair at 9 a.m. tomorrow for the extended sitting.